betrayal. The eagle spreads its iron wings. Desert sands hide the serpent's dead. Mullahs chant while the world burns again. Nukes in the shadows, rockets in the sky. Fanatic hordes screaming death to the west. Time to die. Oil fires rage, the axis turns black. We bring the thunder, no turning back. Hear the sirens wail, the countdown begins. Steel birds of prey, descending on sands. Blow it up, Iran in flames. Nuclear winter, erase their names. Blow it up, turn to glass. Carpet bombs falling, watch the empire crash. From the Gulf to the mountains, let the mushroom rise. Persian fire burning under crimson skies. Ayatollah's palace crumbles to dust. Revolutionary guards reduced to rust. Bossy children with bombs on their chests meet the reaper's sight. We do the rest. Underground bunkers, sealed tombs of lies. J-dams and molds rain from the skies. No mercy, no quarter, the fact why is dead. Freedom's hammer smashing their heads. Blow it up, Iran in flames. Nuclear winter, erase their names. Blow it up, turn to glass. Carpet bombs falling, watch the empire crash. From the Gulf to the mountains, let the mushroom rise. Persian fire burning under crimson skies. Feel the earth shake, cities evaporate. No more chance, no more hate. Allahu Akbar. Fuck your gate. Fuck your gate. Death to the raging. Burn, live out your dream. Blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it up. Iran in flames. Watch the vultures circle, nothing remains. The axis falls. Liberty's fire consumes it all. From the Gulf to the mountains, the old world dies. Persian fire lighting up the skies. War forever. Blown to hell. You think you can hunt us? How cute.
I'm eating a muffin, so I'm stalling.
Cold steel under moonlight, fangs cut the snow. We run as the pack, where the brave never go. You come with your ego, your guns and your lies, but the wild sees through you. Tonight someone dies. Eyes glowing brighter, we circle your fate. One stupid move and it's already too late. Don't mess with the wolves. Havoc is coming, ripping through your soul.
The muffin, man.
The savage shores breaking control. Hell through the static, the wild takes it all. Havoc is coming. Don't mess with the wolves. You play at the predator, king of the hunt, but we are the nightmare your nightmares confront. Alpha blood rising, the engine ignites. Your fragile humanity ends here tonight. No mercy for hunters who challenge the pack. We feast on the arrogant, we never look back. Don't mess with the wolves. Havoc is coming, ripping through your soul. Claws of the savage, jaws breaking control. Hell through the static, the wild takes it all. Havoc is coming. Don't mess with the wolves. Run, little hunter. The machine of the pack has you locked in its teeth. Bones crush like metal, undying, decadal house. Don't mess with the wolves. Havoc is coming, devouring your soul. We are the storming mechanical foe. Scream all you want. The wild conquers all. Havoc is coming. Don't you fucking mess with the wolves. We warned you.
Well, hello there. So, Spokane, Washington is about to be smoked ham, Washington. The fire out there is getting pretty gnarly, having people evacuate. My muffin is halfway done, for anyone that cares.
Earliest availability.
Bravo call. Valley
Lines are still partially blocking.
5025 East Sprague Avenue.
Copy. TV show command terminated 33 clear available.
Primary.
33.
Teaser.
I don't know if it's arson. I don't know.
1595 authorized primary.
Indian Trail. Division from
area. We have another emergency alert coming in. Evacuations continuing with all fires in Spokane County.
Get the fuck out of there! Go! You're all gonna die!
Any critical information, including the evacuation map that we've seen. That's the emergency bulletin that came across my phone and likely your device as well. So as these come in real time, I'll just read them to you up to the minute in real time as we're getting that. It's called an imminent threat alert, critical. We do understand the city leaders are coordinating right now. We don't know how that will materialize, but we're hearing there may be some type of media news conference. We are sending a reporter to what we're hearing. Can't confirm anything right now, but I would imagine it would be with the mayor and some fire leaders and probably police leaders as well. And we're also hearing at about 6:30, Governor Bob Ferguson is expected to address this major crisis event here in the Spokane County area. We will take you that live as soon as that is available as well. Obviously, the impact could be widespread with resources being sent here to Eastern Washington. And this is my home. I've lived here for many, many decades. I don't remember an event this big with this widespread of an evacuation area. The only other things that we mentioned, firestorm of 91 in the fall, ice storm of 96. As you look at a live picture for you, and this plume of smoke that's been present for the last 5 hours continues to look persistent and stubborn as fire crews are responding. The National Guard has been mobilized as well. So that is the scene right now. About 2,300 acres in size. Let's go to an interview I did about an hour ago with Ryan Roderick from DNR. He really painted the perspective of what they're dealing with right now. We're going to play that for you in its entirety.
If you are under a level 3 evacuation because of this fire, please leave. Not only is that for your safety, it's for the safety of your neighbors, and more importantly, even the safety of our firefighters. Things can be replaced, lives most certainly cannot. So again, if you are under that level 3 evacuation order, please leave, let those firefighters in to do their job. Right now we're estimating that fire at about 2,000 acres, and again, really unprecedented fire weather conditions this weekend. It is a wind-driven fire in those tree and grass fuels. But as you also mentioned, we have a significant amount of resources that are mobilizing to the area. Firefighters from as far away as Idaho, Moses Lake, and including those crews here locally from our fire districts and DNR with heavy air support. And we're going to continue to aggressively fight this fire and hopefully work to stopping or slowing that spread.
Ryan, certainly appreciate you taking a few minutes. I think your information from the front lines there is important to get out to people. I'm gathering information here in real time, but you have tremendous experience with these situations, maybe not of this magnitude, but I'm trying to get a perspective of the concern level, how widespread this fire is. You said about 2,000 plus acres right now, but just take your time and give everybody some perspective. They're hungry for critical information that is accurate.
The winds were really the issue today and will continue to be until we get through this wind event. Again, we're seeing unprecedented fire weather through this weekend. The National Weather Service putting out
flames as well. I mean, it's honestly a pretty terrifying scene right here. Now, we're very close to the line between Meade and Spokane right now, kind of right impacting both of those communities, and you can just see that thick smoke right there, black smoke, flames all around as well. So firefighters are dealing with a lot right now. Now, we've heard from Spokane County Fire District 9 on this fire so far. They obviously are dealing with a lot, so they're asking the community to bear with them as they continue to work on both this fire as well as other ones that are happening across the Spokane County area right now. Now, they're saying that there is an evacuation center in place at Northwood Middle School for families that have been displaced by this fire. Now, while we are driving up here, I mean, you could see the smoke from all of these different fires that are burning in the area right now, just completely taking over North Spokane County. So a lot that we have to keep track of right now, and I'm just gonna let us hold on that shot for just a second so you can just see some of the flames just all across that hill right in front of us. You can see there's also firefighter crews working in the area as this fire continues to grow. We're gonna keep track of it, and we'll continue to give you updates on all of this, both right here live as well as on KXLY.com. So stay with us for more on that. For now, reporting live, Alexandra Conyards for News Now.
Wow, just a terrifying scene there. Alexander Conyards, thank you so much. We want to give you a better look at the evacuation map again for this Fairview fire that's burning in Mead, right where Alexander is, and watching those flames there. And this is a evacuation zone that has really ballooned in the last 30 minutes here, probably tripled in size, I'd say, just based on my assumption here. But I want to give you a better understanding of the boundary here for these evacuations. So we're looking at Mount Spokane Park Drive, that's going to be on the north, Orchard on the south, Market on the west, Forker on the east. If you are in any of these evacuation areas, make sure that you are leaving now, and because clearly these flames are moving quickly and they are burning through areas, as you're seeing from Alexander's live shot there. I also wanted to just show you, we have two fires that are prompting evacuations in pretty close areas. If we could zoom out a little bit on this map and see the Old Trails fire. I mean, look, there's not that much space between the evacuations for the Old Trails fire and the evacuations for this Fairview fire there as well. A lot of people moving in a lot of directions here. Again, if you're looking for a place to go for either of these fires, Spokane Falls Community College is going to be the main evacuations shelter that they're setting up, and others are probably going to be popping up throughout the night as well, and we'll keep you informed on when those are happening. But yeah, just showing the distance between the evacuation levels. This doesn't mean the fire is burning in all of these areas right here. This just means these are the evacuation areas and people who are all trying to funnel away and get out of these areas right now.
Important things to keep in mind, Natalie. Thank you. We're going to turn our coverage back to that Old Trails fire. We're going to go live to our Madeline Mullins, who has been keeping an eye on this fire, watching it grow throughout the afternoon into the evening. Madeline, what can you tell us, and can you remind us where you're joining us from? Where is your vantage point?
Yes, Mary, right now I am on Northwest Boulevard, so I'm right there on the edge of those level 3 evacuations. I'm going to have you look over to my left. So this is more north of me, and just look at all of those homes in that area. We know that the fire has jumped the river, and so all of those homes in that area, those homes are under level 3 evacuation. They're threatened right now, and just kind of gives a look at just how many people are being impacted by this fire. And then you can see the smoke where it seems like it's originating more, and that smoke is thick, it's dark, and it is getting closer to where we're standing. It's since I've been here for several hours now, and since then it has started to move more west, closer to where we are standing. At one point we could see all the homes that were up on that ridge, and then slowly more flames kept inching closer to those homes, and now we can no longer see them just because of how thick that smoke is. And it is just that dark, ominous orange black color, and that is just what we've been seeing for the last couple of hours, just moving, blowing through the air, moving more north. Just a really crazy sight here. And we have seen, helicopters dipping into the river trying to put this fire out, and we'll continue to keep you updated on that. So live from Spokane, I'm Madeline Mullins, 4 News Now.
Thank you, Madeline. And just a reminder that homes have
0
been
to
lost
2,000
in this
acres in
Old
30
Trails
minutes?
fire.
That's pretty
don't know
fast.
exactly how many yet, but city officials have confirmed that this devastation is real. This is impacting real families here. Thank you so much, Madeline. We're also going to look back at the Fairwood fire that's burning in Mead. That's where our Alexander Conyards joined us from just a minute ago. Do you see that plume of smoke? You see how it just gets darker as you move?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And as we've been seeing with Alexander, she was showing us flames that were burning through areas here just a few minutes ago. And Matt, these smoke plumes are really high up in the sky here. You can see them from miles away here. Just taking a look at your radar here, this smoke is making a huge impact.
Yeah, and obviously it's extremely unfortunate that we can do this, but we can use our weather radar to track these plumes of smoke. That is how large and how high they're going into the sky here, and unfortunately how close they are here to the radar site in the greater Spokane area. So let's first go to that fire that Alexandra is at. So she's in this general area on the other side of the north-south corridor, somewhere in this area, and then you can see, if we look kind of where the wind would be facing this direction, so blowing that way or blowing into the screen that you're seeing here, and you can see that smoke kind of stretches out there with some areas noted in this kind of yellow and orange color. So this is where we're seeing really thick pockets of smoke. My concern when we see things like that is these are areas where there's like a lot of big things that the radar is bouncing off of, big things like flaming embers. And of course, that is the huge problem here. And that's a large reason why many of these broad broad areas have been put under these level 3 evacuations, because if you do get some embers that fall out of these smoke plumes, get on the ground, start new fires at ahead of where maybe the main fire is that the fire crews are focusing on. Well, now you have a large distance for these fire crews to go. They have to figure that out. They have to get it. They have to get control of it, and it could spread really, really quickly. And that's one of the main reasons why you're seeing such broad evacuation areas here around the northern parts of Spokane County. I want to take a look at the smoke plumes from that Old Trails fire. Yeah, let's take a little full screen so we can give you an idea. So somewhere we're watching that smoke column from Madeline Mullins, from her viewpoint on the camera. So she's somewhere down this direction. If you could see my little mouse clicking around here, probably should use my telestrator here. So she's kind of somewhere in this direction. She's looking this way, and that is where that smoke plume is, kind of right around the Bowl and Pitcher area, or just to the south of the Bowl and Pitcher area. And so this is tracking in now over northwestern Spokane. Now, there are some parts here of northwest Spokane that are not in evacuation zones here, such as right around the Rowan Avenue area. In this area, you still need to be aware that there are a possibility of some embers in this area, and especially as you head further north where you have the evacuation areas, you can see this really thick area of smoke where, yeah, there is likely some really thick smoke, likely some strong big embers here coming here up over and onto, or up over rather, the Indian Trail Road area. Now, I want to do something a little bit different here. We have been on the air for quite some time. I want to give you a bit of a bigger picture. We're going to switch over to the high resolution satellite, and we're going to zoom all the way out. So what you are seeing right here are smoke plumes from some of the big fires here. We've had the fire near Enchilene. We got a couple of fires in the Cascades, and then we have the local fires here that you can see those smoke plumes coming in from them. So I'm going to animate this over the last hour, and you can see how things are moving here. We also, it looks like we have a new fire in one part of Stevens County here that just popped up here. So I'm going to look for more information on that for all of you watching from home. But I'm watching these big smoke plumes out here over Okanagan County because we are expecting a little bit of a shift in the winds as we head later on tonight. Not only does that pose a risk for, hey, where are those fires going to be headed next as these winds continue, but it is also going to be an issue when it comes to air quality. So those are the big things we're going to be tracking, along with the latest fire and smoke conditions as we head through the next several minutes and hours.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. Our weather team working very hard to keep us updated here, and we appreciate the work that you are doing. And we want to just remind you, we're getting at about 6:11 right now is our time. We're told that Governor Bob Ferguson and the Commissioner of Public Lands for Washington State, Dave Upthegrove, will be holding a news conference regarding this fires here in Spokane. We're expecting that news conference to start around 6:15. We're planning on bringing that to you live right here on 4 News Now.
And until then, we're going to take a quick break, but thank you for watching 4 News Now.
About it, the winds being a major problem, and took that fire from the West Plains swiftly, jumping the river up to the north and to the east from where it originated. Leslie?
Okay, well, I'm getting new information in, Sean, as we speak, Bowl and Pitcher being under, well, I don't know why that's doing that, but I want to get over to this. Bowl and Pitcher has seen some major concerns right now, so I'm going to zoom in. This is a current map at our satellite and radar, and this is smoke that is picking up. It is not rain, by the way. Areas shaded in yellow and in red, that's where we're seeing the most dense smoke. Everywhere else is just smoke from the fires. I'm going to zoom in. This is Bowl and Pitcher. We're working to get some photos on this right now, but again, reports just in that we're seeing fire activity at Bowl and Pitcher. The other thing that we're seeing, and I'm going to show you this picture. This is, it was posted on a Facebook page, Softball of Spokane. This is a picture of Dwight Merkel. So you can see the flames and the heat right there. This is devastating when I look at this photo, and it's so telling of what we are seeing out there right now. Actually makes me tear up a little bit. I know you said it a few minutes ago, Sean. We've both lived here for decades, and something like this is just so incredibly difficult to see, to talk about, to know that our neighbors are dealing with so much right now. So winds, big player for today. We did know that the winds were going to kick it today.
What just happened?
45 miles per hour is what we were expecting.
The fire?
Here in
Yeah, the fire
Spokane,
happened within like 30 minutes ago.
Strongest winds still expected down through Lewiston and over towards parts of central Washington. Now the winds are coming in from the west-southwest. What that means is for these fires, it is spreading the flames to the north and to the east. So that is the direction currently of the fire. So again, wind speeds, wind direction is so incredibly important for those firefighters. Again, taking that fire and spreading it to the north and to the east of us. That's where you're going to find all of those evacuation zones.
I've been
right
looking
now.
for other feeds.
31 miles per hour. That is our current wind speed in Spokane. To the south of us, winds are a little bit lighter, but again, steadily blowing winds at 31 miles per hour is explosive conditions for fires. And then you put on top of that wind gusts at 40 miles per hour. Incredibly difficult for our fire crews.
That's what you're saying, Italian guy.
So again, 40 mile per hour wind gusts. That is what we are seeing right now in Spokane. A little bit lighter, but they have picked up over towards North Idaho. We are going to be dealing with this as we head through the overnight hours tonight. We have got dry, we have got hot and windy conditions, current relative humidity levels, and these numbers are very important. From time to time, I'll get a question, why do you show these? Well, this tells us, and it tells you really, how dry the air is. So again, we're at 23% in Spokane, about 25% over towards North Idaho and down through the Palouse, and about 22% over towards Moses Lake. We are going to continue to see incredibly dry conditions as we head into the day tomorrow. And while temperatures will cool off a bit for a Sunday, we still have some breezy conditions.
A lot of ash falling from the sky. It was pretty bad. And it was just really a scary situation to get my mom and Daisy out of the house so they'd be safe. So I'm just hoping that
he keeps his mom and the dog both on leashes.
Anything from this, so.
Daisy is his mom's dog, and his mom has lived in that house for about 25 years, so it holds a lot of sentiment. What are some items that you think that, you know, potentially may be lost?
Like family pictures, wedding pictures, pictures of my grandmas, my grandpas, so a lot of family keepsakes, so.
And although the structure might be lost, you are here safely with your mother and her dog. How much does that mean to you, sir?
It means a lot because my mom's like my best friend and I love her very much, and I'm glad that she is safe and Daisy's safe. And I just want everybody to be safe, so.
What are you thinking the next few days looks for you?
Just trying to get back into the routine of things and helping my mom and my stepdad get through this and being there for them, being very supportive through all this with them, and just being a good son and being there for them, so.
Okay, they will be here for the rest of the night, and they're just thankful that they have the space and that they could get here. Live from Spokane Falls Community College, sunny day, 4 News Now.
All right, Sunny, thank you so much. A lot of people in those same scenarios that are evacuating right now. And again, if you are one of the people that is evacuating from any of the fires that are burning across our region, Spokane Falls Community College is a great place just to start. They have food, they have water, they have resources for you as you kind of figure out what those next steps are, because a lot of times you don't know as of right now. And one other thing we were mentioning here before we went to Sunny is that press conference with Governor Bob Ferguson. We are still waiting on that press conference to begin, but let's go to Jason Valentine.
Jason, this is a particularly dangerous situation. It's an alert that has never been issued in this region ever.
That is correct. And again, I'll get to the particulars in a second, but it is very dangerous outside. If you can stay home, please do, of course, unless you've been evacuated. All right, 82 right now in Spokane. It is a beautiful day out there if it wasn't for all these fires. Now, the gusts, we just got updated information. They are staying right at 31. Excuse me, these are sustained winds, right at 31 for Spokane, 19 up in Cooley. Still not as heavy in Coeur d'Alene or St. Mary's or Pullman for that matter. As we go to the gusts are holding tough at 40 miles per hour for the Spokane region. And again, pretty much in the center part of the state, we're in the mid 30s to the upper 20 mile per hour. We're in the mid to lower 20 mile mile per hour
Hey,
for
Scundock.
the panhandle of Idaho, 29 for Pullman. So again, all of these gusts are feeding all of these flames. And again, if just a spark could get a fire into our regions. And again, we've been talking about it all week. Today was an alert day, and we're seeing exactly what we expected. 30-mile-per-hour winds for Spokane sustained. And again, blowing dust and smoke could become an issue as we move into the evening hours, when we do expect to see even higher gusts possible for the next couple of hours at least. So again, we are in a red flag warning or a fire weather warning, and a moniker from the government, particularly dangerous situations. That is because we have such dry conditions out there. There is fuel everywhere throughout the inland Northwest for a quick, uncontrolled fire to pop up. So again, this is a look at Spokane for our next couple of hours. So next hour is 7 o'clock, 46 mile
County Fairgrounds. Those are available to take your pets right now. It is open and operational, and the Red Cross is responding, obviously, to support first responders. We have had some reports that the mayor may be holding a news conference here shortly as we get information.
By the way, the shooter in Idaho was taken out by a civilian with a suppressor.
In fact, head in that direction. So if there is a news conference from city leaders, fire officials, the mayor, police officials, we will show that to you.
Armed Society takes out
we can tell you
shooters.
we're about 1 minute away from a news conference with the governor and the commissioner of public lands. Not a good scenario. If we have the evacuation map, I'd like to show that again. In fact, our crews can work to pull that up as I walk you through. But the evacuation is widespread. We are talking from areas of the West Plains. It started near Grove Road. This is obviously north of the airport, north of Northern Quest Resort and Casino, and then it spread from there to the north and to the east, making its way through Riverside State Park, jumping the Spokane River, Highway 291, Indian Trail, 5 Mile evacuated, and then a separate fire to the north and to the east of that fire. On the other side of division is the Fairview fire. Level 3 evacuations there as well. 700 acres in size for that one. Old Trails is 2,300 acres in size. And then you add on top of that the power outages. 58,000 people without power in Spokane County right now, and then Avista releasing a bulletin that if you were without power in the Meade area, that could now last until Monday. So that is a reset of what we've learned. Obviously, we're expecting more detailed information from fire crews as they coordinate with city leaders, county leaders, people along the West Plains. But we are waiting here. Governor Ferguson and Commissioner of Public Lands Dave Upthegrove, they're going to outline with state emergency wildlife officials about the state efforts to control the fires that we've been showing to you. Let's listen in now.
That's just about everybody gathered, so I think it's all yours, Governor.
Thanks very much, Brianna. Thank you all for joining. We appreciate you on very short notice joining for this update. I want to start by saying that our state's facing a very serious situation. And by the way, folks can mute themselves who aren't speaking. That'd be great. Our state's facing a very serious situation, as you know. We're deeply grateful to all of our first responders who are really working heroically under a very challenging situation. Earlier today, as some of you know,
Governor, I think your camera is off.
I am so sorry about that. Am I back on now?
Yes.
My apologies for
I
that.
don't know Italian
Let
guy.
me start over. I want to start by saying our state's facing
Getting sick of him.
A very serious situation with multiple fires. And
between the shadow banning and the
Washingtonians who are losing their homes and being evacuated.
like over
I was
moderating.
just telling Mayor Brown, I've been sent video of an individual literally driving through their neighborhood and showing the video of home after home after home that's in flames. So it's a heartbreaking situation. We deeply appreciate our first responders who are
I mean, the shooter looks like a crazy leftist that was shooting at
in a really challenging situation
Tesla
and
stuff.
heroically to help save lives and help save
Am I right?
Earlier today, at about, I think, 9 o'clock this morning or so, I declared a statewide emergency and a statewide burn ban because we've heard how challenging the situation is and how challenging we expect it to be, especially this weekend with extremely high winds that you'll be hearing more about, high temperatures, and a really volatile situation. I received word middle of this afternoon, late this afternoon, that the situation in Spokane was rapidly moving into a crisis situation. I arranged for a Zoom call with folks you'll be hearing from today, but many other local, state officials to make sure that we were coordinated in what we were doing, and making sure that we're getting resources where they need to get during this really challenging situation. So obviously been in touch with folks like the mayor and the other folks you'll be hearing from shortly. We appreciate that this is an extremely difficult situation for many Washingtonians. I want them to know we're doing everything we can to get resources out as quickly as possible. We have been anticipating a situation like this. We've been mobilizing for some time. But want Washingtonians to know we're doing everything we can to get help to multiple locations throughout the state. With that, I'll turn this over to Dave Updegrove, our Commissioner of Public Lands, and really appreciate him and his team for the really excellent work that they're doing as well. Dave, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Governor. The first point I want to make is this is an extraordinary fire season. This is not normal. This is unusual. We currently have more than a dozen major fires burning across Washington, over 250,000 acres, with about 450,000 acres burned so far this summer. And we're seeing impacts to structures in Spokane. We also have major fires, some of which are impacting homes and properties everywhere from Leavenworth to the Colville Reservation to Tenasket, Packwood, Mazama, White Swan. Throughout the state of Washington, we are seeing fires raging. And the State Department of Natural Resources is going through extraordinary efforts to deploy every resource available to protect life and property. We have more than 4,000 individuals out fighting these fires in Washington state right now. These are not only Department of Natural Resources firefighters, but also partners throughout the state and throughout the country. We have interlocal agreements we put in place, mutual aid agreements prior to fire season, and we have either personnel or equipment from more than a dozen states, from Florida to Alaska, helping us out. A couple days ago, I requested the governor activate the National Guard, and thank you, Governor, for acting so promptly to make National Guard personnel available. We're going to do what it takes to keep this state safe. Folks who are out there in the path of the fires, I encourage you to please heed evacuation notices. We've seen loss of life already this year, earlier in the summer, from folks in the path of fires. These wildfires can move incredibly fast, and they are deadly. So please heed those evacuation orders.
Spokane, Washington.
You can always go to the wildfire portal at the Department of Natural Resources website, dnr.wa.gov, where we've compiled contact information for county emergency management agencies for the most current evacuation information. In addition to heeding evacuation notices, I also encourage everyone to not be the spark that starts the next fire. Many fires are human caused, and so please be safe. There's a statewide burn ban in effect. Please heed that ban and be safe and don't start the next fire. One fire can be catastrophic. I also want to finish by sending my thoughts and appreciation to those that are out there putting their lives on the line fighting these fires. It's not only the firefighters who are running into the woods, but also the personnel that are supporting them back at base camp are putting in long nights, day after day, and I couldn't be more proud of the staff at the Department of Natural Resources, as well as all of our partners, and so appreciative of the Emergency Management Division of the our the state fire marshal's office and the local fire services who are supporting this work. And speaking of local partners, as this challenge grows in Spokane, we look forward to continuing to work closely with the city of Spokane. And at this point, I'd like to hand it off to the mayor of Spokane, Lisa Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner Upthegrove and Governor. The city of Spokane and the region of Spokane has several active fires right now, and what's significant for people to know is that the winds are volatile, and so we need everyone to be on alert. We want them to check the official sources at the state or county emergency management level or at the city of Spokane.
I'm looking them up right now.
If they are in an evacuation area, and please evacuate. If they are near an evacuation, please stay alert. And if they are not near an evacuation area, please stay off the roads because traffic congestion can really impede our response. And we are helping to evacuate people who are vulnerable and need assistance. And in order for those firefighters and police and other emergency personnel to get there, we need everybody to cooperate and be part of it. I'm very grateful for the coordinated response that's happening at the city, county, and state level. And we're not in a place right now where we can talk about the magnitude of the property destruction, but it is a very dangerous situation. And again, we encourage everyone to heed the official warnings and to check in virtually if you can on everyone you know that might need assistance, and certainly get that information to us if you think that you would like emergency responders to help with the evacuation of people. And thank you very much for all the coordination that's occurring.
Department of Natural Resources, our wildfire response.
Thank you very much for $20.
Starline has just tipped
$20. So hello everyone, like you heard, my name is George Geisler. I'm the Washington State Forester. I've been asked to give kind of a quick overview of the major fires that we are seeing within the state right now and give you a little bit of context. As you heard earlier, we have about 250,000 acres of wildland fire active on the landscape. This is really within about 5 major complex fires that are going on. Obviously, we're speaking about the Old Trail fire.
Yeah, you can send me the info on X.
Like the mayor said, this is basically 3 fires. There is the Old Trail, Fairview, and then the Austin Lane fire. In that area, there's about 4,000 structures that have the potential threat from this fire. And right now, it is about 3,000 acres. In addition to that, we were able to bring in, there will be a complex incident management team. It is actually arriving right now from California. It's California 7. They are on site to be able to try to provide assistance to not only the locals, but also to help coordinate all of the state as well as national response that is coming to bear on this fire.
All right.
The next fire that I'd like to bring to your attention is one that is actually northwest of Spokane. This is the Modrite fire.
Okay, then
it is actually about 42,000 acres.
How about that
This is one where the National Guard has rotors that have actually been helping us for about a week now, working with Washington DNR firefighters on the ground. This fire is seeing very active behavior today, and in fact is crossing the lake kind of as we speak on the east side due to the winds. It does threaten about 100 structures that are to the east, and all of those have been prepped. The next fire that I'll update you on is the Kaiser Canyon fire. Kaiser Canyon is on the Colville Reservation. It is currently about 134,000 acres. There are firefighters on this incident from literally 6 different states, as well as DNR, local fire service, and federal fire service. We're working with the U.S. Wildland Fire Service on this fire. This has been going on for over a week now. We expect this fire to continue on for at least another few weeks, and it's very active today, having burned through Nesquellum and a couple of others. It has lost about 25 structures over the course of the time it's been burning. The next major fire that we're seeing is up in the north central part of the state. This is the Sinlahican fire.
The National Guard is deployed by the state. It's the state National Guard.
It's burning in heavy timber. It is spotting
Governor
for
of the
long
state picks where they go, not Trump.
It is near the communities of Loomis and Tonasket. On this fire, we actually have a CAL FIRE incident management team. We brought in CAL FIRE under a direct state agreement between CAL FIRE and the Department of Natural Resources. They are taking on that fire, and like I said, it's very active. It has moved towards Highway 9, and actually there's numerous evacuations in place, and we're asking people to move south and out of the area. And then the last fire that I will bring everyone's attention to is what's known as the Little Giant Fire. This fire is to the northwest of Wenatchee. It's about 32,000 acres. It has been burning for a little over a week now. This is one where you
have to federalize the National Guard, and then
National Guard are actually mobilizing to now as we speak.
There's the National Guard now.
It's near Lake Chelan, and actually
the governor put out
burned significantly and made runs
to help
toward
people.
Lake Chelan. South of that, there are literally hundreds of homes as well as the state park. All of those are currently being suppressed. The last item that I'll bring up, and you heard this, that we knew that this was coming. We're actually under a severe weather warning, as well as the National Wildland Fire Service has put out a particularly dangerous situation, which is a very rare thing in wildland firefighting, for the combination of drought, fuels, and then also the winds that we are experiencing throughout the day. And with that, I will turn it over to General Jen Walsh. So, General, it's all yours.
All right, let me get the mute to work right. Okay, I've been at this business for a while, and I think I'm almost at 38 years, and this is the roughest combination of series of events that I've seen in my career right now. You've got fires burning at multiple locations around the state that George has talked about. You've got fires burning in towns. You've got level 3 evacuations like I haven't seen before. So this is a very dangerous and very complex series of events that are impacting Washington, especially on the eastern Washington side right now. So here's what we're doing. So let's go back in the Wayback Machine for a minute. The governor, with some great foresight back in February, authorized
I make money doing the show. You make money showing your tits.
So we'd already talked about moving out with the National Guard months ago. So I just want to assure everybody I've got all the authority that I need from the boss to take care of business right now. And I think that's very important to understand. We are leaning forward. We are looking at possible missions, and we are posturing the fastest we can right now to help Washington State. So here's kind of some of the things we're doing. We've talked about them briefly. We've got 3 helicopters right now up in the Deer Park area. They've been working this Modrite fire for 2 weeks now. And right now, the number one priority in our National Guard aviation is to create more pilots and create more flight crews and helicopters and surge the max availability that we can into the DNR system and help get after some more hot spots around the state. Second thing is I've got 110 firefighters right now up in the Plain, Washington area. We talked about the Little Giant Fire. That's pretty much every firefighter that I've got trained. I've got hundreds more available that can be trained. And again, it's a limiting factor on how fast we can train them, but I've got more folks in the hopper if we need them. So let's talk just a little bit about what's going on in Spokane. Having lived over Spokane for a number of years of my career, near and dear to my heart. It's a tragedy what we're seeing over there. I think when the sun sets and the sun rises in the morning, I think we're going to be in shock to see some of the scenes that emerge out of there. So just tonight, I've alerted and mobilized 2 different units of the Washington National Guard. One is the 194 Security Forces Squadron from Camp Murray. Those are professional law enforcement and security folks that are going to be made available to the city of Spokane.
There's a guy from the National Guard there talking
to help in whatever manner that you need them. So traffic control points, evacuation assistance, you name it. I've also activated our 141st Security Forces Squadron right there at Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. Both of those units will be available, plus some Army units starting tomorrow for anything again that we need. So starting tonight, we're going to have 30 National Guardsmen no later than 8 o'clock tonight made available to Spokane to get after some business tonight. So Governor, your National Guard is on it. We're moving out, and this is the time that we train for to help our citizens out. So that's it for me.
Thanks, General. Brown, I think we've gone through all of our speakers. Is that right?
That's right, Governor.
Great. And then are you handling the Q&A part of this?
Certainly. Now the speakers are available for questions if you'd like to come off mute.
Yeah, can you guys say if we're going to be accessing FEMA funds after these fires in Spokane County? Are we seeking federal assistance from FEMA?
Yes, this is Stacey McLean, the state coordinating officer for Washington Emergency Management. Right now, FEMA has approved a fire management assistance grant, which is helping with costs for fire suppression. Depending
I'm looking
on
at the email
what the
right now.
damages are, we will take a look at that, as General said, after tomorrow to see if there's damages or the following days that would help out that we'd go to FEMA with. But we'd have to assess the damage before we'd request the next type of a declaration.
And I'll just add, this is Governor Ferguson. So, you know, we appreciate FEMA's assistance. They came through for us in a significant way with the historic flooding we have. But there's been something, to Stacey's point, that we have been actively pursuing, and will, when we gather more information, we'll.
I mean, it looks like the same guy.
Making sure we maximize any appropriate requests to FEMA, and just really appreciate their partnership in the past, and look forward to having in the future as well during this really challenging time.
Thank you. Go ahead and next question, and if you could just identify yourself and your outlet.
I'm from Schlong Ding Dong News.
Obviously, you've been watching a live news conference with the governor and the commissioner of public lands, other key officials, talking about the outline over the next 24 to 48 hours when it comes to the emergency response, statewide resources, where people can be sheltered. We also want to make a couple of clarifications for you, some brand new bulletins that we received. I have to pull those back up in real time and just read them to you. But originally, it was reported to our crews at the Fairview fire, which you see on the upper right of your screen, which is grown exponentially over the last couple of hours, that Northwood Middle School was the evacuation area. We're now hearing conflicting reports that it may not be the evacuation center. We are working to confirm that with Fire District 9. Spokane County Commissioners are holding an emergency meeting at 8 o'clock where they will discuss declaring a state of emergency. We also have one other bulletin that I want to read for you here. This is from Vera Water and Power. It says BPA, Vera Water and Power's power provider, confirmed they're in an indefinite power outage due to under the transmission lines, a fire under the transmission power lines that feed their Trentwood substation. It says, please be prepared for an extended power outage and initiate your emergency plans if needed. Vera Water and Power will share updates as they receive them from BPA. I want to take you back near SFCC, continuing our breaking coverage with Corey.
You can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, Sean, we are on the backside of SFCC. As you mentioned, that's one of the evacuation shelters that the Red Cross has opened up, the other one being at Northwood Middle School. And during Governor Ferguson's press conference there, we were just watching the entire time as, because the last time we talked to you, and our microphone went out, I apologize about that, but last time we talked to you, we talked about sort of the lull in the air assault. Well, that is picked back up with airplanes this time. For the majority of the afternoon, we've been seeing helicopters, but as of late, we've been seeing airplanes come through 4 at a time, drop their water on these flames over there on that ridge that is now engulfed in smoke, and then take off. They're going to refuel, and then they come back. We've also seen a tanker as well drop some fire retardant on here. So the air assault on this fire has picked back up on that ridge in northwest.
Can I say I love watching people get
where we're at? Right below that is Riverside
made to look
State Park,
stupid in real
and
time.
just to the right of that, you're looking at Downriver Golf Course. So this fire spreading with all of this wind that has not let up in the hours that we've been out here watching this take place. Firefighters certainly having a big task ahead of them throughout the evening. As Leslie's been saying, these winds are not letting up anytime soon. Again, though, from our perspective, what we have seen, we've been watching planes come in rapid succession, dropping their water and then going back to reload. And again, if you're an evacuee, if you have no place to go. The Red Cross, I just spoke with them. They did say, please come here. Please utilize these shelters that they have opened up. In fact, about a half an hour ago, I talked to an evacuee who was up on the 5 Mile area when she was told to go. Here's what she had to say.
I went to pull onto 5 Mile, and I just sat there in traffic, and the smoke was coming toward me. And, you know, they evacuated us, so they wanted to keep the fire from going. But as I sat there, more and more fire engines came up. It took me, I left a little after 3.
And she was 80 years old. She was evacuating with her dog, Cappy. And Thomas, I don't know if you can tell because I just mentioned the air assault here. I don't know if you can zoom in on that, but we talked about those planes coming in rapid succession. We've just had, during that soundbite there, we had 3 drop water up on that ridge, as well as a tanker head off to the east. So the air attack on this fire out here, the Old Trail fire, has picked up again, but unfortunately the winds are also picking up, Sean.
Corey, all right. Perspective there from Northwest Spokane. Corey's basically right near SFCC, which is one of the shelters in the small gymnasium there. This is a fire emergency on a wide scale, a scale that none of us have ever seen.
These last few minutes, we've been seeing this fire getting worse. We've been seeing those flames over there in the distance growing. It's very close, actually, to the north-south freeway. You might actually see cars even driving along there, what seems to be really, really close to those flames. Now, on top of the flames, of course, there is that smoke, which has just turned incredibly dark and really taken over the area here. You can see it all across the sky. As you're making your way here, you can see the smoke from all the different fires accumulating as well all over North Spokane County. Now, over to the left, you can actually see there's a recycling facility over there that's also been completely engulfed in flames over the last hour since we've been here. We've been seeing that burning, which just seems like a very concerning situation on top of everything else
Come
that
on, baby,
firefighters
light my
have
fire.
been dealing with. You can see over there that black smoke that's just going off from that recycling facility. A really concerning sight and honestly quite terrifying. So close to all of these homes right here. Now, we're currently standing technically still in Spokane. This fire, though, has set to be burning in Meade. Now, Spokane County Fire District 9 gave some information on this.
I don't know, Chris.
About over an hour ago, might actually be 2 hours ago now. And at that time, they said this was at 250 acres in size. However, I mean, we've been feeling that wind all day. Chances are high that it's grown since that time period. So we're still waiting to get an exact idea of how much it has grown, the exact size that this fire is. But we'll make sure to give you updates on that as they come to us. On top of that, we've got that heavy smoke smell. You probably can't see that on air, but if you live in...
I'm going to really quickly just knock out the shooter in Idaho.
Location that has resulted in fatalities. I don't have the exact number confirmed. We're still trying to make notification of the next of kin.
Thank you for the screen.
We're trying to work with St. Luke's and our coroner's office to ascertain the exact numbers of fatalities. We also have a number of people being treated for injuries at our local hospital here. We have literally hundreds of people that were in some way, shape, or form in the area of this restaurant at the time that are being interviewed right now. The resources for all of our agencies are completely on board. We are interviewing as many people as we can, but we're encouraging the public, if you have any information about this incident, whether you directly saw something, you have any information about it, to let us know. I can also reassure the community right now, we believe that the threat to the community is over. The suspected shooter in this incident is deceased. He was nearby on the scene there, and we are working to try to ascertain his identity and the motivations behind that. We'll be able to figure that out in the next coming days. We're marshaling resources from across the state. And
So the guy with the suppressed pistol over there on the right was actually a civilian. And then the shooter over there had an AR-15 and was shooting at Tesla vehicles. So it looks...
Oh my God, what's happening? Oh, they're marching. They're fucking marching. Oh my God, excuse my language. Guns are drawn.
The guns were drawn the entire time, stupid. They had them in their hand. The shooter's dead. He looks either like a crazy leftist or an Allah Akbar. I don't know which one. One of the two.
His resources are
currently assigned. Let's turn that over to geographic division and then move 1020 over to the far east side on that right shoulder, and we'll plug him in between Quebec and India.
It's not like it's going to affect all the divisions. Copy, he'll head that way. He'll get in contact with you when he gets there. Thanks.
Or both.
Copy. And additionally, we've used all the tactical.
Absolutely devastating right now. We're talking a lot about the winds. The winds are a big player. They are what drive fires. Of course, it takes embers from a brand new fire and spread it quickly. Of course, we've got now embers hopping from treetop to treetop. We've got wind speeds currently at 31 miles per hour in Spokane. That is difficult, incredibly difficult. That just sustained winds. They're coming in from the west-southwest. This is also incredibly important for those of you who are within those evacuation zones. Winds coming in from the west-southwest means that it is burning that 3 different fires now to the north and to the east of us. So again, winds sustained 31 miles per hour coming in from the west-southwest, blowing these fires to the north and to the east of us. Now, the steadily blowing winds, the sustained winds, are quite feisty themselves. But then when you factor in wind gusts at 40 miles per hour, this is just an incredibly dangerous situation that we are dealing with out there. We did know ahead of time that we would be dealing with some dangerous and critical fire conditions for today. Now, as winds continue to die down as we head overnight tonight, they won't completely dissipate. We are still going to see breezy conditions as we head into the second half of the weekend. The one thing in our favor for our Sunday is that we'll see a slight cool down as we wrap up the weekend, excuse me. Now, right now, this is a live look from our viewers, our sky cameras right now overlooking the fires. There, the plume of smoke that you're seeing. This is a look from space, so you can see how dense this smoke is from the fires here just within our area. Again, it is the areas shaded right in the middle of your screen that you're seeing those plumes of smoke. Again, that's from space. And look at our radar, and you can see that band that looks like rain. That is actually smoke. So radars are picking this up as well, and we are seeing some incredibly dense smoke. I'm going to pull into Bowl and Pitcher area again. We're hearing reports of flames there at the Bowl and Pitcher area. So this system for today is going to continue to be a driving force throughout the overnight hours. I want to talk about roads. I know that we've had Bradley out and about talking about the road closures and then the police presence out there trying to direct traffic for those being evacuated. And I'll take you to some of our roadways here. This is Ash and Francis, and I will say up along Francis there are numerous closures right now, so we need to pay close attention to those. If you do not need to be up in these areas to the north of us, please stay away as they are trying to get everybody that is within these evacuation zones out safely. Also, please pay very close attention. If you are listening to us right now and you are being evacuated, please pay very close attention to those officers that are out there. They're trying to keep you safe. They're trying to get you to a safe space. Maple and Francis here. Again, you can see very little traffic at this point. Again, moving people out of the area. Division and Francis still seeing some traffic there, but some road closures there. As you can see, officers set up for those northbound lanes. Again, heading up towards areas where Kalaichak was checking in just a bit ago. This, again, another look at country homes and very quiet conditions there as officers are trying to get everybody safely evacuated. If you are within an evacuation zone of any of our 3 fires right now, the Old Trail Fire, the Fairview, and the Autumn Fire, please heed those evacuation orders. Grab what you need right now, prescriptions that will last you, get any important documents, get your pets, and get out now. You want to make sure that you're staying safe, but this also keeps all of our emergency personnel safe as well, so that they're not having to go in to those areas that are evacuated to make sure you're okay. Just get out now. Right now, we're seeing incredibly dry conditions. We've got relative humidity levels sitting anywhere from 20 to 25%, anywhere from Spokane into Coeur d'Alene, over towards the Palouse and into central parts of Washington. And it is still warm. We're at 6:51 at night, and temperatures are sitting in the 80s. Currently, Sean, like I said, we've got a bit of a cool down on the way for tomorrow, but winds still are going to be on the breezy side.
All right, Leslie, well, let's take you right out to Bradley Warren. Bradley.
Yeah, hey, Sean, I'm joined right now by the mayor. Mayor Brown, we just heard Leslie talking about the weather situation. We've got temperatures 80 degrees, winds that are going to be pushing throughout the course of the evening. As the chief executive of the city, how do you tackle this?
Well, we've got in our emergency operations center coordination happening between local, county, state, and even multiple states are involved in this effort. The National Guard has been activated and deployed. The most important thing for people to realize is that the situation is volatile. We really want them to pay attention to the official channels. Check if you're in an official evacuation area. If you are, please evacuate. If you are near an evacuation area, please stay alert. And if you are not near an evacuation area, please stay away and off the streets so that our first responders and emergency personnel can help to evacuate vulnerable people and not get caught up in the traffic congestion, which, of course, we had large evacuation areas, so we have been working really hard on that traffic congestion issue.
Yeah, I know it's very early in this process and that you've been working with National Weather Service and with multiple agencies here. Is there any good news on the horizon? People are scared. People are emotional right now. Any sort of light at the end of the tunnel you can give them?
I think the most important thing for people to know is that we're all part of this. There's an emergency shelter that's available at Spokane Falls Community College, and we anticipate another one opening up soon at the convention center. So we want people to look out for each other. We want people to stay alert, especially until the weather modifies. And we are in this together, and we are getting good coordination and support from multiple states and from the National Guard. So we're putting all of our resources, everything we got, we're throwing at this.
I know you said another one is about to open that's in the next 30-ish minutes. Can you give me any information on that evacuation center?
So everybody should just stay tuned to official channels, Spokane County Emergency Management, City of Spokane sites, but we are anticipating a new shelter opening at the convention center within about 30 minutes.
I know it's early to talk about the aid element of this. I talked with Congressman Baumgartner, Senator Cantwell, and I've communicated, and I know that she's monitoring this situation. Have you thought about the process and requesting for additional assistance for the federal arm of our government?
I just got off a call with the governor. The governor's already requested aid from FEMA. We already have a grant from FEMA, but we will, of course, compile the information to ask for the maximum support from the federal level as well.
Mayor, thank you. I appreciate it. Mayor Lisa Brown joining us here. We'll continue to follow this for you, Sean. I'm going to send it back to you. But like I was saying, I spoke with Senator Cantwell's office, and I've spoken with Congressman Baumgartner, and now the mayor, all saying that support and help is on the way. Please listen to those evacuations.
Real-time breaking update there with Mayor Brown and Bradley Warren live. Bradley, thank you. All right, let's take you to Rosemary Wright, and Rosemary is in the northwest portion of town, a little further to the north.
What are you learning? What stories are you hearing?
I've heard a lot of stories, and people here are incredibly emotional. I will say that in the past 20 minutes, I've seen at least 5 people being ushered into the shelter on stretchers. There are ambulances here as well as police. I've seen police help escorting people on wheelchairs, helping them pull their oxygen tanks. I'm not exactly sure where
apparently 13 people died in Peru. Accident on a tourist plane that was flying over the Nazca lines. Plane crash.
Now, as you can
Killed
see,
13
a lot
people.
more people have gathered here since we last spoke. Recently, in the last 5 minutes, I saw a prayer circle take place. I saw people holding hands, crying with one another, and giving each other hope. And there are tons of pets out here on the lawn. There's cats, there's dogs, rodents, birds, and there's just families everywhere, and a ton of people who are here seeking the comfort of one another, who are going through something similar. The 2 men I spoke with earlier who were volunteering, who brought those cases of water, returned with more resources, and people are continuing to flow through as we're speaking. I'm seeing a woman being pushed on a wheelchair into the shelter right now. For more information, visit the city's emergency management Facebook page. Live from Spokane Falls Community College, Sunny Day, 4 News Now.
Thank you so much, Sunny. And as we mentioned earlier, a second evacuation shelter has been opened at the Spokane Convention Center. Just as this fire continues to grow as the need continues to grow, the Red Cross is responding and adjusting with it as well.
Yeah, so no matter what level you are, if you're looking for a place to go, that's a great starting point here. We're going to toss things over to meteorologist Matt Gray this morning, who is taking a look at the fires not only burning here in our region, Matt, that we've been talking about, but we're not alone with dealing with these fires.
No, this is a whole region-wide issue here. So in addition to monitoring the smoke here locally in the Spokane area on live radar, we've also been watching smoke in other areas with monitoring local emergency management Facebook pages in other areas as well. So we're going to give you a bunch of little updates here for some areas that kind of fall outside of Spokane County. We will start, though, very close to home. So we have this fire Natalie and Mary have been talking about on the other side of Long Lake from Suncrest. There have been evacuations on that side of the lake. Well, now in the Suncrest area, there are level 3 evacuations. I believe these go all the way up to, these go a pretty significant distance here, all the way up here to Stone Lodge Road. So it's this whole section here along Highway 291 that is under a level 3 go now evacuation here. They are asking you that you go to the shelter in Chewelah. No, this is a little bit of a distance for people in Suncrest, but obviously I think we are all aware Spokane County is a bit overwhelmed, so that is what they were saying on their Facebook page, asking people evacuating here to go to the shelter in Chewelah, and you can see that smoke, especially in the south side of the Suncrest area, coming across the river, potential for embers to fall into the Suncrest area. We are going to head further to the north here. We have another smoke plume that we just spotted here on radar. This is right across the river from Fort Spokane. So if you were in the Fort Spokane area or to about as far away as around Enterprise, the Peters Road area in Stevens County, then this is something that you have to keep a very close eye on here, because this fire is now going to become active here. And once again, this is on the other side of the Highway 25 bridge from the Fort Spokane area. Still trying to find details on this. As you can imagine, everybody is getting a little overwhelmed with all the fire activity, and I would say even that's the folks whose job is to fight these. There's just so much going on. This is another area of smoke here. There is no rain on radar. It is all smoke here. So you've got another fire. Based on what we've been watching so far today, it is somewhere in this basin here out to the east of Fruitland. So folks in this area, especially with how fast everything is moving, you may not get official notifications with fires as they continue to spread in these winds. If you feel unsafe, you need to leave. That is the main, I think, takeaway here as things continue to accelerate with more fires becoming more active around the region. We've also been, of course, keeping an eye on this Moderite fire. The whole town of Inchelium, without power for a couple of days, has been evacuated here. And I'm going to switch over to satellite hotspots. They are a little bit dated. I think we're coming out about over an hour old here, but they do give you an idea of where these fires are seeing the most activity, where the hottest, the most heat is being picked up by satellites. That doesn't mean that everything in these red box areas is burning, but what it means is that there is fire in these areas. And so the firefighters, they're hanging on there in Inchelium, trying to protect the town from this Moderite fire, which has been seeing explosive growth over the last couple of days. We then track over here. There are hotspots of the Kaiser Canyon fire. I believe there was another level 3 evacuation for the Moses Mountain area that got put in place earlier this afternoon. And then we have this. This is the Sinlahecan fire. I'm going to read you directly here from the
last
Facebook
the Mohican
Okanagan
fire.
Emergency Management that we have basically everywhere on this side, on the western side of the Okanagan River in this area. That is the worst arrow of all time. Everybody on the west side of the river here is now under go now evacuations here, all the way up to where this fire is burning here in this Tenasket area. The town of Tenasket itself is on the other side of the river. As you can see all the little houses and towns and things like that. Tenasket is under a level 2 evacuation notice. In other words, be ready to leave at a moment's notice. The winds are gusting very strong right now. We've seen some gusts up to 50 miles an hour along this ridge top in the Enterprise area, and this is going to be blowing embers and flames and things like that along these mountainous areas and around the Aeneas Mountain area and heading towards the Tenasket area. So that is why along the Okanagan River, on the west side of the river, it is a level 3 go now evacuation order. Tenasket under a level 2. That has been the case here, I believe, over the last couple of hours. If we take a big zoom out, you can see there is also, and this is important for us from a different aspect, you've got this little giant fire out in the Cascades. That is an enormous run that it has made. It is trying to make a push in these winds all the way towards Lake Chelan. Why is that important to you sitting at home? Well, this is producing a ton of smoke here. And as we head into later tonight, we're talking with the folks at the National Weather Service. They're thinking as we head towards about 9 p.m., we're going to start to see some of this smoke from these fires as the winds begin to shift a little more out of the north, begin to push their way down closer into the Spokane and Coeur d'Alene area. Plus, these fires are all going to experience that wind shift as well. So we may see fire growth in different directions. That is part of the reason why, in many cases, these level 3 evacuations, they are very large and very broad compared to where, in some cases, some of these fires are actually burning. There's a very good reason for that, because this wind shift is going to make for some erratic fire behavior. And in fact, I think we could see a little bit of that already. You can see the backside of this little giant fire smoke plume. Notice how the back end of this is starting to move in this direction here. So we are already starting to begin to see that process, and we still have some time to go here before these winds calm down. It's really going to be after we see that wind shift that we'll start to see those winds step down as we go through the night. Natalie, Mary, back to you.
Thank you so much, Matt. And just a reminder, we're waiting to hear an update from DNR officials on the ground for just some updated numbers about this Old Trails fire. That's coming to you at an estimated time of 7:15 this evening.
Our time right now is 7:03. We are going to take a quick commercial break here, and we'll be right back with more fire.
As far as wind speeds go here in Spokane, and then for areas over in North Idaho, about 19 miles per hour. Wind direction also a huge player. You heard Tori talking about that. Again, winds coming in from the west, south, and west. That means it's pushing these fires, these flames, to the north and to the east. That is the direction that these fires are heading currently. So we are watching again the wind direction and the wind speeds very, very closely. It's incredibly dangerous when we see
because the oxygen there is thinning out
there
because of the smoke.
As far as current wind gusts, they've come down a little bit. This is helpful. We're down from 41 miles per hour to now seeing wind gusts at 34 miles per hour. I will say this, a wind gust of any speed is going to make things difficult for those fire crews that are out there. Winds much lighter for our friends over in North Idaho right now, but again, seeing current wind gusts at 34 miles per hour. And as we head overnight tonight, we'll watch those winds come down a bit, but it is still going to be breezy as we head into your Sunday. It is still going to be dry with relative humidity levels hovering around that 20 to 30% mark. And that's what we're seeing out there right now. We're at 23% relative humidity levels for both Spokane, the Spokane Valley, Coeur d'Alene. You're at 25%. That tells us how dry the air is. And I don't even know if we all need a reminder of that. We have not seen any measurable rain in quite some time. Temperatures coming down a bit, and we'll continue to watch those temperatures drop as we head into the evening hours, but we are currently sitting right there in the upper 70s in Spokane. We've got low 80s into North Idaho, and continue with those 80-degree temperatures for Lewiston over towards the Tri-Cities. Regardless, these are dangerous conditions that we are seeing. A reminder again that we are under that red flag warning. It was upgraded yesterday from a fire weather watch to a red flag warning, and we have a new warning that is in place. It is one that we have not seen here before. It is so new for us that we don't even have it in our system. It is a fire warning for Spokane metro area extending again up to the north. A fire warning is in place. It is issued by the National Weather Service, from what I understand, with information they get from the USGS. So we're following that very closely. What that means is that we have just got critical fire conditions out there, explosive, which is why National Weather Service issued our very first PDS, particularly dangerous situation. I want to remind you to please no lit materials thrown out your window. Please don't park on any dry brush. You want to avoid using any kind of power tools at this time that could set a spark. You basically want to avoid anything that could set a spark, and pay attention to the burn bans that are in place. There are numerous burn bans that happen to be in place at this time. So that is a current look at our weather conditions. We are following those winds and the wind direction very, very closely. This is a This is an awful situation. This is a grim situation. This is something that we were prepared for as we moved into today. It is something that we were hoping would not happen. There are numerous people, there are thousands of people that are affected right now by these three fires. Again, the Old Trails fire, the Fairview fire, and the Autumn fire. Again, looking at the Old Trails fire as being our largest fire currently at this time. Again, wind speeds, wind direction, heat, and again, how dry the conditions are our biggest players right now. So, Sean, I'll send it back over to you for now. I'm going to work on seeing timing of winds coming down. Sometimes, not sometimes, all the time within fires, especially large ones. We're
apparently people are smoking toad venom now.
Yeah, that's not a good scenario. All right, Leslie, thank you. And we do want to welcome all listeners of Spokane Public Radio or SPR News. Let's just give you a big picture reset as we are now past 7 o'clock. We've been on the air here for the last 4 hours. For all of you that are listening, we have 3 major fires burning right now. The Old Trails fire, the largest, about 2,300 acres at last report. Started in the West Plains, burned through Riverside State Park, jumped the river, burning homes in Indian Trail, 5 Mile Prairie evacuated. The Autumn Lane fire up in the Suncrest area, more than 200 acres in size, a large plume of smoke visible from that area. And the Fairview fire, there are level 3 evacuations there. Last report, that is about 700 acres in size. Our breaking coverage on this massive fire event continues in our 7 o'clock hour. That is where we're at right now. About 58,000 Avista customers in Spokane alone without power right now. We will walk you through in real time the information as we get it. There's a coordination of possibly opening the Spokane Convention Center as a shelter, but that is not official. The mayor said it's in conversation right now. When that is cemented, they will tell us. We will share that with you. There is evacuation shelters.
Well, Russell Crowe came out and said children don't need new genders. They need normal parents. And now people are trying to call them homophobic.
Picture on what we're seeing right now on that fire that started early this afternoon along the West Plains.
They were trying to boycott him
exponentially. Let's check in right now with Rosemary Wright, who is up in the Suncrest area in the Autumn Lane fire. Rosemary.
Hi, Sean. Still here at the Autumn Lanes fire burning near 9 Mile Falls. Again, an absolutely massive smoke plume forming here and swallowing up the horizon. We have been watching very dark smoke lick up from this hillside. We've also got aircraft helping fight this fire. There's a chopper.
Right? This is all the money he's got.
Right now, we've watched it make about a half a dozen water drops just over the last 10 minutes here. So fire crews working very, very hard. We've seen a few different people with their cars loaded up, evacuating, coming down this road. Some of them pulling off, asking us, do you have information on this fire or that fire burning on the other side of the county, right? This is something that is in fact impacting our entire community. So you've got people here evacuating this fire, asking about their loved ones in the Fairview or Old Trails fires happening on the other side of town, right? Still waiting for information on acreage as well as number of structures threatened. I can tell you that there's lots of farmhouses here, farmland, livestock too, so a lot at risk with these flames not too far away. The spokesperson for Fire District 9 tells me he's actively evacuating people in that Old Trails fire, so he's occupied right now. We have been communicating though. Again, I'll be updating you as I find out more information, but I can tell you it is hot here, it is dry here, it is very, very breezy, but we do have fire crews working very hard right now, Sean.
All right, Rosemary, that's a perspective, a new perspective from that location and the Autumn Lane fire, the Suncrest area to the north and to the west of it. Rosemary, thank you. Let's take you to the Fairview fire, and Tori Smith standing by with the latest information from the fire lines there. Tori.
Hi, Sean. We are at the Fairview fire that is now 700 acres in size. I am currently on North Fairview Road, where we are seeing billowing smoke coming from some of the residential areas in this region. That is the flames that you are seeing right there, and the billowing black smoke coming from, again, some of those residential areas. I did speak with a couple of the residents that came out of the Fairview fire, and they said they unfortunately watched their home burn down to the ground. ground. We're still seeing multiple fire crews responding. We're also seeing dozers start to be moving into this area. And again, billowing smoke across this area. We are seeing level 3 evacuations in place from East Peon Road all the way over to into North Doak Road and into North Bruce Road. These are some of the areas that are currently under level 3 evacuations. This goes to East Piper Road, into East Moffat Road, and all the way over into East Bigelow Gulch Road. Not quite under a level 3 evacuation, but that is the direction that we are looking for this fire to continue to spread. Lots of fire personnel here, as well as aircraft crews trying to put out this fire. Sean, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Tori Smith there on the Fairview fire. Let's take a close look at the Old Trail fire. We'll show you some live pictures and we'll show you some video. 2,300 acres. It's in the heart of Riverside State Park, which is the second largest state park in Washington State, Mount Spokane, obviously being the largest. The smoke plume, if you look at this, this is encouraging. It does look a little bit better, but it is still ominous nonetheless along the horizon. And we are, I don't know, hour, 15 minutes, maybe a little longer away from sunset, where they will be right there in the middle of it, fighting this fire in nightfall, which is very dangerous for these fire crews. We so appreciate deeply them putting themselves in harm's way to try and protect what they can. But we know homes are lost. We know there's been some fire damage on the structural integrity of Dwight Merkle sports complex there. The extent of that we don't know. We're trying to send a reporter there to give you a closer look at that. Bradley is actually heading to Dwight Merkle, so we will take you to Bradley when he arrives there. Obviously, he showed you 5 Mile, then he interviewed Mayor Brown. Appreciate his hustle. And basically what we're trying to do is just give you a real-time view of what is happening and the perspective of how hard this has hit our community. Is it absolutely breaks my heart being from Spokane. This is just tragic on a level that we have rarely seen around here. We've had our shares of tragedies. The best part about our community is we band together in these. So if you have family or friends that are evacuated, I'm sure you don't need to hear it from me. You've already reached out. That's what we do around here. We rally around each other no matter what in tough times, and that is exactly what we are going through right now. And I have a feeling it's going to be profoundly deeper of destruction before we come out of this, and when we get an idea of how much that fire has done and how destructive it has been. The governor held a news conference with other leaders, including Commissioner of Public Lands, about a little under an hour ago. Here's a portion of what he had to say.
We appreciate that this is an
I already heard you.
Again, we're going to be looking at air quality very soon with those smoke coming in from the northern part of the state into Spokane and Coeur d'Alene. Right now we're at 76 in the moderate zone. And take a look at our current air quality. Sandpoint, you have just entered the unhealthy zone. Excuse me, even a little pocket of very unhealthy. Colville, Omak, you are still in that unhealthy zone. Spokane holding on, but I do expect to see that air quality to get worse. Finally, a look at our 7-day forecast. 76 for your Sunday. That is tomorrow. Winds again right around 25-mile-per-hour gusts. Not out of the woods, better than today. Then we'll start to warm back up into our next work week. So folks, I know there's a lot of anxiety out there tonight, and rightfully so, but just focus on getting your family safe tonight and your friends. Let them know. Maybe they don't watch TV or listen to the radio. Maybe they're unaware. Please try and call people you think might be in the zone of evacuation if they need to be getting out. But folks, get ready for more wind before it slows down overnight.
All right, Jason, thank you so much. Let's take another look at these evacuation maps for the fires that are burning around our region right now. Starting with the Fairview fire that is burning over in the Meade area. Since we last checked, it looks like that these level 3 evacuations have been expanded for the fire that is burning near Meade. If we could go over to the right-hand side of the screen here and take a look at that one. Well, while we're getting this map to move here, this is the one that we've been showing you. Alexander Conyarts is live at right now. The top boundary of this is the Mount Spokane Park Drive. That's on the north, Orchard on the south, Market on the west, and Forker on the east. Now, this evacuation has expanded a little bit south, it seems, since our last check-in here, and we're continuing to monitor that one as well. Also, we're taking a look at the Old Trails fire. This evacuation is level 2, level 3s. The level 3, the go now, is going to be what you're seeing shaded in red.
Not officially, but we pretty much know who the gunman was.
On the
he
east side
seems
of
to have been
Division that is yellow
looks
for
like
us.
an Allah Akbar,
Still, evacuation levels starting strong here. You can see where it started around noon today over in Airway Heights. Started in Northeast Airway Heights before burning through the Riverside State Park area and then jumping the Spokane River, and is now impacting homes, families, so many structures in the inland Northwest and Northwest Spokane here. Again, we are seeing video of homes burning in the Indian Trail neighborhood due to this fire. We're seeing right now, we're getting reports that Dwight Merkel, the sports complex, has been damaged by fire that has gone through that area as well. We have a crew just arriving on scene there. So this is something that we are still working to confirm a lot of details about. We are also monitoring the fire that's burning near Suncrest. This is the Autumn Lane fire. This one has been also continuing to expand throughout our, we've been on the air here. It's probably updated 3 or 4 times here. You can see kind of on that southeast area, it's almost touching the evacuation zone of the Old Trail fire. It's just across the Spokane River from it there. So all these fires are burning in very close proximity. There's a lot of evacuations that are coming out of the same area here. So if you are one of those people that is evacuating, make sure that you are having a little grace, being safe as you're doing this. Do not walk in the middle of the road. Make sure you're not walking into these fire zones as police are working to evacuate people out of these areas here. The Suncrest fire, we are getting told too, and now this map that we're showing you, this is only Spokane County Regional Communications, and Matt's been touching on other fires that are burning across our area. We do know that there's a fire burning across the Spokane River here in Stevens County, right there in the Suncrest area. That's also prompting level 3 evacuations for people living in that area as well. So thousands of people impacted by these fires. And again, we're seeing a lot of destruction out of all of these, but especially the Old Trails fire that is burning in Northwest Spokane.
And we have reporters at several of these fires stationed around the inland Northwest. We're going to check back in with Madeline Mullins, who's been following the Old Trails fire since it broke this afternoon. Madeline, what are you seeing? And earlier you showed us multiple air units helping support this fire. Have you seen any other efforts to try to dampen the flames?
Yeah, Mary, earlier we saw quite a few helicopters dumping into the river to pick up some water. It seems that those helicopters are no longer here, but we have seen some airplanes come through to try and put some of these flames out and help in any way they can. It's hard to see right now because the smoke is so heavy. They are flying behind the clouds, and really the visibility has gotten much, much worse. I mean, the smoke, it just looks like it is creeping closer to us. It's hard to see through it at this point. If you can see over on the ridge right there, that is the area of where the Dwight Merkel Sports Complex is, and we know that that has been burning. Now, I'm here on Northwest Boulevard, so not far from that sports complex and not far from the evacuation areas, and many of the people that are sitting along this road have had to evacuate themselves, and they're just telling me how scared they are with not much knowledge about what has happened to their homes, and commenting that even if it's not been damaged by the flames, it's probably damaged by the smoke, just because of how heavy the smoke is and how long it has been just sitting in this area. And we will continue to keep you posted on this as this fire progresses. So live in Spokane, I'm Madeline Mullins.
But then I think about what happened with Canada and New York.
Thank you so much. I mean, you can just see the amount of smoke
distance
that's coming off of this fire. And you can hear sirens still in the
background.
background.
We have our own fires we're worrying about right now.
Northwest Boulevard there, and just continuing to monitor the situation. We did bring up early in this is not even a newscast anymore because we've been on here for so long giving you updates here, but that we have been hearing reports of damage at the Dwight Merkel Sports Complex. We have confirmed with Spokane Police that it has caught fire. We have a crew that is there now. This is a video that they just sent back to us. It's hard to tell just the amount of damage that has gone through here at this point, but you can just see the amount of smoke and just smoke, like kind of the smoky, thick smoke that is in this area right now. Again, Spokane Police confirming that the Dwight Merkel Sports Complex in Spokane has
Yeah, so I'm wondering if it might even come all the way
we
down
also
here.
are hearing
But
from
I wouldn't know because they got their own fires.
That presser with the Department of Natural Resources is starting right now, giving an update on these fires burning in our region. So let's take a listen to that.
To help support this fire. That's about all I have, guys.
Can you say if any of the structures are homes?
We have not been reported what type they are. We just know there have been many structures involved in this incident.
Has it been difficult with all the little spot fires all over the place with the resources?
The rapid spreading of the fire is spot fires has been one of those things that's been causing a lot of spreading of the fire, and it does always give challenge to the firefighters.
Are there any areas that you guys are focusing most on right now?
The primary mission is life, structure protection. And so wherever those two things are, those are the #1 priorities for the firefighters.
Can you say at which point it jumped the Spokane River?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Can you talk about the preparation for today? We knew it would be a day with high fire danger.
I think Ryan, I'll give you his number, better answer that. I wasn't involved with that. That's it, sorry. Anything, that's it? Okay. Good? Okay. Well, I haven't been here that long either. But you guys better come take this stuff.
All right. Well, we are just hearing from our DNR officials there as they're giving our reporters on the scene just the latest information on the fires that are burning here in our area. As you can see, there's still a lot of unanswered questions when it comes to the fires that are burning here. And there are things that we won't know as far as how many structures, what kind of structures are involved in this until it's safe for our crews to go into these areas and really assess the damage here.
Yeah, he mentioned there that spot fires are what are contributing to this fast spread of these wildfires that are moving through our region. And that's why we declared today a weather alert day, because of all the conditions that are combining to really just make it the perfect storm for these wildfires to spread, not only starting new ones, but contributing to fires that we've been tracking since the beginning of fire season. And that's one of the things that Matt Gray is tracking on his radar. We're going to send things over to him now. Matt, what can you tell us?
All right. Well, yeah, been tracking the smoke on radar, talking about areas where we could see embers from some of these smoke plumes. We're tracking a little bit of everything. I do think we're about to see some sort of burst of wind in the I-90 corridor, especially in western Spokane County. It may be a little bit hard to see, but I've circled this area and I want to watch it through this animation. You can see as this goes across Lincoln County, you can see this little shadow area. So this is an indicator that we've got some blowing dust here that's moving across the area. A lot of times we get some stronger winds that come along with that dust here. We're likely going to see a drop in visibility, at least a little bit, moving right now, likely into parts of Medical Lake, Cheney, into the Reardon area, and eventually
you heard it,
out
people,
here
it's
onto
going
the
into
West
Dick
Plains.
Cheney.
So potential burst of wind. Might likely see a little bit more smoke production here coming out of these fires that we're watching, and we will see a drop in visibility here fairly closely. So I'm going to try and see if I can spot this on radar, because usually when you're seeing something kicking things up, and look at that, there it is. So you can see the dust front moving through the Davenport area and then spreading out as it heads towards Reardon. Let me see. I'm going to put on a different mode of the radar and do a little bit of filtering here live, so see if I can get a little bit of a better idea of kind of what's going on. It can be difficult when it's approaching the radar site to see some of these features sometimes. And yeah, so this gives me an opportunity to go over this, to give you another view here. So this mode of the radar used to detect how round objects are. So rain is a round object on the radar, and smoke is not. And so you have these little areas here in this animation. You could see that, yes, indeed, what we are tracking on radar are smoke plumes, not rainfall. And also it has that very distinct, the edge stays in one spot and then the tail of it gets a lot longer. With that in mind, let's switch back to the regular radar mode here and talk about some of these fires over the last hour right across the river from Fort Spokane. This is a new wildfire. This one looks like it is growing quite quickly. So folks around Fort Spokane, look, everything is moving really, really fast. It's faster than we can keep up with. It is faster likely than many fire crews, especially these smaller departments, can keep up with. If you feel unsafe, you need to take the matters into your hands and leave if you feel unsafe. I think that is the best advice that I can give to anyone here as we go through the rest of this evening. You got another fire here out to the west of Fruitland. We're seeing that on the radar as well. If you're seeing dark skies over Chewelah, that is where that is coming from. We're also seeing some combined here from the Modrite fire, which is still burning to the south of Enchilium, and firefighters trying to hold the flames away from getting into the town. We then look here at another place, seeing evacuations around Suncrest and areas around Charles Road on the other side of Long Lake. This one also looking pretty active here over the last hour here. The areas in the yellow signifying some very thick smoke. That's the kind of stuff where you can see those big embers that are then being flung downwind. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. I guess like, you know, if you're spinning a sunflower seed or something like that, that's the kind of issue that we're seeing where these fires, they're throwing up all these embers in the atmosphere, the wind picks it up, and then they drop down, and you've got these glowing hot embers that start new fires. And that was what Mary was talking about, spot fires. They're spotting ahead of the fire. So it's another fire that these fire crews have to deal with. And it's, I tell you what, very concerning to me that, and I'm going to stop the animation here before I send it back to our anchors, that we continue to see these very heavy returns around the Indian Trail neighborhood down towards 9 Mile Road, because that is signifying really thick smoke that is coming out of this area that does appear to be actively burning. So yeah, not really implying very good things are happening in that part of the fire line.
Yeah, not a lot of good things happening in a lot of places of these fire lines. Meteorologist Matt Gray, our weather team, working incredibly hard today to let us know what's happening all across our region.
We want to check back in on that fire burning in Meade, the Fairview fire. Our Alexandra Konyarts is live in Meade. She's moved slightly since she last checked in with us. Alex, why don't you give us a look around your new location?
Natalie, Merrick, we've moved locations. Now we're just off of Peone Road, which is in the Meade area, where you can see smoke has just surrounded the entire area, this thick black smoke. Now, I was just talking to some neighbors in this area, and they're telling me just how much they've seen this fire grow in such a short amount of time. And you can see really those heavy winds there carrying that smoke at such a fast pace, just across fields, across areas with clearly structures, homes, people's properties. So it is quite devastating just to see the impact of all of this. Now, with all of these fires going on, we haven't actually gotten an update on the exact size of this. Now, the latest number that we got now over 2 hours ago was that is at 250 acres. However, it is looking like it has grown quite a bit since that time. Now, there are evacuation orders in place in the Meade area for this fire. It is burning really close to North Spokane as well, though, and even while we're standing here, we can see the smoke building up from other fires that are happening in the area as well, especially impacting here in North Spokane County. Now, we have updates as well on our website when it comes to these specific areas where you can go and get go if you have been evacuated from this fire. Now, we
go
are
to
told
Idaho?
That,
Why would I be going to
an
Idaho?
evacuation center at the middle school. However, there is at SFCC as well as the convention center, so you can go there if you do need to seek shelter, if you have been evacuated for your home. Of course, make sure they're staying safe. Make sure that you're checking on your neighbors, checking on people that might be alone at this time, and really just being with the community at this time and following those evacuation orders as well. If you have been in that Go Now area, stay up to date right here live on TV as well as on KXLY.com for the latest on those evacuation orders. Reporting live, Alexandra Konyarts for News Now.
Thank you so much, Alex. And that evacuation shelter at the Spokane Convention Center should be opening up in just the next few minutes here. Just
the shooting in and out's already over, guys.
You continue to manage this emergency state that we're in.
Yeah, and if you just need a landing point, if you're driving and you have no idea where to go, it doesn't mean you have to stay there. You can just maybe have a quick bite to eat, get a drink of water, and figure out your next steps, and there'll be a lot of resources there for you. Now, we did bring you that news conference with the Department of Natural Resources a few minutes ago, and our Derek Strom was attending that news conference. You want to check back in with him?
Sipping
Derek,
with the suppressed
are there any big
pistol.
takeaways when we're learning more about the fires that are burning in our area from the DNR?
So go get your suppressed yourself at TrapperOutdoors.com.
Spokane County Fire District 10 Station 5, where we talked to DNR just a few minutes ago. And Guy Gifford from DNR was able to tell me that the Old Trails fire is currently around 3,000 acres. They estimate that around 5,000 structures are threatened by this fire right now. We know that homes have been They weren't able to estimate how many. Another thing they were focusing on is the mobilization of resources from across the state. We've got a Bureau of Land Management truck right behind me that just passed by. I'm seeing fire vehicles from the fire department out here as well. They did say they're still kind of getting their bearings and starting to learn more about this fire. You can see the smoke behind me. We've got aircraft that have been circling the skies around here since we've been here. They don't know exactly where all those aircraft are coming from or how many there are right now. But they're hoping to continue to get more resources on this fire, continue to try and get it contained as best they can. Live in Airway Heights, Derek Strom.
I need a suppressor for my 9 mm.
Derek, thank you so much. We're just learning more details about these fires.
I need a suppressor for my 9mm and an RA.
DNR couldn't give us any specifics about how many homes have burned, what types of structures have been burned in this, but we are getting videos from people out there seeing homes that are being clearly impacted by this.
But you can't go to trapperoutdoors.com
there on your screen of North Indian Trail, some homes damaged or completely destroyed by fire, and just the devastation that people are experiencing as they're driving away from their homes here. And it's probably going to be some scenes we're seeing for the next few days here, Mary.
And it's important to remember as we're taking a look at this from
Chris,
far
you
back,
can go get a Napa air filter wherever you want.
The wide expanses of land that this is impacting, it goes down to the level of individual homes. Individual homes have been lost. The city did confirm that. We don't know exactly how many, but that is going to be the story for many people in our area.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick commercial break here, and we'll be bringing you updates all throughout the night.
Scoop out of the lakes and drop on the fire, and we also have those large and very large air tankers. They land and fill with that red stuff.
You can't go get a Napa oil filter?
You mentioned a number of structures are involved here. Can you confirm whether any of these are homes?
We haven't heard whether they're homes or outbuildings yet.
Okay. And everybody has been hearing, and we've confirmed with authorities, that it jumped the river, went into Spokane. Do we know at what point or what area it jumped the river?
No, I don't know where it is, where it jumped the river at or when.
Okay. Can you explain to us the plan of attack for the rest of the evening and the night?
The main plan of the firefighter is to continue focusing on first priority is life and then protecting structures. That'll be the plan.
But what? You're just working on your car.
And have you had to divide crews out? Because we know there's a number of there's at least 2 other fires in the area as well.
Resources are allocated by resources are often allocated to different fires. So yeah, there are many different fires, and resources being allocated them as appropriately.
And you were mentioning that a command team is coming in from out of state.
Yeah, what we have is what we call an instant management team. We have in-state management teams, but most of them are already on those large fires. So we have one coming in from California to help us manage this fire as it manages fire today and tomorrow.
No, that's the sad thing. He doesn't ship a lot of stuff to California. Like, he'll ship guns, like parts that he can, scopes, things like that, but kind of the crap thing if you live in Cali.
DEM is the best place to keep updated on those evacuations.
But if you live anywhere else, you can ship directly to your house.
Hold on one moment. Sean Owsley, our anchor, has a question as well. Sean, what do you want to ask?
Well, Heidi, I appreciate the live interview. I appreciate Guy's time. I've known Guy for 2+ decades. This is what he does. Specifically, ask him about the Indian Trail neighborhood, because we hear a number of homes have been lost. What has he heard specifically along Indian Trail and the number of homes lost?
Okay. Sean is asking about the specific Indian Trail neighborhood. Our viewers and our newsroom has been hearing that there's a number of homes lost there. What can you explain is happening in the specific Indian Trails neighborhood?
I don't know what's specifically happening in Indian Trail. I just know the firefighters are in all areas of the fire focusing on life and structure protection.
Okay. All right. Guy Gifford with the Department of Natural Resources, thank you so much. I won't leave this area. I'll stay at the Incident Command Post, Sean and Leslie. I'll let Guy go and collect some more information, but we'll be staying here and we'll check back with you in just a little bit. Reporting outside of the Old Trails fire, I'm Heidi Miley, Nonstop Local.
Heidi, I appreciate that, and Guy Gifford, I always appreciate his time. Let's take you back to Bradley Warren. And Bradley, when you were driving north on Northwest Boulevard, coming there to the
Do you think he's like really crappy at the fire, and so they told him like, go talk to the news and stay out of trouble?
VA Medical Center there. Obviously, Dwight Merkel, a complex, which we heard there are some structural burns there, but it is reportedly overall intact, according to the sheriff's office. But let's go to Bradley now, who has gotten out of his vehicle. And Bradley, your images of this first first time we've seen this close to the VA, this first time we've seen this close to Dwight Merkel. I'm just going to give you as much time as you need to explain what you're seeing and what you're dealing with.
Yeah, Sean, so we are just down the road. We went through open
Listen, radio.
into
you go over there and talk to the news.
Near Northwest Boulevard. And I want to walk over here. I do not know what's going on. It does look like crews are working right now to battle something. Of course, obviously the fire is spreading through trees right now, and we're in heavy smoke. If you look just over my shoulder, you can see the smoke coming up behind us. So this would be sort of the back end near the lower portion of Northwest Boulevard with the view, of course, of the hillside behind us. But this is our first time sort of being in this area today, and it does look like we've got crews staging here, and we're going to give them the space to work. But of course, you can just see how much is going in right now to battling this blaze. We've got 1, 2, 3,
just a little
4
bit.
vehicles over here. I'm not sure what the situation is down over here. It might just be a staging area, but of course, this neighborhood.
Listen, Jimmy.
Just down the road from
I
the
understand
VA
you want to be a
center,
firefighter, and that's very brave. So get your ass over there, talk to the news, and get off the line.
As they are battling this fire, and you know, Sean, you and Leslie were talking about what it could be comparable to. You know, I've lived here my whole life, just like you guys have, and I think the only thing that I could sort of mirror this experience to would be Malden. I was in Malden when that situation started, and then was there through the town, unfortunately burning to the ground. I don't want to say that that's what's going to happen here. I just want to give perspective. You have
God damn it, radio! You shit inside
You've
the
got,
engine's water tank.
Debris in the wind. You've got heavy wind. You've got smoke everywhere. You've got this haze in the sky. You know, the clouds are orange. That is what this reminds me of, is that situation. And there's no getting around that this is obviously not fun for anybody. I'm sorry for the people who are going through it. This is uncomfortable, and it's not fun, for sure. Right now, though, these fire crews, they are doing great work, and we're so appreciative to them. I was just speaking with Mayor Lisa Brown, who told me that crews are responding from multiple states and from across the region. While I was driving over here, I saw a Whitman County fire truck with a Whitman logo on the side. So we're getting mutual aid right now that is responding from across the board, and the state apparatus has been mobilized to help and service this fire. But this is probably, Sean, the closest we're going to get.
No, we're not making fun of the firefighters. We're just making fun of that one firefighter.
Orders,
because we don't think he's a firefighter. We think he's a volunteer that just kind of wandered in.
And we want to respect those. Again, we're in an area that was opened.
We respect the firefighters.
And we don't want to progress any further, just given that these crews do need the space to work. But you can see this black cloud of smoke over the trees here, and the wind blows, and you just see that pick up. I mean, that is what the crews are dealing with right now. The wind is just not on their side, and it is not assisting, and it's just the smoke in this area is just very thick. So a less than ideal situation. The VA center, Sean, to your point, is fine. It is okay, but of course everyone was evacuated out of an abundance of caution for the obvious reason. With the way the winds are moving and with the way things are going, you never know how that is going to shift or evolve. But right now, from our vantage point, this would be a not great situation as our crews are working to get a handle on it. As you see, wind right here picking things up in this area. And I'll just show you again a little more perspective. It keeps, every time the wind blows, we just see new smoke, new smoke, new smoke, new plume. So I think we're going to wrap things up here, Sean.
Does this idiot think that the wind brings the fire?
Things are getting heated over here
in
this area.
It moves the fire.
And we'll send it back to you with the way
buddy.
it sits right now. Evacuation order still level 3 in most parts of the area that we're in.
Gives oxygen, but
please respect and honor those. Sean?
Yeah, informative but respectful.
He holds that mic like he's holding a penis about shooting his face.
On that area that we've yet to see until you report. Thank you for that reporting. All right, I want to show you some new video into the Nonstop Local KHQ newsroom. And as we said, when all is said and done, there are going to be a number of homes that are no more, burned through by this major fire. 3 fires burning, the Old Trails fire. This video here, Spokane County, this sent in to us from Jennifer, and you can see that fire burning structures. This is right in the middle of a neighborhood. This is not what
I mean, he can be whatever he wants, but man, was he holding that mic weird.
Piece of video for you. This is near Riverside State
holding it
Park.
like really daintily back on the battery. I'm like, in the transfer, like, what the hell
you can see this is a different perspective right now of just how widespread that fire was. His home was on Bridget. It abutted right up to Riverside State Park, and we're told that home is now gone, simply destroyed by this fire. So we're getting new videos in, and it's a pretty ominous scene right now. And then take a look at this video here. This is out where Tori is reporting from.
Goddamn,
Fairview area, and burning in the tree lines here, the fence lines. You see a tremendous amount of overgrown sagebrush. In fact, let's continue our breaking
burning tree. Tell me the acts of God.
That video. Hi, Tori.
That's above the burning bush.
Sean, as of now, this fire has been updated from Spokane County Fire District 9 to 500 acres instead of 700 acres. I want to show you the scene right now. We have multiple fire crews on site. We're also seeing a flame line going on as well. If we zoom in to one of the fire trucks, there was an entire tree engulfed in flames. Looks like as of the past about 5 minutes, that tree has now been put out, but you can't see any more of beyond that. That's because the smoke is just continuously billowing in that area. I'm going to redirect you now to some of the flames that we see heading down the field here. We are
gotta
still
be more serious.
seeing
Sorry, gotta be more serious.
an entire area, almost an entire field, just engulfed in flames. Beyond that is going to be the charred ground from these flames. Lots of homes have been lost here. It is just heartbreaking to see. We're still, again, 500 acres, and you can actually see this line is closer towards those power lines. This area has a power outage that has been scheduled from Avista, so this area currently without power, so these power lines
how fast can that fire spread across that field, do you think?
Flames. So we'll keep you updated with the latest here from the Fairview fire. For now, live in Spokane, Tori Smith, Nonstop Local.
Tori, thank you. Let's head to Northwest Spokane, or SFCC. We have some brand new information coming in from that location. Checking back in with anchor Corey Howard.
Listen, I got to get the information from the tree about God.
I was just able to confirm with the Red Cross that this center here at Spokane Falls Community College is being shut down, and they are moving operations into downtown Spokane to the Spokane Convention Center. That
That's no bueno. That means the fire might be getting close.
Shelter for people to stay who have been evacuated from their homes. For hours now, it's been here at Spokane Falls Community College. But what happened was, according to Red Cross, they told me that the power went out here. The generator here at the college doesn't have sufficient power to power all the resources that they need for the people who've been evacuated. There's a lot of people here with medical issues. They need the sufficient power to power devices to keep everyone here safe and healthy. So again, Red Cross just confirming with me that the evacuation center, the shelter, will now be moved
and
from
the trees are speaking to me
down to
and they're saying,
oh
God, I'm burning.
Now is there are, I would estimate, I asked Red Cross specifically how many people are actually here at the Spokane Falls Community College. They didn't actually know a specific number, but just looking around, judging from the people out here on the lawn inside the gymnasium, you're looking at moving hundreds of people down to the convention center. So now the focus turns to how is that going to happen? It's not exactly clear yet, but if you are watching this and you do need a place to go, if you've been evacuated from those fires, the Spokane Convention Center will now be the main evacuation shelter for the Red Cross, Sean.
All right, some brand new information from our Corey Howard. The SFCC shelter is closing. That's been open for several hours
Oh,
now.
yeah, Grandma, take up that
redirecting
toke.
Everybody to the much larger facility, the Spokane Convention Center. Details and specifics from city officials in real time as they come in. Let's take you back up north and west of Suncrest. The Autumn Lane fire is burning there, and this is a major firefight in itself outside of the Old Trails fire. Rosemary Wright live.
Hi, Sean. Yes, tracking this Autumn Lane fire, and it's not good news. Spokane County Fire District 9 tells me their latest estimate, 500 acres burned. They have reports that the fire has fully jumped into Suncrest. Now, this fire is burning along both Spokane and Stevens County. It's really on the borderline. That last update from Stevens County Emergency Management was, they have this fire at 0% containment. Emergency Management reports discovering this fire just after 3:30 p.m. So it's absolutely exploded into hundreds of acres just over the last 4 hours here. Again, we've started to see that smoke plume actually move a little bit further west and away, whereas before the mass of the darkest portion of that smoke was actually coming towards us, and pretty rapidly too, as this is a very, very dry hillside. We've also seen very dark flames licking up and people with their homes fully packed into their cars evacuating. One man just pulled over and spoke to us. He says, my son's home is down there and I can see the fire creeping onto his property. He was telling us this was the dream home. Now that dream home might be gone. And again, we're just seeing these dark, dark plumes of smoke licking up into that white mass. Every time we see that, we know something is burning. We don't know if it's a tree. We don't know how many structures are threatened right now, but I can tell you there's homes here, there's farmland, there's livestock too. Again, this Autumn Lane fire, one to watch this evening.
All right, Rosemary Wright live for us. All right, let's get back over to Leslie tracking the latest conditions. And, the sun is setting. We saw that in Bradley's live picture, Corey's and Rosemary. So this becomes a nightfall fight on those fire lines, Leslie.
Which is incredibly difficult. I guess the plus side to that would be that we are expecting winds to come down a bit, and we are expecting those temperatures to come down a bit as well. I want to show you the plumes of smoke from space. You can see them right here. Very dense smoke. We are hearing some reports.
Oh, God damn it.
Up on information
Trump cancels planned strikes on Iran, saying the parameters of the deal have been agreed to. Until what, tomorrow?
Smoke seen from, again, space. This is a look at our current wildfires from Washington to Oregon, and it is dense. We have got numerous wildfires out there. Of course, we're paying attention to the three here closest to home. A new, smaller one, Market Fire, has just fired up, and we're working to get more information on that as well. It looks like it's North Hilliard area. Now, the wind direction as well as the wind speed plays such a huge role when we're talking about wildfires and the characteristics that we're watching for, especially as we push forward into the overnight hours. So winds still pushing in from the west, southwest, and west. That means the smoke, the flames are all pushing to the north and to the east of us. That is the direction that we are watching these fires as they move and as they
Apparently, there's a bunch of homes already on fire in Spokane, Washington.
Important.
They're already hitting neighborhoods.
Equally as important. We're seeing wind speeds.
Probably going to be as bad as the California fires.
It's at 25 miles per hour here in Spokane with wind gusts.
Combo, how many of you had today?
Still above that 30 mile per hour mark. We're at 34 miles per hour for wind gust in Spokane. So you think about that. A gust comes in, it picks up an ember from a fire, and it can spread that fire, can move that fire incredibly quickly, especially when we're talking about flames hopping from treetop to treetop, that crowning type of fire, which is the most critical and the most dangerous type of fire. So those are the conditions that our fire crews are dealing with as they head into the overnight hours. Now,
I mean, I'd say you had to. I just asked.
Slightly, and they normally do within the overnight hours as far as relative
mean, I'll take your money.
Goes, how dry the
I could
air
always use
is,
more
but
money.
we're still sitting at 25% here in Spokane, a little bit higher over towards Coeur d'Alene, and a little bit higher for areas down through the Palouse as well. But in the 20s, that is incredibly dry.
Bradley girl said she was going to donate $1 million
almost
today.
8 o'clock at night are still holding right there within the upper 70s for Spokane. We've got temperatures in the 80s over towards Coeur d'Alene, as well as down through Lewiston into the Tri-Cities. So warm conditions, dry conditions, the winds are continuing, and I don't really see them coming down until past that 9-10 o'clock hour. That's when they will slowly recede, but it's still going to be breezy tomorrow. Now, we do have the red flag warnings. They are in place. They were upgraded from a fire weather watch, and a huge thank you to our friends at the National Weather Service, because they put out that fire weather watch earlier on this week. We cannot do what we do without them. So appreciate, because we've had the heads up on this. We've been watching this throughout the week, and of course, unfortunately, it did switch over to a red flag warning. It was upgraded yesterday.
The flight radar is not going to tell me anything.
Which does mean critical fire danger in its
I thought you wanted to get rid of the flight radar. Now you want it
for the first time ever, National Weather Service of Spokane has attached a PDS. What does that mean? You've been hearing us talk about it a lot today if you've been with us. Particularly dangerous situation attached to this red flag warning. And boy, we have seen those conditions. In fact, these conditions have been going for 3+ hours. We've been on the air for now 4, I think going on 5 hours. I'm not exactly sure at this point. So again, this has been an extended event. It is so dry out there. We've heard that from our reporters actually picking up those dry fuels. We haven't seen much measurable rain in the last couple of months, and the winds certainly have been above that 30-mile-per-hour mark. And we are dealing with those relative humidity levels.
It's right behind her. It's burning. We see it.
That 30 percentile. I will just remind you again, and I'm sorry, I'm going to keep doing it because we are just in a critical situation right now. Please pay attention to the burn bans. They are statewide spread.
Did you say blow it up?
Properly discard of any extinguished cigarettes. And then you want to make sure you're keeping your vehicles off of dry vegetation. Avoid power tools, especially in the middle part of the day. And this is so important. Obey all of the orders from local officials. Local officials are working hard. They're working fast. They are working furious right now to make sure that you are safe. That includes our firefighters on the front lines and all of our emergency personnel and police officers who are out there trying to make sure everybody is evacuated appropriately.
I'm just playing with you.
All right, let's send it over to Bradley. Bradley, where are you at this point?
Leslie, we're just off Northwest Boulevard, and I do want to emphasize we went into an open road. There was no detour in place. We did not jump any perimeter that was established. But just to show you how quickly and potentially devastating this fire has become, we are watching crews right now battle a structure. No word on if it's a home or an outbuilding, but they do have, it looks like, their hoses fixed on top of a roof right now. So unfortunately, we can confirm structures have been lost. We know multiple have been lost. We do not have a number, but here just off Northwest Boulevard near the VA Center, we are watching crews actively battle a house on fire or a building associated with
I didn't know. He's the guy that was holding the mic all weird too.
One of the houses that's on the cliff that would be facing sort of the major portion of the fire. Of course, the fire has spread, and we've got a tanker over us now. It's air support that's really going to be critical in this blaze, and battling it because of the way the fire has been moving. And Leslie, you brought up this point a moment ago, in ember spreads and that continues forward motion. Well, we've got a lot of ash in the air here. When I was speaking with DNR earlier today, what they were telling me is the way the fire is moving is through treetops, which makes it that much more difficult to battle, which is why right now it hitting a structure is that much more frustrating, because of course crews are working to save the structure.
No, I would not take $1 million from you.
Resources from battling.
I would take enough to get me out of debt,
tree
and
fire
that's it.
that's currently spreading forward motion. So there's
Well, I am not
multiple
greedy.
different prongs at play. You've got trees that are burning high up, which make it difficult for crews, and now you've got structures burning. So it's a 1-2 punch for fire officials that are already spread thin. And of course, our fire crews do great work, but every single time, and you saw it there, got a gust of wind, it blows things out for a second, shifts it back, and blows it back up, which reactivates the smoke. So fire crews right now are doing a great job getting a handle on what they can get a handle
That's
on.
a rather ominous photo for that.
Burning around them.
That's the airplane graveyard when I looked on that aircraft.
Difficult as I'm now watching another tanker, it looks like, make some sort of approach. I'm not sure if that is a tanker with retardant in it or if it's a tanker with water, but we've watched a relatively consistent and steady pattern of aerial apparatus, and that's one thing that they're very good at. I've seen this at multiple fires. What happens is someone's on the ground working as sort of air traffic control, coordinating anywhere from 10 to 15 different aircrafts in the air in a line. So they're coordinating that drop, they're coordinating that pickup, they're coordinating that motion back to the hot spot. So we're watching that line right now, and the air apparatus do its job as our ground crews are here working to attempt to save structures in a very difficult situation. So that's the way it is. This in the neighborhood near the VA Center. Can confirm that the people that were at the VA Center have been taken to Shadle Park High School. They were evacuated. And the way it sits right now, this situation is going to progress into the evening. But our crews here, we have the best, and they are working very hard. Reporting live just off Northwest Boulevard, I'm Bradley Warren, Nonstop Local.
Bradley, thank you. In Northwest Spokane near Wellesley and Assembly, just outside the shadow of the VA there, that neighborhood. Bradley giving you a perspective there. Again, if you are just joining us,
well,
good evening, I'm
Sterling,
Sean Owsley.
it's usually based on your search history.
Listeners simultaneously broadcasting on Spokane Public Radio, SPR News. For all of you joining us, this is a major breaking event, a city emergency, a county emergency. County commissioners are meeting in about 5 minutes where it is highly anticipated.
What were you looking up to have boner pills put on the
emergency. At 6:15, the governor weighed in. As far as resources, Commissioner of Public Lands weighed in as well. Fairchild will house some people starting tomorrow. And then the SFCC shelter has closed. People are being now moved down to the Spokane Convention Center, obviously much larger capacity because this is a wide-scale emergency event here in our area. There is also a report of a new fire out west near Fairchild Air Force Base, Espanola Road. The location, we'll check in with that. But right now I want to bring in Ryan Roderick again from the DNR. Maybe he has some information on that, and then the key information on the other fires. This is just an ominous event, catastrophe that we haven't seen at this scale really in recent memory or even longer. Ryan, what are you seeing? What do you know?
This really is a critical situation, Sean. As you mentioned, we now have multiple starts throughout the inland Northwest due to that critical fire weather. And that is creating, as we've seen, some critical fire behavior. And again, I will reinforce that this is an event where if you are under a level 3 evacuation order, it is absolutely imperative that you heed that evacuation order, that you get to a safe distance as soon as possible. Not only is that for your safety and the safety of your neighbors, but it's for the safety of our firefighters as well. So if you are under a level 3 go now evacuation, please heed that order and remove yourself from that area as soon as possible. We do have mobilized state resources for this fire. There will be firefighters that are deployed throughout the state of Washington that are arriving as we speak on this fire. As Bradley mentioned, we are having heavy air presence over that fire and a significant amount of ground personnel. So crews are engaged throughout the state and both local fire districts and DNR resources to try to make as good a work as we can as we continue to staff this fire throughout the evening.
Ryan, as you were talking about the aerial battle against this fire, we were seeing those aircraft in the air and those pilots up there helping try and save what they can and knock this fire back down. As we are now, the sunset here is visible in this live picture. As you go into nightfall, outline the challenges for fire crews on the front lines when they lose daylight.
We'll be fighting this fire just as hard despite the absence of daylight. It does obviously present a challenge, but really what's more challenging right now, as we've been mentioning, is those wind conditions, those hot and dry conditions. But folks should rest assured that the resources are there throughout the night. We're going to continue to battle this fire. We're going to keep the air up there as long as we can, and then into tomorrow to continue to fight this.
Ryan, I don't know if you have information, but we know we've seen
Comrade's
video, still
feeling pretty good, and so is
burned, destroyed. Some of them just basically down to the foundation.
So is Tombo's. This could get interesting.
You've received, we've seen in the Indian Trail and reports coming out of the Indian Trail area that there are a number of homes that are lost. We know a home was burned right there on the boundary of Riverside State Park. What are you hearing on structures? How widespread, or is it just simply too early to have that type of specific information?
It's a little too early to tell. I will say that there are structures that are involved within the footprint of the fire, and there are structures that are under threat from the fire. And I will use that to reinforce the point again that if you are under a level 3
yeah, I put the flight radar up there for the
go now. Things can be replaced. Homes can be rebuilt.
For what's going on around the fire.
But
here's the thing.
Please,
I still think it's weird that the flight radar has the airplane graveyard as its image. Kind of freaking me out, man. Like a bad omen.
In the firefighting circles, you're immersed in this. This is your job. You tackle it. Allow everybody kind of pull back the curtain for them going into nightfall and how the different agencies coordinate and communicate with each other to come up with an efficient plan of attack.
We have a very advanced radio and communication system, including GIS modeling. We did overfly the fire with aircraft that gives us that size up. So crews are coordinating directly on the ground using the latest technology. So
I could try the zoom in.
Just rest assured that the firefight will continue. We're going to continue to fight this fire aggressively for as long as it takes.
All right, Ryan Roderick with DNR. Ryan, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for sharing with everybody. Our hearts are broken here. This is an event on a scale we've not seen. I personally, not in my lifetime. I was born in Spokane. Leslie hasn't seen this. This is something that we're going into the evening hours. This is still really on the preliminary stages of evaluating how widespread this is, how deep the damage is, how destructive these fires are, and that will come in the coming days to weeks. As we take another live picture, the sun is setting, the smoke plume evident on the horizon. Let's take you back to Corey Howard. Corey broke the news about 20 minutes ago that they're shutting down SFCC shelter and opening the convention center. Corey, what do you have right now?
Yeah, Sean, so the operation to move everyone from SFCC down to the convention center is slowly starting to take shape here at Spokane Falls Community College. We've been here for hours. We've been watching people arrive at the shelter. It's taken a lot to get people to this shelter. The paratransit from STA has dropped off.
All right, every dollar Comrade donates, Tombo has to match.
Ambulance
and
with 5 residents from
that's
her
the rule.
Family
Chat
home.
made it, not me.
It's an
I just follow the
undertaking to
rules.
get everyone here. It took a while to get people here that needed these resources. It's going to take a while to get everyone packed up and down to the convention center. But you see this line. We have, of course, the paratransit. We see the line of STA buses here all down in front of the evacuation shelter here at Spokane Falls Community College. I haven't seen anyone actually get on the buses yet. I'm about to go talk to STA to see if there is a plan right now. Maybe that's just getting going and we'll find out and let you know. But meanwhile, if you look above Spokane Falls Community College, you can see that coordinated air attack that you were talking about with Ryan, and of course Bradley mentioning it in his hit as well. These are tankers that are flying over this evacuation shelter, reminding these people if the billow of smoke behind them isn't doing the job, that there is still a major fight going on to save property and save lives in northwest Spokane. And as you can see, people starting to pack up here at Spokane Falls Community College to get down to the convention center. That will be the main evacuation shelter, and shelter being the key word there, because
they're going to like buses pick them up too to move them.
Services there. If people need a place to stay, that's where you will stay. They will have, of course, food, water, all of that, resources for maybe planning your next move from what is a devastating. I mean, you can't put it into words. You were just mentioning it, Sean. You lived here forever. I've lived here forever. We can't. I don't recall ever seeing anything like this. Of course, Firestorm 91 is being brought up a lot, but the good news is when stuff like this happens, the community steps up, and that's what we've seen at this shelter all afternoon. Is people.
I hated that show.
Exactly.
Everyone Loves Raymond.
We're going to continue following this.
Something about it, I wanted to just strangle Raymond.
Down to the convention center.
I part of me wished that there was a gas leak inside the house to just kill the whole family.
What the plan is, getting all these people from here.
It's like Malcolm in the Middle, like the same thing with the abusive mother. I'm like, man, why did no one hit that bitch with a bus?
In the Suncrest area for the Autumn Lane fire, where we saw a huge plume of smoke really grow behind Rosemary Wright, and now we have flames in the tree lines. Rosemary.
Get the gas explosion. Your hometown's on fire. That's no bueno.
Sean, here at the Autumn Lane fire, I wanted to give you an update.
I saw some of the buildings were on fire too. It looked pretty bad.
Is here right now. We are seeing trees absolutely swallowed up by the flames. We knew that we were seeing dark licks of smoke coming up. We thought it might be trees. Now we're getting a close look at the destruction happening here off of North Craig. That last update from Spokane Fire District 9, this fire has jumped into Suncrest area. They are estimating 500 acres burned. The last update from Stevens County
I don't know who watched that damn show and liked it.
0% containment tonight. I'm not sure if my photographer Rachel is able to pan over. We can see a family on
I remember watching it one whole episode.
Half an hour,
I got through one whole episode because I was getting a haircut, and
and they're one of several. We've got lots of cars and trucks that have been lining the road, pausing here for a moment and just watching the flames burn. Again, we had one man who stopped and spoke to us. He said, "That's my son's property that you're seeing burn down there. That's his dream house." He's not sure if
halfway through the episode, I asked the barber to take the straight razor and just slit my throat.
Here at the Autumn Lane fire, we'll be watching this very closely. We're following the flames. We'll keep you updated as we see more.
Well, I'm waiting to see what Comrade drops and seeing if he's willing to take up the gauntlet to challenge you.
Lots of dry brush on the ground, even though that temperature is starting to come down a little bit. We've got a long night ahead, Sean.
Rosemary, and stay a safe distance from those flames. Appreciate your reporting there. Obviously heading into Suncrest. I do want to mention one other area, and this was put out on social media. We have confirmed it. Deer Park United Methodist Church is offering shelter for 50 people. That's Deer Park United Methodist Church.
I'm putting it right now. Hold on.
People. Obviously, another shelter that is opening up. Massive facility is the Spokane Convention Center.
God damn it! It won't let me do the whole link.
Shelter tonight. And
let me do that.
A kind word from the person next to him and some water. Here's a live picture for you now of the Spokane Convention Center. The mayor agreeing to open this up in coordination with other officials.
I got to do math. Hold on.
We also told you that there was an emergency meeting scheduled for 8 o'clock with the county commissioners about a state of emergency. We're told now, tentatively, that has been pushed back to 8:30. So about
the math is the easy part. Me making sure that the goddamn program actually puts in what you want.
Emergency based on the images that you've been seeing on your phones and social media feeds and here on television and through our streaming service over the last 6 to 7 hours here as that fire started outside of
Jeez, it is not 800 Canadian.
Has just tipped $75.
Fire starts in
Join me
other
on
areas.
Star Citizen Star 45
on
MK
what
says.
is one of the most catastrophic events we have seen in our lifetimes here in the Spokane.
800 Canadian pesos.
It's really tough to see. It's tough to report on, but it's the toughest for the people that are outside of their homes, and they're scared, they have anxiety, and they do not know if they have homes
120,
to go back to.
yes, 120 cats. 900.
Sean, that's exactly right. Many of these people that are coming from the Fairview fire don't have homes to go back to.
There, I dropped the link in the chat.
Watched their homes burn.
Do you guys want to play Star Citizen with me and Comrade? He's on there more than me, but that's his link.
Now approximately
do you guys join? It's free fly right now. Click on it.
We're still seeing
and then sign up.
Fire personnel.
And then he gets a little goodie and you get some goodies.
And it looks like the flames have died down over here where we are standing on North Fairview Road. This area was engulfed in flames. We saw homes starting to burn. We saw this field burning.
Moses Lake.
And we're still watching it now. We're still seeing flames in this area. So we're continuously tracking this. We have seen the smoke die down just a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of blue skies as of right now, and the smoke is starting to move further off towards the east. And something else that we did notice in this area
is lake, but this is
wildlife has actually been coming out into this field here, likely because their homes have burned to the ground as well. It's just heartbreaking news for everyone involved, Sean.
Yeah, certainly is.
Lady, they're animals. They'll find a new home. Like, they live in the woods.
The winds, they were a concern all day. They fueled this fire. They're concerned going into tonight, and they're a concern tomorrow, Leslie.
Yeah, and we're hearing from our reporters, and actually many of you as well, a little bit of a shift in where they're seeing the direction of the smoke. And let me explain. So let's get a look.
Sign up for free anyways, Chris.
At what we're seeing. Again, I'm going to zoom in on the fires that we are seeing out there. Old Trails Fire, the biggest one, Fairview, and the Autumn Fire, and then a new smaller one still working to get information on that, the Market Fire. So as far as direction of the winds, and you can actually see our future cast of smoke blowing everything now to the east. So we're seeing that easterly push because winds are coming in now from the west for Spokane. So that push of the winds from the west is going to drive
Moses Lake looks more like a river.
Winds still pretty high out there. We're seeing sustained winds at 24 miles per hour. That is steadily blowing winds. So above that 20-mile-per-hour mark, that again makes things incredibly difficult for our firefighters out there. You combine that with, again, wind gusts that are upwards of 34 miles per hour that can take an ember from a fire and spread it quickly, especially when we're talking about flames hopping from treetop to treetop. This is how a fire can spread over a river, a lake, or a roadway, and that is exactly what we have been seeing out there. So winds coming in from the west, wind gusts at 34 miles per hour. It is still dry out there with relative humidity levels in the 20s, 25% right now in Spokane, 23% in the Spokane Valley, and we've got temperatures, and you heard Rosemary talk about that, coming down a bit, but we're still sitting firmly in the mid-70s.
See, Chris, you could sign up, and then you could just sit there with a beer and then work on somebody else's ship, firing guns or mining.
Conditions again for firefighters. We have red flag warnings. They've been in place since yesterday. They were upgraded from fire weather watches.
Little Falls, Long Lake, Spokane River.
Anticipation of critical fire danger for today. Our red flag warnings, I just took a double check. They expire tonight at 11 p.m. But we're not off the hook just yet because we still have breezy conditions through tomorrow. Lots of questions about air quality, and that smoke is dense in some areas. Now, again, the winds pushing that smoke to the east as those winds are coming in from the west. We still, for the most part, have moderate air quality, but you see those pockets up across the northern mountains and over towards the panhandle, shaded in red and in orange. That is unhealthy and unhealthy for sensitive groups. You're going to see that smoke again as the fires and the winds continue to push
Montana.
that smoke
That's really
to
too far
the east of us. Now, winds do come down a bit overnight tonight, but we are still expecting breezy conditions as we head into our day on Sunday. So we are not out of the woods just yet. We will get that cool down overnight tonight. That is good news. That is helpful. You think about all the equipment that our firefighters have to wear, dealing with the heat, not only of the day, but of those fires as well. So some relief in temperatures. Winds will come down a bit. I'm not looking for winds really to die down until past that 9, probably 10 o'clock hour, and that's when we'll start to see them recede a bit. Now we get a little bit of a break in temperatures tomorrow, Sean. We'll head down into the mid-70s, but you can see we climb right back up again as we get into this next week. We're back into the 90s by Wednesday. We have got dry conditions that are expected as we get into the remainder of this next week as well. So while we've got red flag warnings that are set to expire, the PDS will also expire. We've still got critical fire danger. We're in the heat of the summer months right now, and we are certainly seeing some very grave conditions over the last, how many hours?
Probably in the 70s is really nice.
Add it up. 5, 6, 7.
Some of the lakes I worry about fishing in now.
Leslie, my fear here is by tomorrow we're going to understand the destruction is much wider than
why do you lose power? Because you guys got fires up there too.
Are trying not to. It's hard. It's hard to wrap your head around it, and I can't remember which official said it, but as
Tombo, did you pass out?
The sun comes up tomorrow morning. It's going to be devastating for our community.
I'm just trying to part something here.
Just break in a million different pieces because this is tough. This is really
Which
tough.
airport?
This is tough, and the impact is massive. All right.
Because Spokane Airport's right there.
Where that fire is burning in the Suncrest area, Rosemary.
Alaska Airlines, what are you doing?
At the Autumn Lane fire, unfortunately, things are worsening. We've actually got a deputy standing by telling us
this guy though came all the way from Moses Lake,
in a different location, as unfortunately the flames just behind me are making their way closer and closer. We've been watching this tree line absolutely just enveloped in smoke. There's lots of small fire starts along the ground, and then of course we've been seeing black smoke lick up as some of those trees are totally burned. Not just us out here, but also several families and neighbors also watching the destruction. All of us are about to pack up and move to a different location. Got to let fire crews get in there and do what they need to do. Again, unfortunately, looks like we have a very long night ahead. I'm not sure if you can hear just how windy it is out here right now. Lots of dry brush along the ground as well.
There's only one way you can find out a telling guy. You need to walk up to her and go, how you doing?
Grow and grow since we arrived just a few hours ago. That last update from Fire District 9, 500 acres burned. Stevens County Emergency Management reports discovering this fire at around 3:33 p.m. So over the last 5 hours, it's really just exploded. Again, we're going to pack up and move now and hope that fire crews can get a handle on this thing. We have seen some of that air response grounded for now. Haven't seen a plane go up in quite a while, but earlier they were dropping retardant and water. We'll have to see if that resumes or if that's wrapping up for the night, Sean, because this fire, it's still burning.
All right, thanks very much, Rosemary. Let's go back to Bradley.
Today. Diane, what was that like when you were evacuated from the place you live?
I had to put my bomb down.
It was like the only thing I could think of was SMASH. Bugging out.
I grabbed my gun and I headed out. I told those cops, you try to take my gun, I'll blow your fucking head off.
Leave. Loon Lake. My sister and I lived up there. It was a bit of a shock. And
your
when
yellow
we were
jacket?
driving here, we saw the
Chris
houses
is secretly flying the plane.
And that was a revelation. You can't unsee that.
MASH was a wonderful show.
You really can't unsee that. That was
it wasn't a chicken. It was a baby.
You don't see that in Washington. You see that on the news in California. Yeah. That's ugly. That is really ugly.
And Diane, we were just talking about the kind of people that are here and the kind of state that they are in. What can you say about that when you look?
We don't have the money for a new dog right now.
They're very fragile. There's a lot of very.
I want a fence in the front yard first.
There's. Right here, they're mainly from adult family homes.
What you need, Chris, is you need a 458 SOCOM with a drum. Oh, wait, you're in California,
They
Mike.
need to be home, not sitting outside in the wind.
And are you thankful that this place is here for them to stay at?
Very much so. It's a good, it's good, but it's not a long-term situation by any means. It's good that we have
Back when the thing erupted, I shit my pants in fear.
Disaster relief is
That's just fine.
Fantastic, but there's a lot of very fragile people here.
There are, and it's really sad to see.
Washington used to be the place everyone ran from California and Oregon.
People are moving on to
Then
buses
you sons of
slowly.
bitches
For more
found
information,
us.
check the city's emergency management page. Live
Actually, you
from
can get a
Spokane Falls
458
Community College, sunny day, 4
SOCOM
News
in
now.
California. You can't get the
Sunny,
drum.
thank you so much.
That's why
More
you make friends
information
in
is coming
Oregon.
to our newsroom from the National Guard.
2 units have now been mobilized to help assist
Or
with
Nevada.
the fires that are burning here in Spokane. We did hear from our state leaders a little earlier today, just talking about how these resources were starting to come in.
You can't
now,
buy
these
them.
National Guard units are mobilizing
But if you
tonight
magically
to help both
possess
the city of
them, who's
Spokane
gonna
as
say
well
it?
as Spokane County with these wildfires. They've specifically mobilized the 141st
The Polish border
Security
guards yelling at
Forces
migrants,
Squadron
"Fuck you!"
from
They
Fairchild
don't
Air
care
Force
in Portland.
Base
They keep-
and the
they're keeping it
194th
Polish.
Security Forces Squadron from Camp Murray. They're going to be about 30 members that are going to be in the Spokane areas tonight trying to help our authorities with whatever they need in the next couple of days here. And we do know that there is a fire that is burning right out there near Fairchild Air Force Base right now in Medical Lake that we are keeping tabs on. Jason Valentine is starting to see smoke from that fire pop up on our sky cam. So
Yeah, we're
we'll
going
be
to take a
bringing you
little
that
break
latest
here, a
information
little
here
palate
in just a little
cleanser.
bit.
We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back after that with just more updates. We want to keep you.
Oh, people don't like it when I cuss. But I have a mouth like a sailor, so,
Dobrze! Dobrze, trzymać to, trzymać! Dobrze! Fuck you! Move, you fuckers! Move! Nie zostań! Dobrze! Dobrze, trzymać to, trzymać! Dobrze! Fuck you! Move, you fuckers! Move!
Oh, God. All right. Back to the fire.
Have said, Sean, if you were playing in that, if you haven't checked your email, he said he just got an email confirming that the Spike and Dig tournament is indeed canceled. So they will not be doing this 2-day tournament. They will not be doing games tomorrow. So if you're a player, I'm sure you already know that. But if you haven't checked your email, check their website as well. But yeah, Sean, we are just here at Spokane Falls. We are going to continue to monitor this operation to get people.
Happy those people
from
are
down there,
dancing
or
with
from
the
here
fire.
down to downtown
They probably
Spokane.
dance like
Again,
that during
Spokane is
COVID
also
too.
on scene
People
here.
are
They
dying.
actually,
You start
offering to
dancing, you're
take
like, oh
people's animals.
God,
Of course,
what's wrong with
any
you?
Red Cross shelter, you can bring your animal if you want, but Spokane is also showing up saying if you need a place a safe place for your animal to be, they can take it as well. They're putting out that offer, but I did talk to Spokane. They said not a lot of people take him up on that
Is
because in a time like
DSP in
this,
Washington?
being separated from your pet isn't exactly something you want to do. Take a listen.
That dude's like a cockroach, though. I don't know.
The Red Cross and Heart with the evacuation orders currently in effect for Spokane County. The fire's going on so we can help with the companion animals and the co-housing that's happening with their human people here.
And yeah, we've seen dogs, we've seen cats, we've seen mice and rats as well down here at Spokane Falls as people taking their beloved pets out of their homes and to safety. And again, this is what we're watching right now, Sean, is this line of STA buses waiting for people to load up, take them down to the convention center. The paratransit over there is standing by as well for people with mobility issues. We've also seen AMR here for transport as well. So it's a coordinated effort. A lot of people here trying to just make sure everyone is safe and they can get to where they're going and they can get those resources, that food, a snack, water, anything to kind of help them through this as some people are going to be spending the night in that Red Cross evacuation shelter, Sean.
Very Howard. Corey, I know you've been jumping from place to place. Appreciate your hustle and your reporting. It's important to get that information out there. Thank you. All right, let's bring Leslie back in, tracking the latest on the forecast. As we heard Ryan Roderick from DNR, Leslie say, nightfall doesn't stop them. They're going to be hammering this fire as hard as they can.
Yeah, they'll be working through the overnight hours. And I want to get right to this because we've got a brand new fire that has just come in. It's called the Espanola fire. And right now, Watch Duty has got it
so
at
a new fire sounds like it started.
This is located out in Medical Lake on West Thorpe Road. Again, the Espanola fire. In addition to that,
one DSP can only cover so much fire.
The Old Trails fire, that is our biggest fire.
I mean, he's fat, but he's not that fat.
Fire. Again, overnight, we're going to continue to follow this very closely. Winds, big player. We're seeing those winds come in from the west. So for those of you who are like, I'm seeing that smoke kind of do a little bit of a shift. Yes. Now with the winds coming in from the west, everything is pushing to the east of us. So that is where that fire will be directed, as well as any smoke as we head through the overnight hours. Wind speeds, we're watching these 24 miles per hour, sustained winds over 20 miles per hour. We're still seeing some wind gusts at about 34 miles per hour here in Spokane. This is incredibly important because this tells you what those firefighters are up against. Battling those flames with winds like this is incredibly difficult. This is what takes an ember from a fire and spreads it quickly. So in fact, as we head overnight tonight, this is going to be our biggest issue as relative humidity levels go up and temperatures come down. Now, wind speeds are set to slow down a bit as we head overnight tonight. I've been talking about that, but I'm not seeing that slow down until we head past that 9-10 o'clock hour. This is a current look at our futurecast for smoke. So again, that shift in the push of the smoke in the direction now pushing westward. You can see again areas shaded in yellow and in red. That is where we're seeing the most dense of that smoke. We'll continue to watch that trajectory as we head overnight tonight, again pushing everything to the east of us. Relative humidity levels, like I said, they will slowly come up. Our temperatures will slowly come down. We're still sitting, however, within the mid-70s here in Spokane, as well as Coeur d'Alene. I do want to check in really quickly if I can. I'm going to shift over to our cameras because I've had a couple people check in with me trying to get out to say Indian Trail past up towards Suncrest, and some of those roadways are closed at this time. I'll take you in. I've zoomed in. You see the areas that are shaded in purple. This is where we have road closures. They will not let you through at this point. So again, road closures. You can see those headed up towards Suncrest at 5 Mile, 7 Mile right there. We've also got a portion of Francis that is closed right now as well. So I'll take you to some of those cameras, and we've got police personnel that are out closing those roadways. Northbound lanes are going to be closed. They're continuing. That one's a little bit fuzzy, but they're continuing to try to get people evacuated quickly and safely. So please heed their warnings, listen to their direction. They're going to get you to the safest spot. This is a current look at Maple and Francis. You can see very little traffic there. Again, northbound lanes are currently closed and blocked off. Division and Francis, you can see that there. We do still have some traffic that is going. It is loosened up a little bit. That is good news there. That means that we are getting people where they need to be. And Country Homes Boulevard and Cedar Road, again, very quiet because, again, we've got those closures going on out there. Sean? This is a very serious situation as we head into the overnight hours tonight. Again, the firefight does not stop just because the sun sets. So our fire crews will be out there working fast.
He's a streamer that's like a cockroach.
As well as all of our emergency personnel and our police officers trying to make sure that everybody is evacuated promptly and safely and headed in a direction that will keep them safe throughout the overnight hours.
Yeah, we want everybody to stay safe.
Yeah, we do.
Obviously, structures are gone. Lives can't be replaced. Leslie, thank you. It is 8:26 now. We've been on the air for about 5 hours. And we also want to mention to you that the county commissioners should be meeting here in a matter of minutes. They will declare a state of emergency. They haven't confirmed that yet. That's what they're talking about. How could they not, with the wide scope of this catastrophe hitting the West Plains, Indian Trail, 5 Mile, Fairview, Suncrest areas. We've never seen something this widespread. And I don't say that lightly. That's the truth. That's what we're seeing right now. I can tell you in the videos that we've seen on social media, we have to vet those.
Here, you want to see who
there are
Dark Side Phil is?
Gone on several different neighborhoods. Let's take you back to Bradley Warren, just near Francis Avenue. I know there's tremendous destruction along Indian Trail, and we can see the smoke in the air where you are, Bradley.
Once we get a little break, I'll put him on.
Yeah, Sean, we're just off 9 Mile, and I want to just give you that perspective. Every time I say it, the wind blows. We see that smoke and that fire become more active and reactivate. Our friends from the Washington National Guard are currently manning this line as we've got a Vista crews currently going beyond the line to assist in de-energizing lines that could be down. So we've got our Vista crews now on scene working with our friends from National Guard, the Washington State National Guard that Governor Bob Ferguson notified was activated for this blaze that's burning some 2,000 plus acres. But again, we're getting some wind right now. You're seeing that black smoke become more active. Sean, we're just down the road from the Dwight Merkel complex, or formerly known as the Joe Albee area. From what we understand, the complex is okay, but again, we're not just a stone's throw away from it. So that just gives you perspective.
That's not good, Lisa. Make sure you keep your phone on hand and charge, just in case. There's a lot of people who have been evacuated to the college.
Traffic, and he told me that basically everything further down, there is significant fire burning in that area. And again, you can see the flame that is kicking up right here on one of these trees. Looks like it just extinguished. So that's some good news right there. But unfortunately, of course, it could reactivate with the wind, as we are seeing.
So hopefully your family's okay. They went up to the college to evacuate. Now they're moving to the.
That much more difficult as we head into the evening
now they're
hours,
moving down to
is
the.
Frustrating because as we lose the daylight, we lose the ability to have the air apparatus on this fire. The way the fire was spreading earlier in the day when I spoke to DNR, it was tree to tree, which makes it difficult for our fire crews to actually battle because.
They made it to the convention center now. So hopefully they just.
Wildfire. This is more
towers could be out right now.
With a forest
power
fire.
could be out in certain areas, so just keep your phone on hand, and hopefully they're okay.
Which makes it that much more difficult, especially in an urban area. So our air apparatus is still up right now. I can see planes, but as it gets darker, that is a resource and a tool that we lose. I think the best just piece of advice that I can give everyone right now, wherever you are, hunker down. The chances of any evacuation orders being lifted, that's just probably not going to be the case at all. Given how active
for me,
this
it's
is.
just above me.
Stay away
I'm in
from
Oregon.
the area.
So
nothing is important beyond.
I'll
the
be
fire
watching
line.
this for a while, so
important. And
you in Kentucky, you can get some info.
That is a hard thing to
I'll
have
be
to
also
deal
looking
with.
at stupid people because
this
stuff's kind of
okay. And we are watching this fire very actively burn and destroy things. I've seen a house burn
kind of
now,
hard on
and
people.
I feel for those people.
Tried to throw something else in there to kind of make it
very
less
real and could become very dangerous. So let's listen to our fire officials that are currently working the lines. Our friends from the Washington State National Guard that are here doing great work. We appreciate them being here. And hunker down for an evening that will unfortunately be more difficult. We'll monitor this, Sean. We are here. If anybody has questions that they want answered, they can reach out to me on Facebook. Just search Bradley Warren. I'm attempting to get those answered for you. Speaking with fire crews, our friends from the state. I've been speaking with a plethora of the federal apparatus as well. I know that Senator Cantwell has been briefed on this, and if that request for additional federal resources come in, we know Congressman Baumgartner along with Senator Cantwell have both said that they will work actively to get those additional resources to our area. Sean, I'm going to send it back to you.
What am I doing research on?
Reporting live on 9 Mile. I'm Bradley Warren on Sup Local.
Darling
thank you
has
so
just
much. Just off Francis there, right where it turns into 291. That's where Bradley was reporting from. Let's show you some videos from all over the area throughout the afternoon into the evening. This video here, this is a home that is no longer.
Thank you, Darling, for the 10. We're almost up to, well, we are up to 200.
This was a home
let's aim for 300.
Up to Riverside State Park, and that home is
Getting
gone,
them bills
destroyed.
paid.
No images like this echo throughout our entire community right now. We just don't know how deep the impact and the destruction is. This is video from the Fairview fire where the fire burned along the fence line there, as you can see, sagebrush, and then up into the tree. This was a few hours ago, so that tree is no longer. Once it gets up into that tree, if there are adjacent trees, it can really run. We saw evidence of that in the fire behavior in Riverside State Park in the 4 to 5 o'clock hour as we've been on the air reporting. Look at the smoke plume. This really present across the entire area, no matter the vantage point where you live, your neighborhood. If you look up, you saw it. And this is from the Old Trails fire that began along Grove Road and quickly grew exponentially, driven by northeasterly winds that pushed that fire, helped it jump the river. Spokane River is pretty wide there along the Centennial Trail in Riverside State Park. Jumped the river and then into the Indian Trail area.
Oh, I already have fire threats in my area.
We've had people report it took them 4 hours to get out of traffic.
For the most part where I'm at right now.
Moving.
There is smoke and stuff, but
there, which is right
I have
near the Indian Trail Shopping Center. Rudder Parkway has been affected.
I have a bug out bag that has ammo for the AR in it, and my hunting clothes and other stuff. And then the truck has emergency stuff in it too. And then we have box MREs that is thrown in the back.
Officials.
It has blankets and everything else.
This fire.
And then with the roads we go through,
from west to east.
I'm in Oregon.
Northwest quadrant.
But Oregon's having fires too. Not nearly as bad. Chris is just making sure I'm okay.
We just arrived here along Highway 2. I'm checking where Espanola Road is. That's what I'm near. And we are about 20 miles east of Davenport. We are west of Fairchild Air Force Base. And as we were
driving I know a couple of the fire trails to bypass the highways.
We've been seeing a number of emergency vehicles
in almost any direction
ground,
I need
but
to.
we've seen at least
just in
two,
case, they're all
three
blocked.
Helicopters over a fire that is to the south of Highway 2. I was looking for confirmations on this, and it already is a named fire. It's not just a smoke check. They've confirmed this is a fire, and they are calling it the Espanola fire. As we were coming out here, at least 2 different law enforcement vehicles had their sirens on, and they were rushing out here. So, 1, the smoke in the air, and 2, those vehicles told us we were on the right track. We were going in the right direction. As we came upon Espanola Road, there is a
they named fires so they can refer to them easier.
That road, you can't get in. Only the emergency vehicles can. I see people coming out, though. I see lights on cars that appear maybe to be normal passenger cars coming out. And along the area where the smoke is coming out, I see a tree line. I see some farms, some farming fields, and at least maybe 12 units with flashing lights above them. They're near the smoke plume. With the winds, it looks like the winds are moving the white smoke plume to the east towards Spokane. Again, as I say, we have seen at least 2 helicopters over the area. One went above our head as you were almost coming to me there. So this is a fire that we're just confirming. We're just working to find out information for you. We are seeing a big response there. I'm standing just in a parking lot along Highway 2 where a number of vehicles are. I have no idea about any evacuations, but there are a number of just citizens and people in passenger cars waiting here in this same parking lot.
This is the punch in the dick fire.
I'll be, working to ask people if they live in the area, that kind of thing. I can tell you it's still very windy out here. It's a little bit chillier than it was earlier when we were on the near the evacuation line for the Old Trails fire. I can share a little bit of information with you, Sean and Leslie, about the Old Trails fire and about a number of the fires in our area. A short time ago, you saw me at the briefing with Guy Gifford with Department of Natural Resources. After we were on live with you, I went and asked him a few questions because that District 10 fire station that we were at is the incident command right now for the Old Trails fire, but likely come tomorrow when the incident command team comes in from California, incident command for that fire and a number of fires in our area is going to move to Mount Spokane High School. I asked Guy, I said, hey, is that off the record or is it public knowledge? Can I tell the public? He said, go ahead and tell everybody. But not only will they be managing the Old Trails fire out of Mount Spokane, but a number of the other fires fires that we've been covering today. All right, Sean and Leslie, I'll work to get a little bit of information on this Espanola
This
fire.
is the Chilliwack fire.
Reporting along Highway 2 east of Davenport, I'm Heidi Miley, Nonstop Local.
All right, Heidi, thank you. It's a brand new fire burning there. As Heidi confirmed it, you could see the smoke in the tree line there. There's out off of Espanola Road, as Leslie mentioned earlier, Thorpe Road, some of the boundaries for you to give you a better proximity of where that is burning along the West Plains. That is a brand new fire. That is separate from the Old Trails fire that started earlier this afternoon near Grove Road. We are also getting some brand new information into the Nonstop Local KHQ newsroom right now. They have expanded the level 3 evacuation zone for the Autumn Lane fire. That's where Rosemary Wright is, up in the Suncrest area. And now the level 3 evacuation zone for that fire is overlapping with the level 3 evacuation boundary for the Old Trails fire. So the evacuation zones are overlapping. The fires have not merged, and we sure hope that will never be the case. Fire crews doing everything they can to stop that from happening. But the level 3 evacuation maps now overlay between the Autumn Lane fire and Suncrest and the Old Trails fire burning along Riverside State Park, West Plains, Indian Trail. Evacuations took hours to get off the 5 Mile Prairie for there, and that evacuation zone.
The Southern California home of the Exorcist star Linda Blair was searched Friday as Los Angeles County authorities investigated reported kennel operation that allegedly housing more than 100 dogs, according to people.
Cut its way through the tree lines, jumped from tree to tree there through Riverside State Park. So Autumn fire, the Autumn Lane fire as it's called officially, level 3 evacuations. The boundary has expanded for all of you up in the Suncrest area. This is along 291, Highway 291. Not a good scene as the sun sets here on the Inland Northwest. We will continue to bring you the newest information as it comes in real time. We don't know the latest information as far as another news conference or access to city and county officials, but we imagine that could come on the horizon. The minute we know, you'll know. That's our job for you tonight, and to keep you informed with measured information that we are confirming it. It's important to be accurate. It's not important to be first on something like this, and we're going to continue to do just that for you. That's our job, and we take it very seriously. For all of you that are evacuated, there are shelters you can go to. The convention center, the main one, just opened a short time ago. STA taking people from the SFCC to the convention center, as our Corey Howard reported. And there is a Deer Park Methodist Church. They say they will take up to 50 people. And right now, about 30 minutes ago, I spoke in detail with Ryan Roderick from DNR. I want to give you just a portion of our conversation. It's a brand new perspective of what they're facing on the front lines.
This really is a critical situation, Sean. As you mentioned, we now have multiple starts throughout the Inland Northwest due to that critical fire weather, and that is creating, as
I think
we've
Tombo
seen,
passed
critical
out.
fire behavior. And again, I will reinforce this is an event where if you are under a level 3 evacuation order, it is absolutely imperative that you heed that evacuation order, that you get to a safe distance as soon as possible. Not only is that for your safety and the safety of your neighbors, but it's for the safety of our firefighters as well. So if you are under a level 3 go now evacuation, please heed that order and remove yourself from that area as soon as possible. We do have mobilized state resources for this fire. There will be firefighters that are deployed throughout the state of Washington that are arriving as we speak on this fire. As Bradley mentioned, we are having heavy air presence over that fire and a significant amount of ground personnel. So crews are engaged throughout the state and both local fire districts and DNR resources to try to make as good a work as we can as we continue to staff this fire throughout the evening.
Just a portion of my conversation. I also talked to him about going into Sunset and fighting that fire at night.
We'll be fighting this fire just as hard despite the absence of daylight. It does obviously present a challenge, but really what's more challenging right now, as we've been mentioning, is those wind conditions, those hot and dry conditions. But folks should rest assured that the resources are there throughout the night.
You know, the amount of people that don't want to call EMS is
we're going to keep
ridiculous.
the air up there as long as we can, and then into tomorrow to continue to fight this.
And I also asked Ryan about 30 minutes ago about the damage to structures. Obviously, it's all preliminary information that he's receiving, and the bigger picture coordination going forward between multi-agencies to fight this fire.
We have a very advanced radio and communication system, including GIS modeling. We did overfly the fire with aircraft that gives us that size up. So crews are coordinating directly on the ground using the latest technology. So as night falls, just rest assured that the firefight will continue. We're going to continue to fight this fire aggressively for as long as it takes.
Ryan Roderick from DNR with me about 30 minutes ago. All right, so that is a reset of what we're dealing with. 2,500 acres to possibly 3,000 acres, the last official report from DNR on the size of the Old Trail fire. And here is a picture for you of the smoke plume from day transforming to night. The firefight goes on as we become nightfall here in the Inland Northwest. So anywhere upwards of 3,000 acres for the Old Trails fire, 700 acres for the Fairview fire, and where Rosemary was up in Suncrest, they've just expanded the level 3 evacuation map. It now overlays the evacuation boundary for the Old Trails fire, so they are closer to each other. They have not merged at this time. But this fire was fierce. It moved quickly. It jumped the river. It jumped Highway 291. It burned through Indian Trail. 5 Mile Prairie was evacuated. That evacuation boundary all the way to the Division corridor. So from the West Plains to Division. You're looking at images here of some of the structures that have burned. Firefighters are doing all they can to save the ones that are still standing, but some of them just, the fire came too swiftly and hit those homes. Luckily, hopefully, people got out. We have no reports of any people injured at this time. Obviously, that can change. Let's bring in Corey Howard, who's been covering the shelter on the northwest part of town. I'm not sure if you're on the move this moment, Corey, but you're at SFCC, but you're just outside where they were staging there, and then obviously they are transporting people downtown.
Yeah, Sean, I think we're just about to be on the move here, as is most everyone else here at the Spokane Falls Community College Red Cross Evacuation Center, because as we mentioned here for the last hour or so, STA getting ready to transfer everyone from here down to the Spokane Convention Center, counting 9 buses lined up here, all on and ready to go. The line goes all the way out to Wistock's Lane there. So STA is ready to take all these people. As we've been saying, a lot of people that arrived here have mobility issues. So it's important to get that transportation down
As
to the
I was saying earlier, they've started moving people.
Which will be a Red Cross shelter. Again, people will be able to stay the night there.
From one location evacuation to the next.
Stay and get the resources.
And I don't know if it's because it's on a permanent station or that the fire's getting too close.
A lot of people evacuated from this Old Trails fire. So again, things kind of winding down here. The reason for the shift, to reiterate that, power went out here at Spokane Falls Community College, and the generator just wasn't able to keep up with the power demand that they needed for a shelter here. So the decision was made to move this shelter here in Spokane Falls down to the convention center, where they'll be able to accommodate everyone that needs to be down there right now. But we are starting to see people leave, starting to get on buses, starting to leave in their own cars. A lot of people drove themselves here as well. So we're actually going to pack up here at Spokane Falls. We're going to head down to the convention center and get a better look at what's going on down there, Sean.
All right, we'll break you free from there. Appreciate the updates in real time. Thank you so much, Corey Howard in Northwest Spokane. He's moving that location near SFCC. You'll next see him at the convention center, where they have opened the entire convention center as a emergency shelter, because we have not seen an emergency of this magnitude in many, many, many years. Let's bring in Leslie.
Yeah, Sean, and just talking about the level 3 evacuations now for both the Old Trails fire and the Autumn Lane fire, it is devastating, especially now as the sun has set. So we want to get a look once again, because a lot of people are still asking about some of those road closures out there. You see those areas shaded in purple. That's where we have absolute closures right now. So headed up to Suncrest, 5 Mile, 9 Mile, and 7 Mile, all closed. Also a little section up towards Francis is
of course, now I smell smoke. Great.
At this time.
That's
I'm going to
wonderful.
bring you in. Yes, it's dark. You can see the flashing lights, though, of the police officer there blocking off the northern bound lanes for Ash and Francis. So again, northern bound lanes are currently closed. This again, Maple and Francis, you can see very quiet there. Again, northbound lanes are closed as well. They are blocked off. Please pay close attention to those closures that you are seeing, and please listen to the officials that are out there trying to make sure that not only everybody is evacuated promptly and safely, but making sure too that you don't drive into harm's way. Division and Francis, it looks as though things are running smoothly at that particular camera right now, and then I'll take you now up to Country Homes Boulevard and Cedar Road. It is quiet right there. Again, watching just a few vehicles make their way that direction. It looks as though officers may have opened up that roadway just a bit. We knew it was going to be dangerous today. National Weather Service switching our fire weather watch from this week over to a red flag warning yesterday, then attaching this PDS first ever for Spokane to our red flag warning. Again, extremely dangerous conditions go along with the PDS, knowing again that this is our first ever to be issued here in Spokane. So leading up to this, everybody has been preparing as well as getting ready for and making sure people are safe as we move forward throughout today. That didn't help a lot as those fires, the different fires around the area began to explode. We do have those red flag warnings. It looks as though a small section in parts of north central Idaho have now expired. The rest is set to expire at 11 p.m. tonight. Again, red flag warning in itself means critical fire danger. Direction of the smoke, lots of questions on this as well. We've had a little bit of a shift in the winds, not a major one. Winds shifting from the south-southwest now to the west. That is pushing, again, flames and smoke to the east of us. Again, flames and smoke now pushing eastward as we head into the overnight hours tonight. You can see wind speeds right there, westerly winds here in Spokane, back through areas around Cheney, still above that 20 mile per hour mark. In fact, right now in Spokane, we're seeing sustained winds at 24 miles per hour. We talk a lot about the winds when we're talking about critical fire danger, because this is what spreads a fire quickly. This is what causes explosive fire conditions out there. And we still have some wind gusts at about 34 miles per hour here in Spokane, and they've certainly picked up for areas to the south of us, Palouse into the LC Valley, also seeing wind gusts over that 35 mile per hour mark. I'll zoom in again, 34 mile per hour gust here in Spokane, and that does make things difficult for the firefighters, especially when we're talking about embers jumping from tree line to tree line. And again, through the overnights, it just makes it that much more difficult. We are going to continue to watch as relative humidity levels climb. Temperatures will drop. We'll see some more comfortable temperatures in the overnights as fire crews are out on these fire lines. It does look like we still have some very compromised air quality out there, specifically up across the northern mountains and over towards the Panhandle, also down through the northeast mountains of Oregon. That has been a big question as well. Now remember, again, winds coming in from the west is going to push that smoke over to the east of us throughout the overnight hours. As promised, winds will die down as we head overnight tonight, but they will not completely die down. It is still going to be breezy as we head into our day on Sunday. The one plus side to all of this is going to be a bit of a cool down, not only in the overnights, because we've got overnight lows, Sean, that will dip down into the low end of the 50s, but tomorrow's highs are checking in the mid 70s. So that is a little bit of relief there, but we do have to remember that those winds are going to continue. We'll still see some of those wind gusts at 20-25 miles per hour. And of course, within big fire scenarios, those fires make their own weather.
Well, the weather, obviously the winds were just brutal today.
Oh, yes.
And they continue to be, obviously. And we have, as you mentioned, and it showed up on your radar, and we have reported to you. Let's take you back now west of town, out in the Fairchild area, not exactly near Fairchild Air Force Base, Espanola Road, Thorpe Road, some of the boundaries along Highway 2 there. Heidi Miley on the newest fire. This is a brand new fire within the last 90 minutes. Heidi.
Yeah, Sean and Leslie, we are on just a pull-out parking lot area along Highway 2. Highway 2 is the main drag that you'd be on going through Airway Heights and past Fairchild Air Force Base. We've passed Fairchild, and we're about 20 miles east of Davenport. We haven't made it quite to Davenport yet, but right here is Espanola Road. If you go to the south on that, down toward Thorpe Road, I'll step out of the camera and you can see the shining lights down there from all of the emergency vehicles. As you look at that and see that light plume of smoke now and the passenger cars coming out on Espanola, I did speak to two different couples, or actually three different couples, who came to this very same turnout. Two of them had come from the north, just fearing, oh gosh, is our property in danger? How much danger
I
are
would say
we?
you might want to change their diet if they're shitting that bad, bro.
Lives
or
near
get better
the fire,
litter.
And they
or
evacuated
the cat took a shit on the
themselves.
floor.
I asked, did officers come around and force you to evacuate this? They said officers were going driveway to driveway, but this couple got their pet and they got out. So there were some evacuations going on, some notifications going door to door here, and they estimate that was happening maybe around 7:30 in that range tonight, so fairly new fire. One thing I can tell you, they said this is mainly residential.
Yeah, hopefully
this
the
is
cat's
mainly
fine.
Different residents that we're seeing. I said, are there some farms in there? They said maybe a couple, but really a lot of residential homes. And I have been seeing at least 3 different trucks pulling trailers that are horse trailers, so it looks like other people are also being proactive. Another important thing that the couple who lives near the fire told me is that, boy, was it cranking earlier. Boy, was it churning out some thick, big black smoke. They said the smoke right now is much, much, much better than it was about an hour and a half ago. Since we got here maybe 20 minutes ago, we have seen at least 2 helicopters over the fire and a number of different fire and emergency rigs heading in there. You can see the line of emergency rigs that are lining that fire, Espanola and West Thorpe. So, Sean and Leslie, that's what I know right now out here on Highway 2. Again, we know that the Incident Command Center for a number of these fires is likely to move to Mount Spokane High School tomorrow. We're reporting live 20 miles east of Davenport on Highway 2. I'm Heidi Miley, Nonstop Local.
Heidi, appreciate your coverage from there on that new fire out on the West Plains. Let's take you back to Francis, where it meets Indian Trail, and a lot of these roads have been blocked off. Our Tori Smith moved from the Fairview fire over to Indian Trail, where we know for sure that homes are gone, probably north of where you're at. I don't know what your vantage point is, Tori, but just show everybody what you're at and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Sean, right now I'm on the intersection of Indian Trail Road and Francis Road, and we have a number of police presence here. And this road is closed for evacuations only. We're seeing, you can see right over there, the flames just billowing and the smoke billowing into the air. Lots of black smoke there as well, which of course we don't know if that's trees or houses, but we're hearing multiple reports that houses at this time are now in flames. So this is the latest update from Francis and Indian Trail. I've seen a number of people
out there, I would imagine.
And that is for those that are grabbing the emergency things, grabbing their pets, possibly their children, their families, and getting out, because this area is still under level 3 go now evacuations. Sean?
All right, Tori Smith at a new location along Indian Trail, and you can see authorities have so many of the roads in the northwest quadrant of the city and the county blocked off, simply not safe for you to travel. These are fire zones. They are emergency responses in that area. Appreciate Tori's hustle getting from Fairview over there to really show you what is happening. Information is key for you to act on, and we want to make sure everybody has the most accurate, real-time information on a major event, a major breaking fire here in our area. We are going to take a brief break. Appreciate you being with us here at Nonstop Local KHQ. We're back at 9 o'clock, just 4 minutes from now.
In the parks, keep them open to the public, and in the long run, it saves them time and money.
We want to make sure that the public, and we hear from the public, that they have adequate green spaces to be able to have leisure activities and recreation.
What's up, everybody?
So that is a focus.
The city gets their water from the same place that you get your water from at home. Officials say they're working on projects with other departments to improve water-saving efforts in the future. Reporting in Spokane, I'm Becky Oberlander, 4 News Now.
Welcome to Jasper Mountain Reserve. We are in the heart of the Blue Mountains in Columbia County, which is
about the fires. What are you doing? Okay, so people asked me who DSP was. I'm going to show you really quick, so we have a little bit of a break. So this sorry sack of shit is a DSP.
Videos would make better games again. This channel would actually get a big boost because people like seeing DSP play the big AAA games, but there haven't been any.
So this is somebody else's channel, but
did it because he was one of a few shows in town.
He's some other guy's narrating over it. Anyways, that's DSP. So he started doing video game content. Him and like Monday and Matt and a lot of other shitty human beings got a really big kick and boost when YouTube first started. And then like DSP even tried to write a book about how to be successful on YouTube. And I think Monday and Matt did too, and some other horse shit. But they got big during like the Gamergate stuff. And they were able to get on the forums, and so people would just sign up for whoever, right? But the guy has like 100,000 subscribers, but has as many viewers as me. Sometimes I have more viewers than him. It's actually a lot of people, which is weird. It was like I have a real audience of human beings and not a bunch of robots, so I gotta smash a little plaque. Because I'm gonna tell you, if I got that plaque, I'm melting it down and making a gun slide out of it. But I heard it's actually wood. So, But so DSP is upset because he's saying, oh, well, my audience wants to watch me play games. The guy is terrible at video games. Like, absolutely dog shit. Like, you guys watched me play Pragmata the other day, and, you know, I was flying through it. And we played other games, and I'm good at playing video games. But, you know, it's not hard. You just do what the game wants. You gotta be a little intelligent, but... Yeah, they yak, but I interact. Yeah, I talk to my audience, and that's what you should do. Like, if you're running a show, like, YouTube's kind of an interactive thing, right? He is a dork. So he got mad at his audience the other day. Like, he's an able-bodied human being, right? And somebody pointed out, like, oh, he's doing the same thing you do, shekel hounding. The difference is that I am a dude who's disabled who had a good career, right? You're my bot. But I'm a guy who had a good career, and then my career ended because of my back, right? With my disability. He's just kind of a douche that started doing video games and became a locale on the internet. And so people just kind of watch him and laugh at him and just think he's just a pathetic asshole. There was a whole point where he was bitching that his wife was in the hospital and she couldn't come home and cook him dinner. I'll go back to the fires again in 1 second. We're just taking a little break. And then one time he was jerking off on stream. I guess 3 months ago he was saying, people were saying, his wife was upset everyone's going on vacation but them. Well, no, he was upset that she was in the hospital and wasn't home cooking him dinner. I don't think she bangs him. Probably banging the mailman. Oh, yeah. This was 9 years ago.
Like, oh, you people on YouTube, you missed all the entire world. Big deal. He doesn't have time to...
Stop talking. Stop talking. Here it is.
It's not her fault? Why would it? Who?
Oh, God. Look, dude, I just want to hear the video, not you. Oh, balls. Anyways, I'll find it later. Anyways, he starts talking about he had to call the hospital, and his wife was there, and he's like, I had to call the hospital, and you see, she was there, and I told him, like, don't admit her. Don't admit her into there if she comes to the hospital. She's just having anxiety. She's not having a heart attack. Don't admit her. Wow, that is disgustingly good.
Public Radio, SPR News, simulcasting our breaking event.
Making fun of him and actually figuring out his voice. Yeah, like if your wife's going to the hospital, you go to the hospital, dude.
To declare a state of emergency. I expect that to happen.
He's a dick ahead.
We heard from Governor Ferguson about the resources. We've heard from DNR. This is an all hands on deck event from the West Plains all the way to the Division Corridor, up to the Suncrest area and Fairview. We want to begin our coverage in the 9 o'clock hour near Indian Trail and Francis, and we know there are homes lost in the Indian Trail neighborhood right along Indian Trail Road.
We're going back to the fires.
Hi, Sean. We are here live.
He is Madagascar. He's a huge tool.
On Indian Trail Road, along with
I'll have to find the compilation of him.
And what I want to show you
well,
is
not
that
the time when he was jerking off.
By law enforcement and
We're not gonna put that
military
on.
at this time. They have taken over this scene to help out. I assume that this is the National Guard. They do not want anybody going past this area unless you have family inside these fire perimeters. So very important to note there. This road is closed for evacuations only. We are hearing turnaround.
There you go. Here's a link for you all to watch about him later.
That's the words coming out of the law enforcement. So we're continuously seeing some of these cars.
There you go, Madagascar. There's him cranking his yank.
They have to have family inside the zone to be able to be let in. I'm going to try to give you a better vantage point of the fire if possible. We're going to show you where this fire is located from us. So this is off towards the north of Indian Trail. We can see the smoke on the horizon. Obviously, our visibility is starting to die down here. And you can see where the law enforcement is posting up saying you have to turn around, you can't go down this way unless it is critical. We are hearing reports that houses are burning at this time. Sean, this is heartbreaking.
Well, we've almost run out of ways to describe it, but it is hitting us all deeply. It's emotional for so many communities, so many people, family and friends. You may have evacuated family and friends to your house. We can tell you the Deer Park Church up there is taking 50 people. Spokane Convention Center is now being in real time transformed to a shelter there. So many people are going to need it in the overnight hours. We have 2 crews heading down there. We'll show you what is happening in the convention center as the mayor and other city leaders have opened that up for people.
I don't think they have enough money to clean all the brush away.
The zone is massive from the West Plains to Division and virtually everywhere in between. This fire so aggressive, moved so fast, jumped the Spokane River, jumped Highway 291, worked its way through Indian Trail, up Strong Road, 5 Mile Prairie evacuated. There's evacuations in Suncrest area, the Autumn Lane fire. Here is the evacuation map, and you see the boundaries here. We are talking about hundreds of thousands of people affected.
That's up at this woman using a lathe, a wood lathe, and she keeps looking away.
I can also tell you about 30 minutes ago for the Autumn Lane fire, which is in the
opposed to the thing being like, yeah, don't do that. Also, don't learn how to use a lathe from this woman.
Evacuation boundary, which then brought it further south, and it now overlays the evacuation boundary with the old Trails fire. So It is a massive amount of acreage that we're talking about in their homes all the way through that. Some of that area is forested.
Scorched earth Madagascar is the only answer.
There are going to be homes lost, and the deep impact of this tragedy, we are only in its infancy as far as the specifics and how deep this destruction is to our beloved community. Let's bring in Leslie right now, tracking the weather. And Leslie, we've been on the air for 6.5 hours or so. I have to say, I'm emotional here. There's no other way to say this. This is our home, and for all of you listening, this is just, it's tough to share the information, but it's also critical to get the information out.
I mean, yes, and we're hearing from many of our friends who are wanting to check in on their homes or their children's homes, and we don't have that information yet either, and so that makes it incredibly
shave your
difficult.
pits and your balls.
We want to get you
Doesn't
as much
smell as bad
correct
then.
information as we can. So as the newest does come into the newsroom, we're going
put
to
some
push
duct
it
tape
out
in there and
to
just
you
rip it
right
all
away.
off.
And again, our hearts are just with every single one of you. This is so incredibly difficult and just something that we haven't dealt with before.
Yeah, the armpits hurt a little bit, but once you start getting to your butthole and your nuts with the Gorilla Glue tape.
As well as ice storm.
Time to wake up in the morning.
So again,
how do you do, sir?
While we try to get this information out to you, and of course, if you've got any information you can share with us, please head to our social media pages. We appreciate the pictures, the feedback, and any kind of updates that you can give us, because you're our eyes and our ears outside of these four walls. This is a look. Again, we're looking at the Old Trail fire right here. You can see.
Well, you
the
see what it
smoke
does to the
pushing
tape
to the east of
or
us
to the
as we
hair.
head into the overnight hours. A couple of questions on power outages, and I want to push in and show you we're at about 28,000 people without power right now in the Spokane area. So again, about 28,000 people without power as we head overnight tonight. About 11,000, just over 11,000 of those, from the information that we have gathered, have been expected, again, with those Vista power outages. Now, as far as what we're
You can't
seeing
tell
out
me
there
what to
as
do.
we
You're
head
not my
into
real
the
dad.
Overnight hours, traffic-wise, many road closures up towards Suncrest, 5 mile,
Again,
9
Bonnie
mile,
Blue
7
reportedly
miles. So
furious after Spanish PM Pedro Sanchez stole their idea of letting 60,000 men inside in 24 hours.
In purple, headed up towards Suncrest. Again, that road is closed. They will not let you in at this point. Again, we have got the Autumn Fire as well as the Old Trails Fire with those level 3 evacuations at this point. We also have a section right now of Francis that is closed as well. Please be respectful of the officers that are out there trying to direct traffic, either getting people evacuated or making sure that you don't drive into an unsafe area. Now, our red flag warnings, they are set to expire at 11 p.m. tonight. That is all areas that are shaded in pink. If you'll remember, this was upgraded from a fire weather watch just on Thursday, and then on Friday, National Weather Service did choose to upgrade this to a red flag warning, which in itself is critical. They then attached a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, on top of our red flag warning. We knew going into today that it was going to be incredibly dangerous. I don't think any of us could have fathomed this one. All right, Futurecast as far as smoke goes, many comments as well with the shift in the smoke and people helping us out with that as well. We've got that westerly shift and now in the winds. They were coming in from the south-southwest, and now winds are pushing in from the west. So that is driving smoke. It is also driving flames to the east of us. If you're wondering what direction the fire and the smoke are going, they are moving to the east of us with that push of winds coming in from the west. Winds sustained, coming down a little bit. We're down from 23 miles per hour just about 15 minutes ago to about 19 miles per hour at this current time. I said this earlier, between 9 and 10, that's when we'll finally start to see some relief from these winds. So again, sustained winds coming down, and current wind gusts right now, we're not clocking any, but they have picked up down through the Palouse into the LC Valley and over towards Coeur d'Alene and Sandpoint, where we're seeing some of those wind gusts upwards of almost 40 miles per hour currently along the Palouse. So again, coming down wind gust wise, so timing wise, this is working out pretty well. Winds are starting to calm down. Let's hope that they continue to calm down over the next several hours. Now, while I'm saying that the winds are set to die down, we're still going to see some breezy conditions as we head into our day on Sunday. So we're not out of the woods just yet. And while those relative humidity levels are...
Did I ever tell you guys the, well, I've told some people, the near-death experience my brother had?
Spokane Valley. Temperatures slowly heading down. We're currently sitting in the low end of the 70s for Spokane, as well as the Palouse, and then mid-70s over towards the panhandle of Idaho. So relative humidity levels head up. That's how much moisture is in the air. And then temperatures head down. That is helpful. Winds die down. That is all helpful ingredients for firefighters who are out there battling these current wildfires. As far as air quality goes, we're getting lots of questions on this one. Lots of questions on this, and I want to answer that for you right now. We're still seeing air quality numbers in the moderate category here in Spokane. And we've got more dense
Was my brother Mexican? Well, he was a he, not a she, but yes, yes, he is.
And that means you need to limit your time outside, please. Same scenario as well down to the south of us.
Well, so, you see, he's highly allergic to citrus, right? Citric acid from
come down as we head overnight tonight. That is a good
oranges
scenario,
and lemons.
But I don't want people to think
his stupid ass didn't realize that the main ingredient.
Even though the winds died down, red flag warnings were set to expire, as well as the PDS.
The main ingredient
looking at some dangerous conditions
in there is citric acid,
and temperatures headed back into the 90s by next
so
week.
His wife goes down there and puts citric acid nair all over his balls and legs, and within minutes it starts burning. And apparently she wouldn't let him take it out. She's like, "Oh yeah, it's supposed to hurt." Blah blah blah. And he ended up like punching her in the head a bunch.
Spokane Fire, Spokane Police will hold a news conference tonight.
And then ended up going to the hospital because he had open sores all over his legs and balls.
At 1618 North.
And then we saw him walking up the driveway one day looking like he's just got done riding a horse with his legs all bow-legged.
Take you there in its entirety, start to finish.
So he had a near-death experience.
Spokane fire leaders and Spokane Police, a joint news conference.
But he's also an idiot, so that doesn't surprise us.
9:45 p.m. We will take you there in a little more than a half hour as we show you images from all over the northwest area of Spokane and beyond, Suncrest and Fairview. It is hard to believe, and this is, look, the smoke still visible on the twilight horizon. Let's take you back to Bradley Warren. And Bradley, you and I have been in conversation, in fact, talk on the phone briefly for a minute. You've been moving around. It's hard to access some of these areas. We want to be super respectful of law enforcement, as you've outlined. Where are you? What are you seeing? What do you want people to know?
Yeah, we're back over in the 9 miles area, and I'm just going to show you right here. We just keep seeing every time, again, the wind blow, we just see it reignite. And we've got Washington State.
I don't know what he did exactly, but yeah.
Deployed, blocking this portion of the road off, and you can see why, because there are flames actively burning just up the street from where we are. This again is 9 miles on the back end of the Dwight Merkel complex. So
then he got upset we're making fun of him.
Is one that's been sort of one of the harder hit areas, and we'll just try and give you a little bit of better perspective here. A lot of cars on the road right now, and again, this area is blocked off, but this is in basically the Spokane metropolitan area, right? So this fire has been burning from Airway Heights, jumping the river, making its way now to where we are. And we just drove past on our way around here. We were making a loop of the area, the Indian Trail sort of turn off here. And that's now blocked off completely at that church right there, sort of where it becomes a Y.
Nasty.
So again, we are watching this situation now that we are in the evening hours. Things have become darker, become that much more difficult for fire crews that are going to be working throughout the course of the evening to battle this. But the way it sits right now, it's unfortunate, and it's a difficult situation, looking like we've lost homes. We just were in an open neighborhood where crews were battling not one, but it looked like 3, maybe 4 homes. And we are near, I got a lot of questions on Facebook. People have been messaging me, and I appreciate them asking asking those questions. To me, we are
They're going to lead to a nasty infection too.
Getting those answers for you. It does look like the rehab center over here just off 9 Mile has been evacuated. We drove past it. We could see in. It does not look like there's people inside. I don't have official confirmation on that, but we couldn't see people inside. And we do know that the VA was evacuated earlier today.
How'd you die? I used this stuff on my...
it looks like some lights coming up the road
on my
right
face.
Here,
I got an infection and died.
Just at this 9 Mile sort of area, 9 Mile, just down the road from Dwight Merkel Complex, the former Joe Albee Complex, we're really seeing a lot of damage. And unfortunately, on the other side of this line where the State National Guards set up a perimeter, it sounds like beyond that, it is far more difficult than what we are seeing in other parts of the city. And we've not been able to get eyes on this side beyond this fire line here that's been set up from our friends at National Guard. But from what we've been collecting from the people out here, this area looks to be in a difficult position and situation. So you can see, Sean, right there, the fire that's burning. And you can see just how close it's getting to the roadway here. Again, it's pretty dark out, but the flames are illuminating that cloud of smoke right there. So you see just some perspective-wise. And as you're coming down the road here, passing the Rosars on the way here, all you see is just a wall of black smoke. I mean, again, the sky is dark, but you can clearly see the outline of this huge wall that is developing, and you're just it takes you, the smell of smoke, you can smell it everywhere. It's thick, it's heavy, it's uncomfortable. That's the situation here right now, and this unfortunately looks like it's going to become that much more difficult as the evening hours progress. Hearing some alerts right now. I think those are sirens behind us, but we've got a lot of officials, a lot of crews here.
Yeah, but Cali on fire is just like, water being
so
wet.
We're going to exit this area, Sean, just
very
given,
normal.
of course, we don't need to be here.
Maybe even too normal.
And we want to allow for space for the emergency crews, but you can see just, again, on the other side of that line that State National Guard has put in place, you can see how real this situation is this evening for a lot of people across the area. Sean, we'll send it back into you.
All right, Bradley Warren there, Northwest Spokane. Bradley, appreciate it. Spokane County Fire District 9 did post an update a short time ago on their page. I'll give you some of the information as we show you some live pictures for you. This is one of the toughest days here in Spokane County in a long time, and so many of you are impacted. As you look at video from earlier today, this was the scene, a scene of fire, damage, destruction on a path that we have not seen this widespread maybe ever. Maybe the fire at the turn of the century from the 1800s into the 1900s. We obviously had Firestorm 91 and Ice Storm in 1996. Major weather events, but this is so widespread from the West Plains to Indian Trails, Riverside State Park to Suncrest to Fairview. Obviously separate fires, but all in that northwestern to northeastern portion of the county. There was an emergency meeting with Spokane County Commissioners, as we just reported as breaking news a few minutes ago. There is a news conference at 9:45 with Mayor Brown, fire officials, and police officials in a joint news conference to address this major tragedy here in our area. Spokane Fire District 9 saying this remains a very dynamic event. We're working to provide the best information available. These fires are ongoing. Conditions are not expected to improve simply because the sun has gone down. Winds are continuing to maintain, and fire activity may remain significant throughout the evening. Specifically on the Autumn Lane fires located off West Charles Road, it's about 500 acres at the best guess. This was their report at 8 o'clock. If you live in the Suncrest area, they say please follow Stevens County Emergency Management for detailed, specific evacuation information as you look at the aerial battle here on the fire. The Old Trails fire, anywhere between 2,500 to 3,000 acres in size. Current evacuation map is from the West Plains all the way to the Division Corridor, that wide. The fire moved into portions of Fire District 9. The crews responded and engaged in suppression efforts. The Fairview fire, it is currently estimated just about 1,000 acres. This is south of Meade. It was a fast-moving wildfire. Crews responded there. They say you can follow Spokane County Emergency Management for official evacuation information. If you are placed under an evacuation order, those notifications are the only official source for evacuation status. So if you hear you're evacuated, know that you are and you need to leave right away. Make sure your family and friends are safe. Material items can be replaced.
That's right.
We also want to show you the power outages. These have been fluctuating. They intensified around 5 o'clock. And as we look right now, they have come down a little bit. At the highest peak, in right around 6 o'clock, it was 58,000 people in Spokane without power. That's been cut down. In fact, you just saw it move down even further in real time to 22,000 people without power right now. That's the latest information we have. We also know there was a fire under the Trentwood substation, and that is going to be a long-term battle to replace that. So if you're without power in your Trentwood, it could be sometime. They're working on that. They're aware of it. They responded to it. They sent out an official statement. Leslie is tracking the winds. It doesn't look like we're going to get a reprieve into tomorrow from these winds, and really they were the main culprit of how quickly this fire spread. Let's bring Leslie back in.
All right, Sean, thanks so much. Yeah, talking about the power outages there. I'm talking about the air quality because we're getting so many questions on that. We're actually hearing from our teams out there too. Of course, where you are is going to be dependent on what you're feeling and or seeing, smelling. And right now we have got some very dense
If only you had somebody, Brad, you could pay to do it.
Our reporting agencies are showing us in that moderate category for all areas shaded in yellow. But those pockets of red, purple, orange, that is where we're seeing hazardous, unhealthy, and unhealthy for sensitive groups. So up across the northern mountains and then the northeast mountains of Oregon are our biggest concerns there as far as air quality goes. I'm going to bring up our air quality as well as our red flag warnings, because red flag warnings went into place yesterday. They replaced the fire weather watches. These are set to expire tonight at 11 o'clock. Now, while they're set to expire tonight, that does not mean we are out of the woods by any stretch of the means, because we still have breezy conditions that will continue into the second half of our weekend. They won't be quite as strong as what we have seen today, but we're still going to be watching for some wind gusts 20-25 miles per hour, which again, I'll remind you that any kind of a wind gust is going to take an ember from a fire and help to propel it forward. Also, a little bit of a shift in the winds coming earlier in the day from the southwest, and now we've got that westerly push of the winds that is going to drive the smoke and the flames to the east of us. And you can see that there on our future cast with smoke. The area shaded in red and again orange. That is where we are seeing the most dense of that smoke currently coming off those wildfires. So again, switch up from the winds coming in earlier today from the southwest, and now it is a westerly push of winds that is going to drive that fire and the smoke to the east of us, if you're wondering what direction these fires are now starting to move. Wind speeds have not come down in the last 10 minutes. We're still at 19 miles per hour for steadily blowing winds here in Spokane. They picked up a bit for areas towards the Palouse, above 20 miles per hour. We're also seeing some stronger winds back to the west of us as well. Now our wind gust, this is good news, and this is what we were hoping for past that 9 o'clock hour, is wind gusts coming down as well. So current wind gusts in Spokane are 0. Sustained winds are nearly 20 miles per hour. So that is a significant improvement over the last 3 hours, I would say, and that is what we are hoping will continue as we push forward into the overnight hours. This was a dry, strong, cold front that moved through today. When we talk about cold fronts in the summer, some people go, huh? We get cold? Yes, we still get cold fronts in the summer months. Dry, meaning no moisture attached to it. Any kind of moisture that we saw was going to be on the far reaches of the northern Cascades today. You can see humidity levels, they are starting to rise. That's what we're watching for as well. That is good news there. Temperatures starting to drop. We're still sitting in the 70s, but we're on the lower end of the 70s currently in Spokane, mid-70s over towards the panhandle of Idaho. And we'll talk about the winds once more, because as I've said over and over again, Today, Sean, winds will quiet down overnight tonight, but we've still got some breezy conditions as we head forward into the day tomorrow. So we'll take the reprieve right now in not only the winds and in the temperatures, because we'll cool off into the low end of the 50s, which certainly helps our firefighters. And temperatures tomorrow into the mid 70s is certainly going to help as well. But it's short-lived because our temperatures climb right back into the 80s and 90s by this next week. Still don't see any moisture in that 7-day forecast. We are in the thick of wildfire season, my friend.
And Leslie, just stay with me for a second. Okay. I want to share a special note from a former KHQ employee, a longtime journalist, Kai Meyer. She just tagged me here, and really this story outlines what so many are dealing with right now. It says, yesterday we celebrated my grandma's 100th birthday in my hometown of Spokane. Today my cousin Heather and I abandoned our car on gridlocked Indian Trail Road and ran 3 blocks to evacuate her as thick wildfire smoke closed in. My dad became our calm in the chaos, navigating us through the smoke and uncertainty. My mom held everything together while Heather and I made the rescue. Everyone had a role, everyone showed up. As we drove away, Grandma quietly looked back at the home that she has loved for nearly 6 decades. It's an image I'll never forget.
Yeah, these are the stories that are just heartbreaking.
You stupid bastards! You left the gold doubloons!
Really just a group
I kept in the house for this whole time.
Our voice tonight. We're all in this together, and this community will respond in force to tragedy like we always have and we always will. There's a determination and a perseverance with us that is unmatched, and I love that about this community, and I hate tragedies like this, but that is the reality of where we're at tonight, Leslie. And
this is our home as well.
Yeah.
Yes, and you're part of our family.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be here for you.
Yeah. Oh, that's hard. Let's show you some pictures that you've sent in to share from the different area here. And Nina, obviously one of our talented directors here, she's been working long hours for us today. She captured this earlier on.
Yeah, they say conditions are not going to get better. They said that the wind's going to be picking up
throughout the afternoon and grow in size. This is video from Dawn. Appreciate all of you. When it comes to breaking news, you're our eyes and ears in these communities. These are the communities you call home. Sending these images and these videos. This is from Joelle. If you can do it safely, we appreciate it, but that's the key. Make sure you're safe first, and then get the information to us, and we can get it to people in real time to make sure that they have the newest information, which can be critical. It can be life-saving. And now, a live picture for you. The smoke plume is down significantly here. You can still see it to the right of your screen, mid-right of your screen, on the Spokane horizon. We can also tell you, as nightfall has enveloped the inland northwest, the Spokane Convention Center lights have been turned on. That major facility in the downtown area, not serving as a convention center, but serving as a makeshift shelter for everybody that has been evacuated. And we are talking about hundreds and hundreds to thousands of people evacuated in those level 3 evacuation zones, from the West Plains to the Division Corridor, up north to Suncrest, just south of Meade in Fairview. And we have our reporters in numerous different areas, mainly northwest Spokane. We've taken you live to Suncrest. We've taken you live to the Fairview Fire and Indian Trail along Northwest Boulevard, Francis, Wellesley. The area is hardest hit, and there are so many of you that don't even know if you have a home, and our heart goes out to you tonight as well. We've spent a lot of years together, and none of us have seen anything of this magnitude and this type of destruction in a matter of 6 to 7 hours in our community. There are no words to describe it, and I won't try. I'll just say we will continue to work for you, share the information so you can make the best decisions for you personally. Here are the evacuation maps. As you can see, it has expanded. They just expanded about 45 minutes ago, the level 3 evacuation map. From Suncrest and the Autumn Lane fire to the south. Let's bring Bradley Warren back in. And Bradley, you've been looking at a number of different areas. The streets are blocked off all over. You're back out of your vehicle, obviously, and emergency crews will be working well into the night, into the early morning hours.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Sean. And we are on the line right now. So we are with our friends from the National Guard, and I just want to show this to you. This area here on Francis,
Washington, not Oregon.
Burning. So the understanding that I'm getting from people who are coming from that area is basically everything beyond this area is burning. And I did speak with the sheriff earlier today, who was sitting next to me in traffic, that corroborated that this area down from Francis, there is going to be some high level of devastation. So you're looking right now at the fire that has jumped the road. So when we were here earlier, it was just on the left side of Francis. We're now looking at it on the right side as well. So the fire has expanded and is burning up. Now this whole area is under level 3, but then additionally we've got closures in place blocking Francis beyond this. You're looking at crews right now coming out of the area, and this is going to be one of the ground areas.
Well, it's far enough away I don't have to worry about shit. So.
And work to try to get a handle on. But this is a blocked stopping point for access beyond Francis. Up the road from where we were on Francis, there was additional closures in
Trees
place
are great.
as well. That was right by a church, so that closure active there on more forward end of Francis. But down here by the Dwight Merkel complex, you're seeing a large response hitting this area as the fire is now jumped the road. And again, we've seen the wind and the embers pushing this blaze, and that's
have
really
you tried to eat a tree?
what's created the problem is the windy conditions starting
fake?
the fire out in the Airway Heights area and then pushing it north to the point that we're at now. And I'll give you just a little bit of context. So right over here, this back area is a gated community. So there are homes in that area that are currently on fire. We were just in that area. Fire crews are working to battle those homes one at a time. I think there was 3 is what I could count. This area then lit up, and now we're watching its jump over here onto the other side of Francis. And again, we're just beyond the Dwight Merkel complex. We've been getting messages from you at Facebook, on Facebook, and thank you for reaching out. It does look like the complex is good. The baseball fields are okay. That was a question that someone reached out to me with on my Facebook page. We haven't been able to get a lot of other questions answered for you right now, just because crews are working to battle what they can see in front of them. So at this moment in time, we don't have an acreage update for you. We don't have a structure update for you. The situation just is an all-out attack, and that's how crews are battling this. So as you see right here, this area burning, there is concern that the wind will then push it further up Francis, which is why we have that closure in effect right now. So this is part of those level 3 evacuations that we saw go into effect earlier today. And now, of course, we're watching.
Yeah, I was confused what you're talking about for a second. I was like, who's this scumbag?
This
yes, the arsonist.
Francis, just down the road from Dwight Merkel, the old Joe Albee complex. Just context for you. The VA Center is okay, but everybody was evacuated from the VA Center over to Shadle Park High School.
According to some Italian guy, he says it is.
Into Sacred Heart, but the way it sits right now, this is still a very active blaze fueled by dry conditions. We all know it was a terrible winter. Creating the perfect storm for this situation. And now, of course, we've mixed that with winds, and what we are seeing is a very difficult situation for fire crews that are working to get a handle on this. Mutual aid is responding right now from across the region. So we've seen Whitman County. We know agencies from across Spokane, of course. Mayor Lisa Brown told me earlier that there was apparatus responding from other states. The Washington National Guard has been mobilized. We're here with them. Governor Bob Ferguson mobilizing them earlier today. Those resources have hit the ground, but of course, with nightfall comes the loss of the air apparatus. The air apparatus cannot operate in the dark. The way that system works, a person stands on the ground and they control the air apparatus like an air traffic controller and monitor and track it. Well, that can't be done in the dark. So we've lost that element this evening as we now head into the dark hours of the night.
You couldn't light out the fire.
Crews are going to work to try to get a handle on what they can get a handle on, but it's just burning everywhere. And I've said this several times, but I just want to walk through the way this fire was acting earlier today. I don't know if it's changed, but this is context for what we're working with. So it was burning from treetop to treetop, and that's a similar way a wildfire, or not a wildfire, excuse me, a forest fire would burn. So this fire was burning in the way that a forest fire would burn, very different than a wildfire. So the way that is thought is actually from water on the treetops, because it was transferring from tree to tree. You can't battle a wildfire, a fire that is burning treetop to treetop, the way you'd battle a regular wildfire. A regular wildfire is something that you can line, you can dig a dirt in, you can get ground crews on. That fire, the forest fire element of this, has to be battled from the sky. So that made today already that much more difficult, on top of the dry conditions that we are looking at.
Savage is our black representation.
The hope, of course, obviously, is that it can be stopped here.
It's like, how tricky is our Native American representation?
Right, that fire crews are tackling it as they
can.
And
Ragul is our retarded representation.
Here, just beyond the Joe Albee complex, the Dwight Merkle complex here on Francis, Sean. So it's still a dicey situation on the ground. From where I'm standing, things have not improved. I don't say that to scare anybody. I just say that to give perspective.
All the time.
We've got people listening on the radio. We do appreciate them being with us as we track this. Situation is dangerous. Do not attempt to cross the fire lines this evening. I have spoke to the mayor. I have
fire
spoke to
is hot. Yes,
the police who are working these lines. They don't want you here. They don't need you here. We all understand that the loss of property is really sad and really frustrating, but you are more important than any sort of loss of property, right? So we don't want you to get hurt. As the fire is just fanned back up over here, it just, you see right there, it got just stronger. Again, dry conditions, feeling that on top of winds that we're feeling out here. And they are obviously, they've died down. They're not as strong as they were, but we're still getting a gust here and there. But I just want to reiterate, there is, unfortunately, if you've been asked to evacuate, do not go home, because this is a very real situation and it could continue to get very real throughout the course of the evening. So go to the evacuation center that's been set up. If you have a family member that is not in the evacuation zone that you can be with, go and be with them this evening. It is probably going to be 2, if not 3 days before some sort of evacuations are lifted because of the size and scope of this fire.
Can you beat the shit out of the bots?
The very best thing for you to do is steer clear of the area. Again, we are near Francis, just down the road from Joe Albee. Steer clear of this area right now. And Sean, I'll send it back into you. For now, reporting live just outside of the Dwight Merkle complex. I'm Bradley Warren, not Stop Local.
Oh, Bradley there, just heartbreaking there. That is obviously brush and grass, but I can tell you that's right where Francis turns into 291 and drops down. That is burning there. You go to the top of that ridge, there are homes right there, right at the top of that ridge. So that is a real stark scene that really sobers you and realize the fight that is long ahead of the fire crews and the first responders. Again, we are roughly about 7 minutes away from a live news
Here's my new feed very soon.
Fire leaders, police leaders, we will take you there live. We will continue to stream these live pictures for you, and we are staying on the air through at least 11:30 tonight to bring you critical information in a major catastrophic event for our community. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Where the hell is that picture? There you go. There's some feet pics for you. So I watched Deadpool and Wolverine the other night with Yuffie. A good movie. Yeah, I really was surprised by part of it that made me very happy because one of my favorite Marvel characters is in it. Yeah, I do have a black cat. The black cat that moved in here after her owner abandoned her. It's just like, I'm going to be your cat now. We're like, okay. We have 2 orange cats that are also like the neighbor across the street. Like, I'll come out there to hop in my truck and yeah, EBT cat. And the 2 orange cats will like come over and be like, meow. Hi, we want to be your friend. I'm just like, go away. You're the neighbor's cat with your weird extra toes. I'm not taking in all the cats in the neighborhood. Shit. No, I'm happy with the one cat. I don't need the other ones, especially the other ones. They have homes. I only feed the one. I just feed ours. Yuffie used to put the food outside and she's like, oh yeah, I gave the other ones out their treats. I'm like, God damn it, now they're never gonna leave. Like, it's been really hot, so we put water out there for them, but then she was putting the food outside, and I was like, stop that. Like, the other cats are going to eat it. Like, keep the food inside with our cat. But they have a home, like, they live across the street. They go inside their home.
Blackberry and Savage has just tipped $10. What can we say, Wolf? We are pussy magnets, am I right? Hey, high five, booyah.
Jeez, thank you very much for the tenner. Pushed us to 210 tonight. We'll see if we can hit 3. High five. Well, if it was Cleopatra, I think she pretty much told him that she's going to eat whatever she wants. Man, the Pokemon thing's getting out of hand. Now they're like, people are like finding the scalpers and beating the shit out of them.
The number of fires burning in our area so widespread, it's hard to remember something of this magnitude hitting this hard our entire community. Spokane County, basically across it, from West Plains to the Division Corridor, there are evacuations in effect. The Old Trails fire, the biggest, about 3,000 acres in size. Fairview fire is about 1,000 acres. Autumn Lane fire, I should say, is obviously a couple hundred acres as well. This is a live picture. This is where Francis meets 291 and drops down. This is on the north side of Francis, and you can see a fire. It jumped 291 to get to where you're looking at here, and it is burning. And fire burns quickly uphill. On the top of that ridge, there are homes there. This is just to the west of Indian Trail and Francis by about 3 blocks near Greenwood. And that fire, nightfall really giving us a stark idea of what we're dealing with here. And this fire is just so large in size. They are going to hammer this fire, as we heard from DNR, in coordination with multi-agencies. National Guard has been mobilized, first time since 2021. The governor holding a news conference at 6:15. They are sending resources our way. And then you also heard from the mayor. In fact, we are imminent now for a news conference with Mayor Lisa Brown and the leaders of Spokane Fire and Spokane Police. We are keeping a close eye. The minute that starts, we will take you there live. Our producers here just telling me the county commissioners have, no surprise, officially declared a state of emergency in Spokane County after a meeting in an emergency session in the 8 p.m. hour tonight. So a state of emergency is declared. We are waiting. That news conference should start any minute, but in the meantime, let's bring Leslie back in. Do you want to bring Leslie in? Yep. Okay, let's bring Leslie back in as we are waiting the news conference from Mayor Brown.
They put Leslie outside.
Police leaders.
Yeah, I was just checking the latest on the wind speeds and still, expecting that wind speed to drop as we head through the next hour and a half or so. And we're already starting to see that happen. I want to give you a look at our forecast, and this is a look at our wildfire forecast. What you're seeing there is on the top temperatures, dew point, and then wind gust. And you can see temperatures dropping. That's good news. Dew points is starting to move up. We'll show you the big picture scenario of this in just a second.
Well, that's nice.
That is good news.
I went and looked at the fires.
Starting to come down.
And
wind gust in Spokane.
Well, my state's a whole lot more on fire. It looks like
fires because fires tend to make their own weather. Now, winds are coming in from the west, so that means everything is shifted to the east of us. Wind speeds right now, Sean,
looks like it's more on fire than Washington.
When I see back here in just a few minutes, we'll go through the timeline on this as we head overnight tonight.
All right, let's take you to that news conference with city leaders.
We've got State Senator Marcus Riccelli. We've got our Sheriff John Knowles, Council President Betsy Wilkerson. We've got Council Members Kitty Klitsky, Zach Sapone. We've got our Police Chief Kevin Hall and Assistant Fire Chief Lance Dahl. This has been an incredibly challenging day for our city, for the entire region. Of course, we're still not done with this tragedy. In many ways, we've still got a long ways to go, but we wanted to get together and tell you what we know at this time and what we can say at this time. I want to, first of all,
there's the Washington fires.
Many people are in a state of great uncertainty right now with regards to their families, their pets, their homes and property, and so
Washington,
everybody here joins me in saying how much
Washington, Oregon.
Our hearts go out to you. We care about you, and we encourage you all to take care of each other as much as you can during this time. I want to thank our first responders who are answering the call and are going to be
Washington?
working tirelessly in the foreseeable future. And I just want to underscore the cooperation that we've received, the first responders, local, regional, state,
everything's goddamn on fire.
And providing mutual aid.
In fact, part of Idaho's on fire
that
too.
We are receiving from the National Guard, the Department of Natural Resources, federal resources that are headed our way. All of this is really important because we have multiple fires in our region, and as you know, if you look outside the door, the wind has not died down yet, and it's very important for people to understand that we want you to stay alert, checking in with official channels, county emergency management, city resources, 911 resources, in order to listen to and respond to any evacuation orders that may come your way. If you are in an evacuation area, please evacuate. If you are near, please be alert.
Damn picky bastards out there.
If you are not near an evacuation area, please minimize being out.
Maybe the fire was started by the Seattle mayor to take some heat off.
First responders and people assisting vulnerable people to be able to get to them as quickly as possible. I've declared a state of emergency in the city of Spokane. That allows us, as it does at the county and state level, to bypass contracting procedures in order to get funds deployed where they need to go. And again, we have these state, regional, and local partners all responding to these incidents. We know that multiple structures and homes have been lost. We do not know the extent of that damage yet. For example, the VA hospital in Spokane has been successfully evacuated, and there are vulnerable people in other care facilities that are being evacuated as well. People who need to evacuate can go to the Spokane Convention Center. Parking is free. Pets are welcome. The evacuation center at Spokane Falls Community College is now closed. Right now, the winds are changing, and this will impact the trajectory of the fires. It may also bring a lot more smoke into the region, impacting visibility. So we want everyone to take care. Do not be on the roads. If you do not need to be on the roads, please avoid the streets. I want to hand this over first to Assistant Chief Lance Dahl.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo what the chief, what Madam Mayor stated. Please go to the County Department of Emergency Management website and look at those evacuation orders for the fire. You can see most of the evacuation areas currently are north of Francis, to the west of Country Homes, out 9 miles, so about past Assembly Road, and to the north. And those evacuation orders, depending on the wind tonight and what happens, just be ready to go. Just
hate when that happens.
There, and they'll have yellow zones and red zones.
You know, I have never dropped my phone, thankfully, in the toilet.
Just be aware of what those boundaries are for each of those evacuation areas. The City of Spokane, we plussed up today with our county partners, had a strike team here early today at the Spokane Fire Department Training
How many
Center.
women do you think have dropped their phone in the toilet, like into a big dookie?
We currently have about 20 rigs and crews out just in the city itself, out on the fire. I want to encourage our members in the community to please stay safe. If you're leaving your house and you're evacuating, please don't turn on your sprinklers and leave them running. We're already running into water issues in some of our water towers and our pumping capabilities because we're using so much. We have so many fire rigs in town needing water. It's putting a strain on the system. please stay out of the evacuation areas themselves, and make sure that you're yielding to our emergency responders, police and fire, out there trying to get folks out of homes. That SPD and the Sheriff's Office did an awesome job today helping us get vulnerable populations out of their homes and out of the evacuation areas.
Have you been on too long? No.
31 years
I don't know.
Spokane Fire Department.
Up to you.
Keep our firemen and our
I've been on for 4 hours. I wanted to wait for this press conference.
We'll fight hard all night and tomorrow.
Thanks. Chief Hall.
So apparently people are now trying to block the ICE facility in Chicago. Got hit with rubber rounds earlier today.
Be aware of where the fire is, and if you get your evacuation orders, go as fast as possible, as quickly as possible. But also, we will let you know when it's safe to come back. And we understand there's consternation about your property, about your pets, that you may need
I mean, dropping your phone in a pool to save your kid, that's different than, you know, taking a dump and dropping it, you know what I mean?
Very vocal about when it's safe for you to come back into the area. We will secure a very large area tonight and into tomorrow as we watch and see what the fire does. And the only other thing I wanted to say is I want to thank both the fire department, the sheriff's department, all of our regional partners who came together today. The collaboration was seamless, as it should be, and I was very proud of everything
I mean,
saw,
dropping it in the pool, you know, that's not as bad. Dropping in the portage on, though, that's pretty bad.
I had nearly 100 out there today, and now I'm up staffing for overnight as the fire continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
The only reason I would say to protect your phone in case of the kid drowning is just so you have to call 911. But
our hearts are heavy tonight with what's happening in our community with the fires and how our families have been impacted. Know that council is ready to stand to support anything that's needed to make sure that people are safe and property is safe. The mayor and I are working, trying to coordinate when you're ready to donate. Donations will be accepted. More information will be coming on that. And I want to thank all the volunteers who have showed up to help, because even though we have our first responders, they cannot do it alone. So stay vigilant. This is when we shine the best under challenging times like this. Spokane, we will get through this, and we're counting on you to help us get through it and be supportive. And I too thank all the mutual aid that's gone between all of our fire departments and police departments going forward. So please stay tuned, get the right information, and then watch out for your neighbors.
well, it's like that one dude they found who was actually in the portage yard.
Sheriff Knowles.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot has already been said that is critical information to have. One thing that I would add to all of this very sage advice is to manage expectations of the folks who have been evacuated. Many times, historically, with these fires, you know, the conditions subside, and our firefighters who have done an amazing job today, an absolute amazing job, they're able to get things put out and under control relatively quickly. The fire danger is not going to subside very quickly over the next 12 to 16 hours. So, you know, be prepared, both emotionally and through having the right materials on you, to maybe not return to your home for the next 24 to 36 hours.
Well, that's excellent,
these fires
Chris.
are still very active, even as the sun's going down and even as the winds lighten up. They are still posing an extreme fire danger, and our firefighters are out actively fighting these fires still now. So just manage expectations, and again, it has been said, please obey all of the evacuation orders, obey what firefighters are telling you, obey what law enforcement's telling you. They really do need the ability to move in and out of these areas without interruption from citizens and things like that. So very, very good response by our citizens today to get out, and we just need to continue that kind of activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Senator Marcus Riccelli.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate all the work that has been going on today, and share in some of the heartache that's going on is someone who was evacuated myself around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Got a bunch of my stuff in the car right now. Very grateful for all the first responders. Governor Ferguson called a meeting earlier today. Thank you, Mayor.
Lotvarian Savage, do you know about the Chainsmoker Cat anime?
And the state is standing here to back you up full tilt.
Or anybody in here does?
We stand prepared to do what it takes. I know our lands commissioner is engaged as well.
Dropping the pack of smokes in the toilet reminded me of that.
Just really want to send a message out to all those folks that are doing the work out there right now, that Spokane stands behind you, and just reiterate what's going to be said.
That show is amazing.
Be prepared.
It's
don't
great.
interfere with what's going on by making bad decisions. And,
real work hard, if you will.
Before you should, etc. We need the people to do what they really want to be out there doing and not be distracted from that. With that, we stand with you, and we'll look to when volunteer efforts can come through, etc. Spokane has a real way of getting together, and we're ready to be engaged in that as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. I was supposed to say I've already heard from lots of elected officials and others from throughout the region. Mayor Terry Cooper, who had to go through a very similar situation recently, and others. And so this is a moment in time for the region to pull together, and we will be updating you regularly and giving the information as it's relayed to us from the incident command and from the first responders. So thank you very much for being here.
Question? Yeah, sorry, Alex with the spokesman review.
Yes.
Do you guys have any idea if there's been any injuries, deaths, or...
Well, of course they do. They're dumb people. What do you expect?
How big this fire is right now? It seems like it's been so crazy that we're kind of lagging on updates, which is fine. I just want to...
Oh, crap, it's the wrong one. I
make sure we have the most up-to-date information on what's going on.
Well, there are multiple fires, so it gets a little confusing to discuss them all. I don't believe that Incident Command or first responders have relayed any information about injuries or numbers of properties at this point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, one more. So how much, I guess, personnel are we sending out? I know that during the Upriver Fire, it seemed like we had everyone on Earth out there, and now it feels a lot bigger than that. So I'm kind of curious if you guys have, how many people did you call in today? How many people responded? I mean, what does it look like?
I know on the sheriff's office side, we're above 60 personnel that are here and currently working. And obviously we have to cover the next 12 hours, and we're making staffing decisions about that right now.
You want to add anything, Chief?
As I mentioned before, I had nearly 100 personnel here today. We'll go down a little bit on staffing tonight, but I'll still have close to 80 people.
Typically, we have 69
who's showing who?
in our staffed rigs on a daily basis, and we plus that up, we're well over 100. Like I said, we brought in 7 or 8 extra rigs, extra VCs, extra overhead today. We worked with our county partners on staffing up a strike team here at the training center well before the first fire started.
Speaking of that, I'm so sorry. One more thing. Were we prepared for this? I mean, we did everything we could, is what it seemed like, and we still, I mean, there's really nothing you can do about the wind.
I will tell you, in a wind-driven event, there is not a fire department in the U.S. that can handle a wind-driven event this size. You just don't. There's not enough staffing. There's not enough people. And if you look across the western United States now, and you look across Washington State in itself, and how many acres are burning right now, the state resources are spread very, very thin.
I do want to emphasize that there's multiple other entities that have also been deployed. DNR, Air Resources, the National Guard. Mutual aid is actually happening across state boundaries as well. So as time goes on, we'll be able to give you a more comprehensive list. But everybody who has contacted us has been about how they can offer resources, and we're going to need more of that in the coming days, because as we go from first responder response to recovery, there is going to be a lot to do and a lot of need for assistance at that point too. So I want everybody to realize that. Thank you.
Talking about the evacuation, I've lived here my whole life. I can't remember a time when this many people evacuated all at the same time. Is this something that you can plan for? I don't know, Sheriff, Chief, Assistant Chief, is this something that you can plan for, a sort of a mass evacuation of an area like this? And if so, is it too early to debrief on that?
I think it went immediately to level 3, and that meant that a very large area went immediately to that high level of leave now.
But just getting that many people out at once, did that? I know there was traffic, officers trying to direct people. Did everything go as planned, or in an event like this is better planned?
Well, I think there's definitely plans. The after-action review will review all the different pieces of it, but I think it's safe to say that we're not necessarily done yet, and so that's
these
why
fires
people need
are
to stay aware, because
they're definitely brutal this year for some
of evacuation, and so be ready is the main message. No, I don't think we're talking about anything like that. I think we're really just asking people to be alert and aware of where the fires are, understand that new ones could emerge, and that the official sources of information.
Whenever I eat spicy food, I know the fire is going to start in my mouth and emerge out my ass.
What's happening, and as soon as possible, those alerts go out to make people aware of what to do to keep themselves safe.
One more thing for Assistant Chief there. You were talking about water issues with people leaving their sprinklers on. Is that just centralized to the area where the fire, or is this a citywide thing that people need to?
It was centralized to the area for the most part where the fires were. It was happening there, but as the fire continues to move, right, those neighborhoods that feel threatened are gonna try to protect their stuff, and rightly so. But it does make it very hard as you're filling up 500, 750,000 gallon water trucks, tankers, engines, that when our city water supply, our city water towers are drawn down near the bottom, it just makes stuff harder for us, right?
So it's limit your water usage right now?
It can, or it might send us to another water tower or somewhere else where we need better pressure to fill our trucks. It just depends on what happens and what gets taken out of play.
So is that the message to citizens, is limit your water use right now?
Don't be wasteful thinking that watering your lawn is going to be the way that's going to protect your house at this point, right? That should have been done. Those type of things should have been done a long time ago, right? If you've got
Sterling, we need to go get you to the ER, bro.
You've got pine needles and leaves on the roof of your house that haven't been taken care of in a wind-driven event with a lot of ember showers. That stuff should have been taken care of weeks ago, right?
Any other questions?
Pardon me again. Do you know how many people are at the convention center right now? Thousands, obviously, but I mean, what's, like, it hasn't been evacuated, but just at the convention center?
We don't know.
Okay, sorry.
We assume people are showing up as we speak.
Yeah.
We're hearing rumblings that maybe someone's in custody. Do you guys know anything about that? Nobody's in custody?
Not that I'm aware of, but this started outside the city, so I can't comment on any fire investigation.
I must not be seeing part of the chat right now.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you all.
Live news conference with the mayor and the fire officials, police officials outlining a tough,
I think I'm
tough
missing
fight
part of the
into
chat.
Late evening hours here on August 1st.
Because I see here replies, Savage, but I don't see who the hell you're talking to.
As you heard the mayor outline, a number of homes are gone. How many? It's really hard to tell at this point in time. We'll have a better idea of the destruction along the landscape in the northwest quadrant of Spokane County with daylight tomorrow, throughout tomorrow and the coming days and weeks. But right now it is about knocking down that fire, pushing it back. A fire is burning along Francis, right where it turns into 291, which is north of the old Joe Albee, which is now obviously Dwight Merkel and the middle school there in the VA. Let's take you live to Bradley Warren.
Yeah, Sean. Okay, so I want to just bring you inside right now what we can see. So we are just at the borderline of the level 3 evacuations that are currently in place on Francis. And we were here earlier today, and we saw this portion of Francis catch on fire. So that is the area that started.
Yeah, but on the channel, and I still should be able to see him.
There's a gated
I don't
community,
know.
and there's several homes
I don't know. I don't know.
That is where this portion of the fire spread from, and we've now watched it jump Francis and become significantly worse. And Sean, you were highlighting what the mayor was saying, that the Indian Hills neighborhood, we're adjacent, that quadrant, if you will, is pretty devastated. And this picture right now that you're looking at here on your
well, I
screen,
have everything through Restream, so it's actually a whole different account.
Officer earlier today in
So
traffic,
confused.
and he told me really everything beyond this point of Francis where we're at, and this is on the Driscoll Francis.
Sterling, that's very sweet of you.
Basically everything
You are
beyond this
a
see
act
some
of
level
nature.
of fire. So we're watching this right now as it is actively burning, and of course we have lost aerial apparatus for the evening because they cannot operate in the dark. So that is one level of the fire suppression efforts that are no longer available to us this evening. This is going to come down to ground crews working to battle each individual hotspot until the sun comes up in the early morning hours and we can get air apparatus back on this blaze. And I was speaking with the state earlier today, and that was something that they told me. They said that the aerial support is going to be so important to this fire because it is burning like a forest fire as opposed to a conventional wildfire. So they need that aerial apparatus to hit the top of each tree. And you can see right here as we watch another tree go up, they burn.
It was
up,
always
and then the
burning,
winds,
Rodney,
again,
since the world's been
died
turning.
down, and that's some good news this evening. But as it burns up, it risks moving into the neighboring tree and then moving into the neighboring tree and spreading. Of course, now spread jumped the portion of Francis that we're on, and we've seen a lot of additional fire crews responding here this evening.
I'm telling you, Sterling,
so
he knows what you've been looking
additional
up.
crews responding.
I think your ding dong don't work no more.
Across the board, the mayor told us that there was additional resources coming in from other states. Right now, you're looking at some of the crews that are leaving this portion of the fire, and then they'll loop back in. But I mean, Sean, the conditions right here where we're at, very dry, right? And then fueled by the winds from earlier today, it just made for the perfect storm, the perfect situation. That right there, Fire District 10 responding, exiting the fire. And one thing that the mayor really touched on, and I just think this is a really important note, if you are evacuated, please leave. There's no need to be here. We are at a safe distance from the fire. We are where we're allowed to be. You do not need to be beyond this point. There is nothing good happening right now as this fire is burning. There is destruction taking place. And that's an unfortunate part of this, but that is what you need to take into account right now. Those evacuation warnings are so important, just as we see little tiny spot fires jumping up here on the side of Francis. I mean, and they're small, right? But they just, with the wind and these dry conditions, they run the risk of becoming what you're seeing right down here. And that is what is so concerning this evening. So we've lost an element of this blaze that we would use to battle it in the daylight, right? The aerial apparatus. So now it all comes down to the ground crews that are going to be working on this fire throughout the course.
I mean, the ground crews are going to probably try to cut fire lines and get the hell out of there.
And change vantage
They don't want to be
points
there
as
in the
we
middle
are
of the night
watching this
either.
blaze, continue to burn from where we're standing, and we're just pulling for our firefighters. We're so appreciative to them who have been just battling this. I mean, what, since just after 1 o'clock today? I mean, our fire crews, I don't have enough good words for them. I've seen them at fires like this before, and they are in for a long night. So thank you to our fire crews that are right now working to save all of our homes, mine included, in these level 3 evacuations.
All right, Bradley, live pictures for you. This is the end of Francis where it turns into 291. It goes down near that zip trip down there in Nom Nom. Bradley, thank you. Again, Bradley's at a safe distance. We can zoom our cameras way in. Want to reiterate that point. Bradley touched on Indian Trail, and we're going to take you there live tonight in a second. But I want to share with you some new video into the KHQ newsroom. And this is the type of destruction that we are going to wake up to. These are homes that are simply no more. And we've seen similar videos throughout throughout the entire northwest area, of Spokane County. As you can see from this video, the roof lines are burning, garages are burning, smoke filling. This is off of Wiley, which if you're familiar with that area and then you look down the street, there are other structures burning there. We are going to wake up tomorrow morning and it is not going to be a good scenario at all. But we appreciate the firefighters. Thankfully, no reports yet of anybody injured. And really, that's all we can hope for with a situation this widespread, a fire this rapidly moving across the city and the county, and then other fires, major fires breaking out. So far, we've not heard of a single injury, and that is a little bit of saving grace here because it can be much different. We've seen that in years past with major fires. They are indiscriminate and they take a house down in minutes. That's what this video is showing here in Indian Trail, just off of Wiley. You see people on their roofs here, I would imagine trying to spray it down, but to no avail there, because that fire, as fierce as it is in this video, if it's coming for the home, it's going to take that home down. A scary, scary situation in this new video into the Nonstop Local KHQ newsroom. I want to take you there tonight now from Indian Trail neighborhood. Tori Smith has been at the Fairview fire. She is now outside of the Indian Trail neighborhood. Tori, appreciate your work today. What do you see?
Well, Sean, I am on the intersection of Francis Road and West Indian Trail, and we are where we are allowed to be. This is the intersection where National Guard has been stationed, and they are blocking off this area for everyone. You can only go in if you are a resident who has somebody or something inside and needs to get out. This area is a level 3 evacuation go now, as of right now. And just think of it this way. So many people are trying to come home tonight, and a lot don't have a home to go back to. It's heartbreaking, and we're seeing many people come out of this area and talk about how their home is now engulfed in flames. And that's the reality for so many people tonight. And Sean, it's just heartbreaking.
It really is. It's hard. It's just like we're showing so many different areas. Usually we have one centralized fire location. This is just so widespread. It's hard to put it into perspective. Our Tori Smith. Tori, appreciate it. We will check back with you. Let's bring in Leslie right now. And Leslie, the reports are grim. You heard city officials, you heard the fire leader say this is the worst day and night of his 31-year career. Yeah. I think that sums it up, underlines it with an exclamation point that this is a widespread, destructive event that's going to take not months, but years to recover. Years to recover, and I think we would echo that because we've both lived here for decades, and it is the worst that we have seen. This is tremendous, and it's heartbreaking, and it's hard to get through, but we're going to stick with you throughout the next several days, weeks, months, years, whatever it takes. So let's talk about what we've been trying to follow throughout the day, and that is the winds, because the winds have been fierce. Again, not as significant as we have seen in other events, however, significant enough.
I just think people get tired of hearing me complain about it, so
obviously cause explosive fire conditions. Currently, we're seeing those sustained winds. They've come down a bit. We're at 16 miles per hour. This is what we want to see right now. Now, they're still about that 10-mile-per-hour mark. Still not a good scenario because any kind of a wind is going to take an ember from a fire and spread it quickly. As far as wind gusts, they've picked back up again. They have subsided. They've picked back up. Right now, we're seeing wind gusts at 25 miles per hour. Those winds now are blowing in from the west. Just so that reminder, with those winds coming in from the west, it is blowing the smoke and the flames to the east of us. And that is what those firefighters will be dealing with as we push forward into the overnight hours tonight. So sustained wind, super important to know, 16 miles per hour. Wind gust at 25 miles per hour. You can see where that smoke is pushing again directly to the east of us. And I just want to say to all of our friends and all of you who are out there that are reaching out, wanting to know about your neighborhoods and your homes, we are getting you the information as fast as we can. There are so many different scenarios that we don't know about right now, but as soon as we have the accurate information, and I know Sean has touched on that several times, we want to make sure that we have accurate information before we feed that out to you. But we are watching closely, and again, our hearts just go out to you. And so, Sean, I don't even know what to say at this point. It's just heartbreaking.
Here's what I'll say. We have and we always will be in this together.
Yes, it's so true. I mean, we just are, time and time again.
Yeah, but you guys have a bunch of money, so you don't have to worry about it like the rest of us.
We've gone through many different events together at this point. In my 18 years of working with you, we've had to deal with some heartbreaking scenarios. And our community is just one of those that is so incredibly special, that comes together every single time something like this happens.
Yeah, and we will again.
Yep.
There's a resiliency here. Yeah, we are tough, made of tough stuff, and this is a tough event to cover and to grasp the reality and the scope of it
really
right
is.
now, and I don't think we really understand.
We'll wake up tomorrow morning and we'll have a better view, and then, like you said earlier, days, weeks, months, years.
Again,
yes.
But no injuries so far confirmed.
That's good news.
That's great
news.
That's fantastic news.
Thanks.
All right, let's take you to the autumn lane fire that is in the Suncrest area, and it's a large fire there. They've expanded the level 3 evacuation boundary a few hours ago. Rosemary Wright standing by there. Rosemary.
Sean, I'm on 7 Mile Road now. We've switched vantage points because the last time we spoke, I had fires creeping up pretty rapidly behind me, small spot fires. We did have deputies come in and evacuate us. Now, again, on 7 Mile Road, and you can see the hillside behind me smoldering in the distance. That is not the sunset on the horizon. That orange glow is active flames. We can see some lights still popping up there.
Well, no, it's 10 o'clock at night, lady.
Working, but certainly fire crews still in the midst of those flames, trying to get this autumn lane fire under control. The last update that we've gotten was 500 acres for this fire. Fire District 9 tells me that'll likely be the last aerial update of the night because those aircrafts are grounded now that the sun has gone down. Even though the sun has set for the night, this fire is still burning. Many not going back to their homes tonight. This area full of homes. It's a neighborhood, but there's also a lot of farmland here. That last vantage point where we were evacuated from off of North Craig Road, there were cows surrounding us on either side. So I'm thinking back on that livestock, on those farmhouses, on all of those people who we saw packing up their homes and leaving for what may have been the final time, right? So again, active flames still burning behind me here in the autumn lane fire. We've had law enforcement officers absolutely zooming past us, heading towards the fire, doing what they need to do to try to keep those who live here safe tonight. We've got level 2 and level 3 evacuation orders in place for this autumn lane fire. It's spreading into 2 different counties right now, burning in Spokane County as well as in Stevens County too. And with that, we are seeing forces from both counties, not only from law enforcement, but also fire authorities from both areas too, trying to tackle these flames, Sean.
All right, Rosemary Wright for us there. Our coverage has been on the air since mid-afternoon when this fire started. We are going to take it through 11:30 tonight. Leslie and myself, our entire team that has been working long hours to bring you the needed, critical, important information for you to make split-second decisions or to get family members, friends, maybe you have elderly friends that you want to get to safety, reach out to them. And if you haven't heard from them, do what you can to make contact. It makes such a difference. I know many of you have reached out to us about providing shelter or places for people to stay. There are a couple of major ones. Of course, the Spokane Convention Center, our Corey Howard, should be down there here shortly and show you that as they transferred from SFCC to the Spokane Convention Center because of the size and scope of this fire and this catastrophe, and they're going to shelter people there overnight. That's a huge facility. They have a lot of resources. They can get there in a short amount of time to help people out in what is just an anxiety-driven time right now for so many. Such a widespread event here, and hundreds to maybe thousands impacted by this fire. The Old Trails Road fire and the Autumn Lane fire and the Fairview fire. We had the one out west by Fairchild. We told you that forward progress has stopped, so that one has been put to bed. But it's going to be a long night for fire crews. We deeply, deeply appreciate your work. We do each and every day, but especially on days like this where the magnitude rises to a huge impact and the negative for so many. We're going to take a break. We will continue to stream for you these live pictures, gather more information, come back on the broadcast side and on the stream in a few minutes. I'm Sean Owsley.
I have no emergency. I did hit my emergency button. Engine 96 is good and par. We are fine.
Operations, no emergency. Block our west exit off of 5 miles.
Okay, copy that. Are you able to go direct with dispatch on that one?
Dispatch, Division Golf. That's our matrix.
Division Golf, I copy Russell and Strong going to effect piggyback.
3 dead, couple injured, shooters dead.
Do you have further on what exactly?
Idahoan with a suppressed pistol went and shot him. The shooter was shooting at like Tesla stations and some other shit too. Like wild stuff, man.
Copy, I'll get that to it then.
Division 1 scene.
Division 1 scene.
So the details again, he was shooting at like a Tesla charging station and then shooting at people with the Teslas and other places in and out. And a bystander came out and shot him. I don't know if the cops also took him out, but I know from what I was seeing that the Idahoan was like, yeah, I'm going to just shoot this dude. He waited his entire life for that moment. He screamed out, "Not today, Satan!" And he took him out. At least that's what I'm hearing. I haven't heard if the cop shot him or not.
Fire watch, and I could look at all of the fires in the United States, and it's bad. I don't think that
Oh, 2 people are in the Tesla he shot at. So yeah.
I don't think our United States is going to be much prettier if they can't get these fires contained.
Oh God, lady, Jesus Christ! Oh.
This is saddening. Like, I can't believe how many fires there are in the United States, to be honest. And it's because we have such a dry summer. Do you guys want to try to go up further?
Unit 17, safety one.
I have 112 people watching this right now. And there's a fire right by California, too. There's so many fires in the United States, it's saddening. Like, a bunch of people are going to lose their homes.
Rush 84, Spokane safety one.
You guys can, I'm still on live. So right now we're walking through a neighborhood to try to get some more, get up further to see if we see any more, like more views of the fire. I know that we can't go very far. I know that we are not allowed to go past a certain area.
In the division.
So we're getting there. It's just saddening. Like it's like, you know, all of the United States has had a really dry summer, and there's so many fires around the United States, and there's a crap ton of fires around Washington State, Oregon State, and California. There's one really close to the Canadian border. So there's fires everywhere.
She must be new to America. Well, we have fires every year like this.
Cheney and Airway Heights are probably the safest places right now.
What about the valley?
Maybe. I don't know. The Fairview fire is getting really close to the valley area, too.
Ratchet asshole.
Oh, wow.
You think she'd be mad if I told her, can you not,
David okay?
you know, clear your throat into the goddamn mic?
So many people have been evacuated already. My daughter, who is pregnant, got evacuated. Oh yeah, the smoke's everywhere. There's no denying that. It is so smoky. I have pictures that I'll probably post on my TikTok later of the smoke that was behind my house. And then the pictures that I took of like across the river before we came up here. So there's no doubt there's fucking, excuse my French, there's no doubt that it smells like smoke everywhere. It's pretty bad.
Wanders into fire area. Complains it smells like smoke.
If I lived here, I'd be on my back porch taking like a bunch of videos of the fire.
You heard that? Savage takes her in the back porch.
I'm hoping we can still see some more of the fire. I don't know. We're walking up. My car's way back down there.
Rally engine 8, 133.
See how much. Ew, can you guys smell that?
This is 133. Can you verify the address for us?
Whew. It's smoky and it stinks.
Yeah, so you're going to have to enter off of Highway 27.
Well, I don't know how much further we can go up, but we could try. I'm trying to like get a better view.
30 seconds.
I mean, a lot of these people that have houses right here are probably on vacation and don't know what's going on.
Oh God, she's a squatter.
In August. Well, it is August.
That's
so
really what it is. She's a squatter.
Go get my daughter.
She's looking for a new home.
And be back on the 21st. Oh, we're getting closer and closer.
There you go. If you're interested in her,
we go to the Star Wars house is probably engulfed.
Star Wars house.
Hey, look at that. We have more places to go. After this house, right? Nope. Is there more houses right there? Yep.
There you go. If you're interested in her TikTok, there you go.
I feel sorry for half of these people. Like, this is seriously saddening.
Only half of them? What about the other half?
What is that smell?
Fire call. Spokane Engine 7. Tower 91. This is
if I lived right here, I would have had the sprinkler on my house the whole entire time.
City primary.
Especially with how close this fire is.
Last unit on SRB4. Repeat. 61 looking for engine 99. Copy that, never mind.
Okay, there's a VA hospital.
I mean, when you're clearing your throat and spitting like some form of lower human being, yes. I'm sorry. I'll just be quiet and I'll just let her sound stupid. Oh wait, no, I won't do that.
because the VA hospital, there's the cops.
ID water tender 48.
I honestly don't know.
Person goes there, act stupid. People say, hey, you're acting kind of
We can't go that
stupid.
direction.
I don't know if that's really roasting or kind of pointing out the obvious, but.
Joe, it's already hit Joe Albee.
Did it really?
Yep, it's no longer Joe Albee anymore.
They just built that a few years ago.
Yeah, they just rebuilt that whole thing. Oh wow, we're like really in the smoky area, and I don't think there's any power over here. Those are all solar lights, Bobby.
I mean, she's not even really a reporter, she's just some random TikToker.
We're in Spokane, Washington right now, across the river from the fire.
Bravo call. Ambulance 93.
Like there's no power over here. I don't think I'll be able to see much more of the fire. Oh well, there's a fire. There's the you can see the fire right there on the hill. It's really dark over here.
Yeah, it's kind
like it's kind of creepy and dark.
By a cemetery?
We're by a cemetery? Yeah, it already almost hit Grandma's, where Grandma's buried at.
Division Alpha operations.
I just don't know where to go. Like, oh, okay, there's some more.
We don't go that way or that way.
Which way do you guys want to go?
422, 49.
You can see it over there. You can see it over here. You can see it on top of that hill.
Yeah, you can see one over there too.
Now we can't roast her.
Division Alpha.
Moon's going to get
we're
mad.
getting closer and closer to it. I don't know if we should go any further or should we?
Fuck it. Fuck it, we can all die.
We're crazy.
And Malachi wants to go with us.
We do. We have a way out.
But no,
It's close to getting hit. It's the Fairview Cemetery behind the VA hospital.
Engine 7. Sorry, we missed that. We're out.
Because I'm trying to find the best place to show you. I was on a fire down the road. I don't know if you can see that, like the lights and stuff, and that, like, it looks like lights, but it's actually the fire. It's like all over.
You need your mic for finding out if it's permit too.
I'm trying to see like where we could go the best place to find the like to show you more of the fire because of how much it's burnt. It's already burnt 3,000 acres. It was on my beginning of my.
It's not like people have randomly walked down in the middle of the woods and got caught in wildfires and then died. Oh wait, that's the thing that happens.
I don't know if you guys can't see that because it's so dark over here because there's no power. I don't know. Let's see if I could skid it.
This is almost one of my eyeballs.
Yeah, that's why I'm about to say let's go back up that way so that people can actually see the fire. Yeah, because we're getting down further and closer to that fire.
Yeah, right there.
I don't know. Can you guys kind of see that without my brother's big head being in the way?
He was short for that Highland fire.
Obviously, it is a time game for the sun to come back up so we can start getting those aerial resources back on this blaze that unfortunately is going to burn strong
who knows?
into the evening. So, Sean, I'm going to send it back into you, but we're sitting at several thousand acres right now burning here in the Spokane metropolitan area. Reporting live in Spokane.
You know, it's not like the thing I brought up repeatedly, like with the storm chasers and some of the cop stalkers, is when you put yourself in kind of harm's way and then you go like, oh, well, nobody here is going to come save me. I'm on my own. No, that's not how EMS works. The minute some dumbass finds that you're also out there with some other dumbass and you get stuck either not able to go anywhere, or you're trapped, or you're on fire, then EMS has to drop whatever they're doing and come save you.
Which really, from when you arrived to about an hour after that, really exploded in size, Rosemary.
One of the really weird things that, like, somebody was saying the other day, they're like, oh yeah, you know, all the storm chasers are so brave. Yeah, brave? They're fucking stupid.
Just growing and growing over the course of several hours. Stevens County Emergency Management reports discovering this fire.
Hey, this thing could possibly kill me. I'm not really a scientist, nor am I a meteorologist. I'm just going out here to film stuff for content. Gippity-doo-dah, skippity-a. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Oh, yeah, imagine that. Oh, no, my car flipped, and now, you know, the EMS that was trying to save Grandma has to come pick my stupid ass up.
Leslie let us know that those winds would be coming down a little bit, and they have been. Those breezes slowly but surely calming. Temperatures getting a little bit chillier out here, but still lots of dry brush around. So totally acting as fuel for this fire. Of course, lots of tinder out here, which is what we don't want to see. We've moved onto 7 Mile Road here, where we've seen law enforcement officers.
I mean, they might get tons of views till they die.
Direction of those flames. I want to touch on something you just mentioned, Sean, and that's respecting the wishes.
Or they don't die, and then the EMS has to come out there and rescue them, and then they bitch and moan that they have a bill now.
With Robert Gray from Fire District 9. He says the big message tonight is if you are in one of those level 3 evacuation zones, now is the time to go. If you have not already, you need to respect that level 3. Go now until those are lifted.
You hear that? Go now? That means you should leave. And if you're probably sitting around there, you know, you might be arrested for trying to loot.
2 different counties,
especially if you're wandering around in the middle of the night.
Spokane County, and with that, difficult to monitor the exact edge of it. So if you're in that level 3 evacuation zone, you are asked to stay away. And it's hard. It's a situation that many of our KHQ family are dealing with right now. I've got Rachel Turcotte behind the camera. She won't be going home tonight. She's been tracking these fires from this morning. She was the first reporter that we sent into the flames of the Old Trails fire. Her own home threatened by that fire tonight. So it's something that we're feeling within our
Oz wants the views.
Across the entire
Let's me go put myself in harm's way.
Farmhouses that I was by earlier, those cows surrounding me, those people packing up their homes, telling me that was my dream home down there. I don't know if I'll be returning. We'll be closely tracking how this fire develops, when many of you may be able to go home, and any updates that we're able to get here. The Autumn Lane fire, Sean.
All right, Rosemary, right live for us on the Autumn Lane fire. Back to the Old Trails fire in Indian Trail neighborhood there. I have a feeling when sun comes up tomorrow, the Indian Trail area, the Riverside State Park homes that are across 7 Mile Bridge in that area, it's going to be hit and miss whether those homes are still standing. And it's just an absolute tragedy on a large scale level. Let's bring in Tori Smith, continuing our breaking coverage from Indian Trail in Francis.
And like the news is around with the fire department and the cops who are evacuating and moving them, right? A little different than fucko Magoo out there with the camera walking around the middle of the woods.
Section of West Indian Trail and Francis Road. This is where only people who live in this immediate area are able to go in just to grab those necessities and just to grab their pets or even their family members, pick them up and take them out of this area, because this is a level 3 go now evacuation area. I'm going to show you what's going on here. We do have a little bit of car trouble going on, but if we head over closer towards this way, we are still seeing the National Guard posted here. And we're also seeing law enforcement. We're seeing a lot of fire crews still heading into this scene here. And just on the horizon there, we do have flashing lights. That has been the story as far as West Indian Trail goes. Again, only people who live in this immediate area and need to grab something are allowed to come in. Otherwise, this road is blocked off. And it's just heartbreaking to think that so many people are getting off work or even just trying to come home, and many don't even have homes to go home to. So that's an update live in Spokane, Sean.
All right, Tori Smith live for us. Let's bring in Leslie right now in the Weather Center. Leslie, as we go now approaching the 11 p.m. hour, we understand there was widespread destruction. We just don't know how deep that destruction is.
Yeah, we're not going to see that until, the sun rises tomorrow morning. That's going to be devastating.
Yeah.
It's going to be devastating.
It's going to be hard to even comprehend.
Yes. Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with as we head through the next 24 hours. So it's a tough scene out there. Mother Nature not been cooperating with us today. Finally, we're starting to see some of those winds subside, and that's exactly what we need at this point. I want to talk about some of the power outages. I've had a few questions about that. You can see we're down to about 18,000 people now without power in the Spokane area, a little bit less up across the northern mountains. But you did hear Rosemary say that this is now 2 counties wide, these fires from Stevens County now into Spokane County. So it is something that, again, is just heartbreaking.
Well, yeah, they're evacuating people and making sure people are safe.
A very critical fire day. In fact, National Weather Service attaching this PDS first ever for Spokane to our red flag warning, meaning particularly dangerous situation. I don't think any of us could have imagined quite how dangerous it has turned out. We see the PDS when we see an extended event for 3+ hours, and we have seen that throughout the afternoon. Of course, it is incredibly dry. We're about 15 minutes now from our red flag warning expiring. It's set to expire at 11 o'clock tonight. It is in place for all areas that are shaded in pink. Now, just because our red flag warning and our PDS do expire does not mean that we are out of danger just yet. This is a look at our wildfire forecast, and you can see that temperatures will come down naturally throughout the overnight hours. Dew points will rise, and winds are set to subside. I want to give you kind of a closer look at our current wind speeds. We're at 16 miles per hour in Spokane, as well as Coeur d'Alene and the Palouse. So sustained winds coming down. They were at about 23 miles per hour just an hour ago. Wind gusts, though, still over 25 miles per hour here in Spokane. It is the winds that are the biggest driver of these fires. We've got the fuels, we've got the heat, and with those winds, it takes the embers from those fires and spreads them incredibly quickly. 25-mile-per-hour gust is going to take an ember, and of course, as they jump from treetop to treetop, that is an incredibly dangerous situation. So that fire behavior, fuel, weather, topography, we tend to see those fires run uphill as well. So again, wind gusts at 25 miles per hour, those set to subside as we head overnight tonight as well. I want to give you a look at our current wind direction. This is very important for our firefighters. It's very important for all of you who are within those evacuation zones. The winds coming in from the west mean that fires are driving to the east as we head overnight tonight. That is also where we're seeing that smoke move from the west to the east. So we'll continue to watch that. I did just take a look at our air quality numbers. We're still within that moderate category. However, if you are close to those fires, you are going to be smelling that smoke. And if you've got any kind of
you're not close to them, I think I might be smelling it.
This is going to affect you. So please limit your time outside. You can actually see that smoke pushing to the east as we head into the overnight hours. And of course, the most dense smoke are those areas that are shaded in red and in pink. So again, we'll keep a close eye on that as well. Humidity levels, we talk about this a lot. It's how dry the air is. And we are naturally seeing those numbers rise as we head into the overnight hours. We're at 33% right now in Spokane, 34% out in the Spokane Valley. Temperatures down to 66 degrees. The cooler temperatures are certainly helpful for those firefighters.
Yeah, we have more than they do in Washington right now.
Gear that they're packing around, about 60 pounds worth, and then being close to those fires in those
well,
fires
I assume the TikTok chick's dead.
Uncomfortable, so the cooler temperatures will help. And we've got temperatures overnight tonight into the low to mid 50s, and we do get a bit of a cool down for tomorrow. We will see winds subside, we will see temperatures drop, and that will be helpful but I can't emphasize this enough. We are not out of the woods just yet. There will still be a bit of a breeze as we head through your Sunday. Temperatures down into the mid-70s, but it's short-lived. Again, Sean, temperatures head from the 70s on Sunday back into the 80s and then again the 90s as we head towards the second half of this next week. Now, you and I have talked several times about how we are in the thick of fire season. I think today really seals that.
Yeah, we want it to end.
It
like
needs to be over.
immediately.
Yeah, that would be a great thing.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie.
Yeah.
Appreciate you on a number of levels.
Right back at you. Yeah, it's been a long day and so much. Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Well, the news conference was held about an hour ago. We heard from Mayor Lisa Brown. We heard from fire officials, the police chief, some city council members, and the city council president. Let's hear first from Mayor Lisa Brown.
Does at the county and state level to bypass contracting procedures in order to get funds deployed where they need to go. And again, we have these state, regional, and local partners all responding to these incidents. We know that multiple structures and homes have been lost. We do not know the extent of that damage yet. For example, the VA hospital in Spokane has been successfully evacuated, and there are vulnerable people in other care facilities that are being evacuated as well. People who need to evacuate can go to the Spokane Convention Center. Parking is free. Pets are welcome.
I think some of this is just the woods.
At Spokane Falls Community College is now closed. Right now, the winds are changing, and this will impact the trajectory of the fires. It may also bring a lot more smoke into the region, impacting visibility. So we want everyone to take care. Do not be on the roads. If you do not need to be on the roads, please avoid the streets.
Mayor Lisa Brown, Sheriff Knowles also came to the podium, answered some questions. They've ramped up their staff. Here's how he responded.
I think a lot has already been said that is critical information to have. One thing that I would add to all of this very sage advice is to manage expectations of the folks who have been evacuated. Many times, historically, with these fires, the conditions subside, and our firefighters who have done an amazing job today, an absolute amazing job, they're able to get things put out and under control relatively quickly. The fire danger is not going to subside very quickly over the next 12 to 16 hours. So, be prepared, both emotionally and through having the right materials on you.
Assistant Fire Chief also addressing media in that news conference, saying in his 31-year career, this is his worst night.
I will tell you, in a wind-driven event, there is not a fire department in the U.S. that can handle a wind-driven event this size. You just don't. There's not enough staffing. There's not enough people. And if you look across the western United States now, and you look across Washington State in itself, and how many acres are burning right now, the state resources are spread very, very thin.
And we also heard some new information and an interview from Avista. Obviously, they keep a close eye on the power lines. Here's what they had to say.
So again, we want to share our appreciation, even though we know it's really hard for those public safety power shutoffs. They're helping, and we don't believe it. Our facilities are involved in the ignition of any of these major fires in our area, again, due to a lot of work that we've done on our system. And so we're just continuing to do everything we can to assist in keeping our customers and communities safe. So thank you.
Avista also touching on re-energizing power lines and how they go about doing just that.
Related to our electric customers, we currently have just over 28,000 customers out of power, mainly in the Spokane County area. Of those 28,000 customers, about 6,700 are out of power because of our public safety power shutoffs. We currently expect to start patrolling those circuits of the 6,700 customers as early as 10:30 tonight, and hope to restore those customers if no damage is found by morning. But many of the other customers that are out of power because of the fire that burned fed into our transmission lines that caused the larger scale outages. And the lines damaged are in restricted areas, so we don't yet know how much work will be needed to make those repairs.
And also from Avista on a story, gas restoration, take a listen.
The gas restoration is complicated because we have to go to every house that gets restored to make sure from a safety perspective we have to go.
Well, yeah, certain plants don't even open up unless they're lit on fire.
Effort compared to the electric, and so that's why we're bringing in additional resources just to make that sure we're prepared to do that as quickly as possible once we have the opportunity.
All right, our crews have been scattered all over the area. Let's take you back to Francis, where it meets Highway 291. Drops down towards Riverside State Park, at least the east side of it. Bradley Warren has been there for some time, and we've seen that fire jump Highway 291 in the sagebrush there. Those embers picked up by the wind, and that's what spread this fire so quickly, Bradley.
Yeah, Sean, and there's just a really good visual representation of that right here. You can see exactly that, the fire that was burning on the left side of the road, and then how it jumped to the right side of the road, which is now burning up Francis. And things have cooled down here. It's not as dramatic as it was maybe even just 30 minutes ago, but it's just all weather dependent. I mean, the moment we get a gust of wind, it flares right back up. So right now things look a little better than it did, but
it's weird.
Again,
it's like fire's like oxygen.
100% dependent on the way the wind blows. So we did just see several Spokane police officers speed down Francis, where from the vantage point from where I'm standing, they passed right past us, going extremely fast. No word on what brought them at that speed to this portion of the city, but we've seen multiple different fire crews rotate in and out. We're watching one exit right now. We just watched a few go in. Just real quickly here, I believe that is.
You mean those fires that were started by people and then they claimed they weren't started by people? And then they say, hey, we arrested this guy who started this thing?
So where I'm standing right now on Francis, this is the starting point of the level 3s.
I believe that was a thing.
We're understanding everything beyond where we're at here on Francis is not in a good position. That means the fire is burning exceptionally well in the area that it is beyond where we're standing. It's dry conditions, winds fueling this blaze this evening right now. Of course, ground crews working to tackle it, but just from where I'm standing, Sean, I mean,
probably people out there getting paid to do the arson.
Embers just around us. It's a lot. I mean, breathing this is just intense. It's not comfortable. So my best advice for you, if you can get out of this area, don't be here. We're going to wrap things up here shortly and leave ourselves. But I mean, the conditions right now are not good as more crews are responding. This is
weird, right? Weird. Almost like they're saying, hey, maybe don't be in the middle of the fire area.
Leslie highlighted it. I mean, the crews wearing 60 pounds worth of gear. I mean, they've got oxygen and those hot suits on. I mean, just what they do.
This guy's getting hot and bothered by the firemen.
But this is going to be a
look at those guys out there.
Sean.
Ooh, Jesus Christ.
All this in the context of, I know your home was on at least the boundary of the evacuation line. Are you able to get home and get a night's rest tonight?
No, myself and our photographer, Gabe, we both are under the level 3 evacuation. So we're just staying focused right now on obviously the work situation. For us being here is what we want to do. We'll handle that later. So we're staying focused there, but we know that there are people who have it far worse than us this evening. I feel comfortable that I'm going to be okay, but I mean, of course, you know, it's all dependent on the weather. So thank you for asking, Sean. But yeah, right now, no, does not look like either of us will get to go home this evening.
We'll make sure you have a place to stay if you have to come up to my place. Trust me. All right, Bradley, appreciate your work tonight. You bet.
That's where you hear everything bumping the night, Sterling.
Break. We will start right at 11 o'clock, and in the next 30 minutes of our newscast, we will give you the most up-to-date information on what has just been a tragic day for the Inland Northwest. I'm Sean Elsey. Back in a minute.
How much you guys going to pay me to kick in Yuffie's door with the chainsaw in hand? and scream Happy Halloween.
Copy, we'll send them to you. What location you want them at? Let's meet up at the last and Old Trails area.
It was really calm. It's probably, oh. I could see that. That might be okay. I kind of liked it when our neighborhoods used to lose power. Especially like in the city, because it used to always be so noisy. That's why I like it when it snows and it gets just so quiet. It's great.
Yeah, we're at the main area suspension center. Nobody's really sure who's calling 911. Can you do a callback and see if you can clarify the location?
I can send a caller phone number to your pager.
Valley Engine 3, go. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, we're unable to locate. Do you have an RT's address? Over squad 40. Negative. I can give them a call, though. They were just a neighbor.
See, the thing is, I kicked in Yuffie's door with the chainsaw. The problem is that the chainsaw is electric, so it won't be as scary.
We're right next door. Two firefighters on.
I kick in the door, I scream Happy Halloween. That's the, if we hit 300, we'll do that. She's streaming right now, too, so.
He's at the fire 1,000 feet away from where I'm at. I'm at the very end. Okay. I'm going to release file 31. Thank you.
That's her stream.
904, go. You can show me on Cena Highland. There's multiple logs, trees, vegetation burning on this property.
Hey, buddy.
We're not going to be able to do anything for them right now with the resources given. Show 904 in service, cancel engine 91. Copy, 904 in service, engine 91 canceled.
No. I like the electric, though. It's easy to work with. I don't got to worry about the gas. Though it leaks oil like a son of a bitch. Like bar and chain oil. Like I have to keep it on the floor on a paper bag to soak up all the goddamn oil. Like, God, like, motherfucker, do you stop anytime?
Fire still burning as many of you are going to bed. Many others of you are out of your home and you don't know if you have a home to come back to. We have our team all over the area. We've been in touch with city officials, county officials. There's a state of emergency declared. There are still power outages and there are level 3 evacuations in a number of communities tonight, from the West Plains to the Division Corridor to Fairview to Suncrest. Not a good situation. Nothing like we've ever seen in recent memory. Of course, Firestorm 91, Ice Storm
Unless you lived in California.
Those were tragic events in nature. This is on a much larger scale, which is hard to say and really hard to believe. Let's take you back to Bradley Warren, where Francis turns into 291, where the fire continues to burn. It did jump the roadway.
Yeah, Sean, it did jump the roadway. It jumped Francis and heading towards, up Francis towards Holmes now. But I do want to just let you know that we did just see multiple fire trucks from the Valley arrive. So we do appreciate our fire crews from the Valley responding. Mutual aid is responding from across the region and across the country this evening.
I'm trying to think of something fun to do for Halloween
when we spoke
for the stream
earlier tonight that there are fire crews on their way from other states right now to assist, as this fire is just so not only significant in size but burning in a metropolitan area. And we saw those evacuations of the Spokane Metro play out earlier today. Those are evacuation warnings and the evacuations that are in effect that need to be listened to, because as we enter the evening hour, this is all dependent on weather. The way things play out has to do with the way the wind goes, and Leslie will detail that out in a second.
Halloween's fun. on, man.
I highlight that because we have lost aerial apparatus, which means
it's my second favorite holiday.
Tool in our toolbox
Christmas is my
no
number
longer
one.
accessible this evening. When the sun goes down, we can't get aerial crews on. And when I spoke to the state earlier today, they told me that this fire is behaving like a forest fire and not an atypical wildfire. And for that reason, ground crews are going to be what has to attack this on top of that aerial support to suppress it, which means losing that going into the evening hours with the possibility of winds kicking up make things that much more difficult for crews this evening. And again, we do.
I think you have an erection inside the man in general makes you gay.
On Francis this evening, I'll show you just a little perspective-wise. So this area started burning because of homes that were burning in a gated community on the other side.
Did you know most skeletons are female for Halloween?
And then from there, we saw it spread to the other side of the highway here where I'm standing on Francis. Now, I do just want to point out, it looks like spot fires right now. The moment the wind blows, we see all of that pick back up and become significantly more difficult. So the way it sits right now, fire crews from across the region are here working, battling this. And I do just want to thank our fire crews that are working so hard this evening. Personally, myself and my photographer brigade, we are affected by this. We cannot go home this evening. We're under the level 3 evacuation. So like so many across the city of Spokane, we are dealing with this ourselves this evening. And we just want to give a big heartfelt thank you to our fire crews from across the region that have responded here to Spokane this evening. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. We're going to stay on the fire for the next several hours and continue to bring you updates. But I'm going to leave it here for now. Sean, I'll send it back to you. Reporting live in Spokane, I'm Bradley Warren, Nonstop Local.
Bradley, appreciate it. Get some rest. Appreciate your work today. Let's take you to Corey Howard. Has also been at numerous locations getting you the most up-to-date information where we can. Let's take you live to the Spokane Convention Center, and Corey, our anchor, standing by there. Corey, a lot of people coming downtown to stay there, at least have a roof over their heads. They don't know if they have a roof to go back to.
Yeah, Sean, unfortunately, that's the reality down here at the Spokane Convention Center. We've been kind of going all over the place. Initially, they started this evacuation shelter, the Red Cross did, up at Spokane Falls Community College. Due to issues up there, they had to move it down here to a more centralized location here in downtown Spokane at the Convention Center. And we've been watching city buses come in. We've been watching ambulances come in. We've been watching STA paratransit come in. A lot of people coming down here have mobility issues. So it's been a massive effort to get everyone who has been evacuated that needs a place to stay tonight into one centralized location. You know, we certainly thank all the firefighters that are out there doing that, but those people that are also working to make sure that people have a safe place to be tonight, we thank them as well, because this is a huge community effort to get everything in this sort of cog of this response machine to be working as efficiently as it can during this devastating wildfire that we're seeing here. So at the Convention Center, everyone is staying in the big room behind me here in Exhibit Hall C. They have that all cleared out. They have cots set up for people. They are saying that they have more cots on the way, more blankets on the way. If you're looking for a way to help, I talked to a Red Cross representative who told me that they could use blankets, they could use water, things like that down here. So if you're interested, you can donate through that. When speaking to that Red Cross representative, I asked how many people are down here, and we just don't know at this point. But walking in that exhibit hall, of course, we want to respect people's privacy right now as they're sheltering down for the night. But there's a lot of people in there. I would say hundreds of people in there right now, and they're getting into a bed tonight. And like you said, Sean, not sure if they have one to go back to. So right now, the Red Cross, the volunteers down here in the shelter.
So the reason I want to build out my truck so it's a good bug out vehicle. Give you somewhere to sleep,
really just shows the
has food, cooking
Sean.
supplies.
It really does, and the resiliency. But Corey, appreciate.
So if you do bug out, you got to go somewhere. You know, you're not taking other supplies away from people who might need it more.
Appreciate you outlining what we're seeing in real time is so important. Thanks for your work, and get some rest. Appreciate it. All right, let's take you to Indian Trail and Francis. Obviously, Indian Trail neighborhood evacuated. Took people 4 hours to get out. Barnes Road was shut down. 5 Mile Prairie was evacuated. And we know that homes have been lost in Indian Trail. Such a great neighborhood for all of us that have been here so long. Tori Smith continues our breaking team coverage with what she's seeing there live in real time right now.
Sean, we still have that road closure in place, and this is closed for evacuations only. Anyone who lives in this area is allowed to go in, but once they go in and they grab those important documents or grab the pets or even people, they have to come back out. Again, this is level 3 go now evacuations. Where I'm at right now is off of Francis Road. This is the intersection onto West Indian Trail. And this is because the blaze is that old trails fire, currently over 3,500 acres. So here's what we're seeing right now. This road is blocked off by that van right there. And we have the National Guard here as well. We also have law enforcement that continue to move inwards towards the flames. We also have fire personnel going that way as well. So still a lot of crews responding this way. This seems to be the point where a lot of the law enforcement as well as fire personnel are taking to get into the direct flames for this evening. So again, it has died down a little bit. We've seen less out. Looks like a lot of people were able to get out, and a lot of people that have been coming out have said that their home is completely lost to the flames already. So that is just what we've heard just from people coming in and out. I mean, it's just, Sean, it's heartbreaking, and that's kind of the only update we have for you guys right
Man,
now.
Halloween is just so kids could dress up, or you could dress up and get candy.
Appreciate your work today and get some rest.
That's all it really is.
And thanks for all that you have done for us. And
I don't
really
think
for
it's
everybody
bad
out there that needs the information. It's deeply appreciated. All right, I'm joined on the phone right now, Kyle Spencer, who is a veteran and is familiar with the Indian Trail area. Kyle, first of all, thank you for staying up with us and really sharing your insight. Where were you when you first heard of the fire? What did you see? Describe what you dealt with today.
Yes, sir. I was on my way home, and I got the level 3 evacuation, and it seemed like it just came super quick, but as you know, Mother Nature doesn't care about a lot of things, and so the fire just swept through, and thank all those firefighters and first responders for pretty much giving us as much information as we can. And as I came up, it was just really frustrating because both traffic in and out came almost to a standstill. But they were doing their best to get all of us in there, and I just couldn't make it to my house. And so I have at least some pictures, and I'm hoping that my house is still there. But I feel for those people where their house is not. And I guess the only thing that right now that is clear is just the 3 flags that I have up there. It's the Marine Corps flag, the American flag, and the Gadsden flag at this point. So I'm not really sure.
Kyle, just our hearts are with you and really everybody that can hear us in our conversation right now. Hopefully those flags are still standing because they have such deep, deep meaning to you and so many beyond just yourself. As you were driving out, you said you couldn't get to your home. Talk about what you witnessed at any point where you
because the media is a bunch of dicks, like
physical well-being, or were you far enough away from the fire where you knew it was dangerous but you felt pretty safe?
We did Halloween here. We got some of the local kids that came by. They were nice.
We were both there, and
but I also live up on a mountain.
Sure she got
a little different.
And I guess that's probably just the Marine in me to get everybody else to safety. And she went out, and then I kind of took a deep breath. And as we were going out, as I went out and brought up the rear. Yeah, it was pretty devastating as far as seeing those houses, because they're just spawning from one house to the next, and that's just because of the heat. Prior to the Marine Corps, I did wildland firefighting myself, and I know how those things can just take off, heating the next house up and heating the elements around it. And so it was really super unfortunate,
Well, do you think your experience allowed you to understand that you only had split seconds to make that decision?
Now, Sterling, there's plenty of time for you to become a trainee.
I don't wish this upon anybody.
You never
else.
know what the future will bring with some sort of weird
a train coming.
Trauma
and
event.
Either you got literally a split second to get out of there, or find some kind of safe location to get away from that. But it's, you know, it doesn't really care. It doesn't. Nobody's immune to it, and no structure's immune to it. It can.
Hey, Sterling, do you have $7,000 you're not using?
Yeah.
Do you want an Ohio ordinance
sorry, but you know what? I have
working?
To say, I am so glad to hear your voice and
OW model
be able to have this
1918
conversation that you
BAR.
and your family got out safely. Thanks for that. Thanks for your service, and thanks for being a good human being. That really, I can feel the compassion in your voice for your community, and we're all in this together. Thank you for taking time to talk to us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Best to all there. All right, Leslie, those are firsthand stories of people saying, you know, basically I grabbed a photo or two and I got out.
Yeah, grabbed what I needed to and
Rumor is a 25-year-old customer spoke fire.
I got a message from Sherry just a minute ago. They lost their home and this just up towards Suncrest today. They've been there for 45 years.
I think you can.
So
I don't think it's fully automatic.
50 years, so just celebrate that.
I think it's a
just
semi-automatic. You should be able to have it.
We're here for everybody. That's why we stay. That's why we want to help make sure that we get you through the day. But
that's the link.
Stories like this, and it just breaks hearts.
45 years and
45
Mary
years.
50.
Yes.
And we're sending you the biggest support that we can, and they have each other still.
Yeah.
But that's that's a hard. I imagine just shock and anxiety, and where do we go from here? Those are all the questions that so many are asking in our community, and right now there are no real tangible answers.
There really aren't. And again, as we head into sunrise tomorrow, I think we'll really start to see the extent of what today has brought.
And here's what I tell you. In the next few days to weeks, you're going to see this community rally, and there are going to be...
Every time.
We are going to
Did that link pop up?
Resiliency here and come together in ways that we have seen time and time again in adversity. It will happen.
That's why we live here.
Yeah,
we love
exactly
it here. We do. All right, let's talk about the weather forecast, because I want to start with this bit of good news. As we head into tonight, red flag warnings, they have now expired in Spokane. You can see the map there, still seeing some red flag warnings over to the east of us. But our red flag warnings, as expected, expired at 11 o'clock tonight. Winds are coming down, sustained winds anyway, with those wind speeds anywhere from 10 to 15.
It's a clone, yeah, but I mean, even the clone's probably pretty close to it. A regular one would cost you probably close to 20 grand.
So these, again, still difficult for firefighters because it is so dry out there that any kind of a wind is going to pick up an
you should be able to get the new BAR in California.
Have got their work cut out for them as they head overnight.
You're talking
tonight.
about the H car.
I am very thankful that Mother Nature is cooperating. We're seeing those wind gusts now at 0 in Spokane, so that is good news there. We still have some winds gusting about 25 miles per hour down towards the Palouse, but we are seeing what we were expecting. Winds starting to die down. We've got relative humidity levels.
It's just a semi-automatic rifle. I don't know why it would be illegal.
That are coming down. I want to talk about the wind direction because that tells you a lot of the story as we're talking about the fires, where those fires are headed, smoke, and where the smoke is headed. The winds have shifted.
Yeah, you could legally buy an H car in California.
From the south-southwest any longer. They're
but it has to be California compliant version.
This is a westerly push, so that means the smoke and the embers and the flames are pushing to
but
the
they
east
don't
of
ship
us.
them to California because California's a bunch of commie bastards.
You see that on our future cast for smoke as we get you into the overnight
and they're converted as quote-unquote
so again,
featureless rifles. So they put that stupid fin grip on it that you could just take off.
As we head into our day on Sunday. I talked about relative humidity levels. That's how dry the air is. And we do expect those numbers to rise throughout overnight hours. And that is exactly what we are seeing right now with relative humidity levels at 33%. In Spokane, about 34% in the Spokane Valley, and we've dropped down into the 60s. This does help, again, our firefighters. It is still dry.
I'm so happy I live in California. There's stupid-ass gun laws.
From that heat as we head into the overnight hours. I talked about this a little bit ago. I know we heard Bradley talk about it as well. Those firefighters are wearing upwards of 60 pounds of gear as they are facing these fires, and that is just incredibly difficult when you're faced with 80, 90-degree temperatures. temperatures. Tonight, we'll see those overnight lows that will fall into the low end of the 50s. You can see that 53 in Spokane. So I want to talk about wind speeds because they will die down overnight tonight. We are still expecting some breezy conditions as we head into our day on Sunday. We've got breezy conditions for tomorrow. Temperatures come down, so that is a bit of a relief there. But unfortunately, with the dry fuels that are in place right now, it still makes things very difficult. And we have got our work cut out for us. Our firefighters have got their work cut out for them. And so we need to be extra vigilant as we head through the next few months as we remain in fire season. You can see temperatures head from the mid 70s tomorrow, Sean. We're back into the mid to upper 80s.
You could just Google California compliant ones already here.
Part of the week. And so again, that makes things incredibly difficult out there.
Well, I wouldn't do it anymore, but you know, when I did live in Cali.
I think we have statewide burn bans that are now in place. You can go to nonstoplocal.com to get all of the information on that. Try not to park on any dry brush. Make sure you don't have any chains dragging off the back of your vehicles. Going to give you a pass for working outside with power tools in the middle part of the day.
I don't know if I have any guns that are even close to that price.
I think it goes without saying, no lit materials out the window at any point in time.
Maybe my AR-10.
I've had reports of people dropping by bottles of water and some food to firefighters. They see them, and we're going to see that, and it's just going to expand from here. We got to grab on to what's good in the human soul, and we're going to see that.
And again, I'll go back to that's what this community does.
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah, we are Spokane.
All right, folks. I think all the feeds of the fire stuff are dying out. I'm going to call it a night. You have a good one. If you guys are near the fires, please be very safe. I'm probably going to go pass out. I'm freaking exhausted, man. You just woke up in Ketchikan, who closer to home? You're on a train? Oh, sweet, Sterling. That's awesome. That's what I need. Well, I have trappers, and they take care of me pretty well. So, you all have a good night. Take it easy. Again, please be safe out there. The world's crazy. Make sure you're away from the fires. You know, I'm calling it a night. You have a very good night tonight. I know. I remember. I looked up the AR-18. Did I ever tell you what the rule is for an AR, not an AR, an AK-47 for me? What the ongoing rule is of this channel for me to get an AK? Comrade, thank you very much for the 75, darling. Thank you for the 30. Laverian Savage for the 10, and AR Commentator for the 5. So the rule is here. God bless you too, buddy. Everybody else in chat. Oh, you're very welcome, Chris. So the rule is on the channel for me getting an AK-47 is people in chat have to buy the parts and send it and tell trappers, or buy it at trappers and say, this is for Wolf's AK. And that's the only way. And they will build me an AK. Otherwise, I will never own one. So, good night, everybody. Take care. Can you have a fantastic night tonight? Bye-bye, everybody.